Part 3, Chapter 13 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Malevski. Part 3, Chapter 13. Before Flavius built the Colosseum, the Roman amphitheatres were mainly constructed of wood. Hence nearly all of them were burned during the conflagration. Nero, however, ordered others to be erected, in anticipation of the promised games. One among them, a gigantic structure, started immediately after the fire, was built of large beams taken from the slopes of the Atlas mountains, and transferred to Rome by sea and Tiber. The games were to surpass all previous records in magnitude, and in the number of victims. Large spaces were provided for spectators and wild beasts. Thousands of mechanics worked night and day, building and embellishing. Stories were told of wonderful pillars inlaid with bronze, amber, ivory, mother of pearl, and tortoise shells from beyond the seas. Long canals filled with ice water from the mountains were to run along the seats to distribute an agreeable coolness through the building during the most intense heat. A gigantic purple awning would give shelter from the rays of the sun. Between the rows of seats were to be placed vessels for the burning of Arabian perfumes. Above the seats would be fixed contrivances to sprinkle the spectators with a spray of saffron and verbena. The famous architects, Severus and Celer, employed their utmost skill in rearing an unequaled amphitheatre which should accommodate a greater number of spectators than any hitherto erected. Hence, on the day set for the first morning game, crowds of idlers waited from early dawn for the opening of the gates. They listened with pleasure to the roars of lions, the hoarse snarling of panthers, and the howling of dogs. For 2 days food had been withheld from the beasts, though pieces of bloody flesh had been placed in their sight to increase their rage and hunger. At times such a storm of wild voices arose that the people, standing near the circus, could not hear one another's voices. The timid grew pale from fear. With the rising sun came other sounds from within the circus, loud yet peaceful, which were heard with astonishment by the outside listeners, who repeated among themselves, "The Christians! The Christians!" In fact many had been brought during the night to the amphitheatre, not all from one prison, as previously arranged, but a few from all. The crowd knew that the spectacles would continue for weeks and months, but they disputed among themselves whether the great number of Christians intended for today's game could be dispatched in a single day. Voices of men, women, and children, singing morning hymns, were so numerous, that the knowing ones maintained that even if 100 or 200 people were to be brought into the circus at one time, the beasts would become wearied, sated, and unable to tear them all to pieces before nightfall. Others affirmed that the great number of victims would distract attention, and would not yield proper enjoyment. As the moment approached for the opening of the corridors leading to the interior, the people, in a joyous and animated mood, fell to discussing 1,000 subjects concerning the spectacle. Parties were formed who took sides as to the relative strength of the lions or the tigers. Here and there bets were made. Others, however, turned their thoughts to the gladiators who had to appear in the arena in advance of the Christians. So other parties formed, some of whom favored the Samnites and others the Gauls, some the Mirmillions, others the Thracians. Still others preferred the net bearers. Early in the morning detachments of a greater or smaller number of gladiators, under the command of masters called lanistae, began to arrive at the amphitheatre. Not wishing to tire themselves out before the appointed time, they entered unarmed, frequently quite nude, often with green branches in their hands, or garlands of flowers on their heads, young and beautiful in the light of morning, and full of life. Their bodies, glistening from olive oil, were massive as if hewn out of marble. They were trained so as to please the people who were delighted with shapely forms. Many of them were known personally, and every moment cries resounded, "Greetings to thee, Furnius! Greeting to Leo! Greeting to Maximus! Greeting to thee, Diomed!" Young girls fixed upon them eyes full of love. The gladiators singled out the most beautiful, and replied to them jestingly as though no cares rested upon them, sending kisses and calling aloud, "Embrace me ere death embraces me!" after which they disappeared through the gates, whence many of them never returned. But new batches drew the attention of the crowds. Behind the gladiators came the Mastigophori, or men armed with lashes, whose occupation it was to whip and urge on the fighters. Then mules drew toward the side of the Spoliarum, long rows of wagons, upon which were piles of wooden coffins. People were elated by this sight, for the many coffins foreshadowed the great number of victims in the games. After these followed people whose occupation it was to kill the wounded in the arena. They were dressed so as to resemble Charon and Mercury. After these came people who kept order in the circus, and showed their seats to the spectators, and then came slaves used for carrying food and cooling drinks, and at last the pretorians, whom every Caesar had always on hand in the circus. At last the vomitoria were opened and the throngs rushed to the center. But the multitude was so great that it flowed in for hours. It was a wonder that the amphitheatre could hold such a countless throng. The roars of the wild beasts scenting the exhalations of humanity grew louder. The people, as they took their places, made an uproar like waves in a storm. Finally the prefect of the city arrived, surrounded by guards, and after him filed in an unbroken line of the litters of senators, consuls, pretorians, aediles, public and imperial officers, pretorians, elders and patricians, and fine ladies. Some litters were preceded by lictors, bearing axes in bundles of rods, others by crowds of slaves. The gilt gleamed in the sunlight, as did the red and white liveries, feathers, earrings, jewels, and the steel of the axes. From the audience loud shouts greeted the arrival of eminent personages. Small detachments of pretorians arrived from time to time. The priests of the various temples came later, followed by the Vestal Virgins, and preceded by lictors. And now the appearance of Caesar was the only thing wanted for the games to commence. Unwilling to annoy the audience by overmuch waiting, he arrived without delay, accompanied by Augusta and the Augustales. Petronius was among the latter. In his litter was Vinitius. The latter knew that Lygia was sick and unconscious, but all access to the prison during the latter days had been strictly forbidden. New guards had been substituted for the old, with strict orders not to speak to the jailers, nor to communicate the least information to such as called to inquire about the prisoners. Hence, he could not be sure that she was not among the victims destined for the first day of the spectacle. A sick, even an unconscious, woman could not be spared from the lions. The victims were to be sewed up in the skins of beasts and sent into the arena in crowds. No spectator could be sure that this or that person might not be among them. Nor could any one of them be recognized. The jailers and all the servants of the amphitheatre had been bribed, however. It had been arranged with the beast keepers that Lygia should be hidden in some dark corner of the amphitheatre, and at night delivered into the hands of a servant, who should take her at once to the Albanian hills. Petronius, admitted to the secret, advised Vinitius to go openly with him to the theatre, and after he had entered, to slip out and mix in with the crowd. Then he should hasten to the pit, and in order to avoid the possibility of a mistake, should point out Lygia to the guards. The guards admitted him through a small door, through which they themselves had emerged. One of them, Cyrus by name, led him at once to the Christians. On the way Cyrus said: "I know not, master, if thou wilt find whom thou art seeking. We inquired for a maiden named Lygia. Nobody gave us an answer. It may be they do not trust us." "Are there many of them?" asked Vinitius. "Yea, master, but a number must wait until to morrow." "Are there any sick among them?" "None who could not stand on their feet." With these words, Cyrus opened a door and entered into a spacious room, but low and dark. Gleams of light penetrated in it only through grated openings. At first Vinitius could see nothing. He heard only the murmur of voices and the shouts of people proceeding from the amphitheatre. But after his eyes had accustomed themselves to the darkness, he saw groups of strange beings in the guise of wolves and bears. They were Christians, sewed up in the skins of beasts. Some were standing, others on their knees prayed. Here and there, by the long hair which flowed over the skin, one might discern that the victim was a woman. Mothers, resembling wolves, carried in their arms children sewed up likewise in hairy covering. but from beneath the skins appeared bright faces, eyes which in the darkness beamed with delight or with fever. It was evident that one thought dominated the greater part of those people, a thought above all earthly considerations, so that, while still among the living, they were unmindful of all that happened around them, or that might befall them. Some of whom Vinitius inquired looked on him with staring eyes, as if newly awakened from sleep, and answered nothing. Others smiled at him, placing a finger to their lips, or pointing to the iron grating through which entered bright beams of light. Here and there children were crying, terrified by the roars of the wild beasts, the howling of the dogs, the uproar of the people and the likeness to wild beasts borne by their own parents. Vinitius, walking beside Syrus, scanned every face, searching, inquiring. At times he stumbled over the bodies of those who had fainted in the throng from the suffocating heat. He pushed on further into the dark depths of the room, which seemed to be as spacious as the whole amphitheatre. Suddenly he stopped. It seemed to him that near the grating he heard a voice known to him. Listening for a while, he turned, pushed through the crowd, and approached the sound. The dim rays of light fell on the head of the speaker, and Vinitius recognized, under the wolf's skin, the emaciated and inexorable face of Crispus.
"Mourn for your sins," cried Crispus, "for the hour is at hand. Those who think that death will ransom sins, commit a new sin, and will be cast into everlasting fire. By all the sins which ye have committed in life ye have renewed the suffering of the Lord. How dare ye, then, think that the life which awaits ye will ransom sin? Today the righteous and the sinner will die together, but the Lord will distinguish his own. Woe to you! The claws of the lions will rend your bodies, but not your sins, nor square your accounts with God. The Lord showed sufficient mercy when he permitted himself to be nailed to the cross, but from now on he will be only the judge, who will leave no sin unpunished nor in arrears. Moreover, whoever thinks that torture will blot out his sin, blasphemes against divine justice and only sinks deeper into sin. Mercy is at an end. The hour of God's wrath hath arrived. Soon ye will stand before the awful judge, before whom even the righteous can scarcely be justified. Bewail your sins, for the mouth of hell is open, and woe to you, husbands and wives! Woe to you, parents and children!"
Stretching out his bony hands, he shook them above the bent heads, unterrified and inexorable even in the presence of the death which in a little while all the condemned must meet. After he concluded voices were heard: "We bewail our sins." Then came silence, only broken by the crying of children, and the beating of hands against the breast. The blood of Vinitius curdled in his veins. He who had placed all his hope in the mercy of Christ, now heard that the day of wrath was at hand, and that mercy could not be obtained, even by death in the arena. Through his head flashed, quick as lightning, the thought that the Apostle Peter would have spoken otherwise to those about to die. Yet the terrible fanaticism of the words of Crispus, the dark room with its grating, beyond which lay the field of torture, the nearness of it all, and the crowd of victims already destined for death, filled his soul with terror. All these things taken together seemed to him terrible, 100-fold more horrible than the bloodiest battles in which he had ever taken part. The bad air and the heat stifled him. Cold perspiration bedewed his forehead. He feared lest he might faint like those upon whose bodies he had stumbled when beginning his search in the depths of the room. But when he remembered that at any moment the grating might be opened, he began to call aloud for Lygia and Ursus, in the hope that if not they, then some one of their acquaintance, might answer. And in fact, a man wrapped in a bear's skin, pulled him by his toga and said: "Lord, they remained behind in the prison. I was the last whom they led out, and I saw her lying sick on the couch." "Who art thou?" inquired Vinitius. "I am the quarryman in whose hut the Apostle baptized thee. They imprisoned me 3 days ago, and to day I die." Vinitius breathed more freely. When he entered, he had expected to find Lygia. But now he was ready to thank Christ that she was not there, and behold therein a sign of his mercy. Meanwhile the quarryman pulled his toga again and said: Dost thou remember, master, that I conducted thee to the vineyard of Cornelius, where the Apostle preached in the shed?" "I remember," answered Vinitius. "I saw him later on the day before they imprisoned me. He blessed me, and said that he would come to the amphitheatre to bless the perishing. I should like to look at him at the moment I die, and see the sign of the cross. It would then be easier for me to die. If thou knowest, master, where he is, tell me." Vinitius lowered his voice and said: "He is among the people of Petronius disguised as a slave. I know not where they have chosen their places, but I will return to the circus and see. Look thou at me. When ye enter into the arena, I will rise and turn my head toward the side where he is. Thou wilt find him with thy eyes." "I thank thee, master, and peace be with thee." "May the Redeemer be merciful to thee." "Amen." Vinitius went out and entered the amphitheatre, where he took his place near Petronius in the midst of the other Augustales. "Is she there?" asked Petronius. "She is not there, they left her in prison." "Hear what has occurred to me, but whilst thou art listening look at Nigidia, for example, so that it may appear as though we were talking of her headgear. Tigellinus and Chilo are watching us at this moment. Listen again. Let them put Lygia in a coffin, and carry her out of the prison as a corpse. Thou canst guess the rest." "Yes," answered Vinitius. Further conversation was interrupted by Tullius Senecio, who bending toward them asked: "Do you know whether they will arm the Christians?" "We do not know," answered Petronius. "I should wish that arms were given to them," said Tullius. "If not, the arena will soon become like a butcher's shambles. But what a splendid amphitheatre!" Truly the scene was magnificent. The lower seats, crowded with senators in their togas, were white as snow. In a gilded box sat Caesar, wearing a diamond collar and a golden wreath. At his side sat the beautiful but gloomy Augusta. Around him were vestal virgins, great officials, senators with embroidered mantles, officers of the army with glittering weapons. In a word, all there was in Rome of power, brilliancy, and wealth sat there. In the farther rows sat knights. Higher up was a sea of heads. These were the common people. Above them, from pillar to pillar, hung garlands made of roses, lilies, ivy, and grapevines. People talked aloud, called to one another, sang, and, at times, burst out in laughter at some jest sent from row to row, or stamped impatiently for the beginning of the spectacle. The stamping became uproarious at last. Then the prefect of the city, who, with a retinue of brilliant followers, had already ridden around the arena, gave the signal with a handkerchief. It was answered from the amphitheatre with exclamations of "Ah!" escaping from thousands of breasts. The games usually began with lions or other wild beasts pitted against various barbarians from the north and south. But this time beasts were not considered of sufficient account. The initial performance was given by gladiators called Andebates, that is, men wearing helmets without eye openings. Their name signified blindfolded. Scores of them entered the arena and together began to shake their swords in the air. The scourgers pushed them towards one another with long forks. The connoisseurs in the audience looked upon such proceeding with contempt, but the crowd was pleased with the quaint motions of the fencers. When the combatants happened to meet shoulder to shoulder, they laughed aloud, calling out: "To the right! To the left! Front!" This was frequently and intentionally done to mislead the opponents. However, a number of pairs closed in, and the fight grew bloody. Then the clutching combatants cast aside their shields, and extending their left hands to one another, so as not to be separated again, they fought to the death. Whoever fell raised his fingers, a sign that he begged for mercy. But at the beginning of the spectacle, the audience usually demanded death for the wounded, especially for those who were blindfolded, and who were comparatively unknown to them. The number of the combatants was slowly reduced. When at last only two remained and were pushed together so that they should meet each other, both fell on the sand and stabbed each other reciprocally. Then amid cries of "It is finished!" slaves removed the corpses, while boys raked away the blood stained sand in the arena and spread it over with crocus leaves. A more important fight which was to follow aroused the attention not only of the rabble, but also of the better class of connoisseurs. Young patricians offered enormous bets, many risking all they had. From hand to hand were passed tablets upon which were written the names of the favorites, and also the amount of sesterces which each bet on his choice. The established champions, who had already won their laurels, found most backers, but there were among the bettors many who posted considerable sums on new and unknown gladiators, hoping to win immense sums in case of success. All bet, even Caesar himself. The priests, Vestal Virgins, senators, knights and the people bet. Some of the crowd who had no money, often wagered their own freedom. Then they waited with agonized anxiety upon the issue of the fight, more than one loudly appealing for the protection of his favorite. When the shrill voice of the trumpets was heard, silence reigned in the amphitheatre. Thousands of eyes turned towards the great bolts, which a man approached dressed like Charon. Amid general silence, he knocked thrice upon the door with a hammer, as if calling to death those who were hid behind them. Then the two halves of the gate opened slowly, revealing a black gully whence the gladiators poured out into the bright arena. They came in divisions of 25, Thracians, Mirmillions, Samnites, Gauls, all heavily armed. In their rear followed the net bearers, holding in one hand a net and in the other a trident. At sight of them, applause broke out here and there on the benches, to change speedily into an immense continuous storm. From top to bottom, flushed faces were seen and clapping hands and open mouths, whence issued loud shouts. The gladiators paraded the entire arena with even wiry steps, their rich gilt weapons glittering in the sun. Before Caesar's box they halted, proud, calm and brilliant. The shrill clamor of a horn silenced the applause. The combatants, lifting their right hands, and turning their heads and eyes towards Caesar, chanted in a monotonous sing song: "Hail Caesar, the Emperor! We who are about to die, salute thee!" Then they separated quickly, each occupying the place assigned to him in the arena. They were to fall on one another in whole sections. But at first the most renowned combatants were permitted to engage in single combats, wherein strength, dexterity and courage were best exhibited. From amongst the Gauls, appeared a champion, well known to frequenters of the amphitheatre under the name of Butcher. He had been a victor in many games. With a huge helmet on his head and a coat of mail fastened in front of his powerful breast, and behind, he looked in the golden light of the arena like a giant gold beetle. The equally powerful net bearer Calendio appeared against him. The spectators began to bet. 500 sesterces on the Gaul!" 500 on Calendio!" "By Hercules, 1,000! 2,000!" Meanwhile the Gaul had reached the center of the arena. He slowly backed away, a pointed sword in his hand. Lowering his head, he carefully watched his opponent through the opening of his visor. The light and well formed net bearer, naked save for a belt around his loins, circled nimbly around his antagonist, waving his net gracefully, lowering or raising his trident, and singing the customary song of the net bearer: "I do not seek thee, I seek a fish. Why dost thou flee from me, oh Gaul?" But the Gaul was not fleeing. He soon stopped, and standing in one place, began to turn slowly so as to keep his enemy always in sight. In his form and enormous head was now something terrible. The spectators fully understood that the heavy man encased in bronze was preparing for a sudden leap which would decide the battle. The net bearer, meanwhile, sprang up to him, then sprang back, handling his trident so dexterously that the spectators could with difficulty follow his motions. The sound of the trident's teeth striking the shield was repeatedly heard. Yet the Gaul did not quail, thus demonstrating gigantic strength. All his attention seemed to be concentrated, not on the trident, but on the net continually circling above his head like a bird of ill omen. The spectators held their breath as they followed the masterly play of the gladiators. The Butcher bided his time, then rushed upon his enemy. The latter, with equal speed, shot past his sword, raised his arms, straightened himself and threw the net. The Gaul, turning where he stood, caught the net on his shield. Then both sprang aside. From the amphitheatre thundered the shouts of "Macte!" On the lower rows new bets were made. Caesar himself, who, from the beginning, had been talking to the Vestal Virgin, Rubria, and up to this time had paid little attention, now turned his head towards the arena. Now they began to struggle again, with such uniformity and precision, that it seemed as though they cared not for life or death, but only for the exhibition of their skill. The Butcher escaped twice more from the net, and again retreated towards the border of the arena. Then those who had bet against him, not wishing him to rest, began to shout, "Attack!" The Gaul obeyed and attacked. The net bearer's arm was suddenly covered with blood and his net dropped. The Gaul gathered up all his strength and leaped forward to deliver the finishing stroke. But at that instant Calendio, who had intentionally made it appear as though he could no longer manage the net, bent aside, thus evading the thrust and ran his trident between the knees of his opponent, bringing him down. The Butcher strove to rise, but in the twinkling of an eye, the fatal meshes closed over him, and with every motion he entangled still more his powerful hands and legs. Repeated stabs of the trident pinned him to the ground. Once more he raised himself by his arm, and endeavored to rise, but in vain. Lifting to his head his weakened hand, which could no longer hold the sword, he fell on his back. Calendio pressed his neck down to the ground with the teeth of his fork, and leaning with both hands on its hilt, turned towards Caesar's box. The whole circus trembled with the applause and the roar of the people. Those who had bet on Calendio held him, at that moment, greater than Caesar himself. But this fact banished all hatred towards the Gaul, for at the cost of his own blood their purses were to be filled. The wishes of the people were divided. On all the benches signs were shown, half of them were for death and half for mercy. But the net bearer only looked to where sat Caesar and the Vestals, waiting for their decision. Unfortunately, Nero hated the Butcher, for at the last game before the fire he had bet against him with Licinius and lost a considerable sum. He therefore stretched out his hand and turned down his thumb. The Vestals repeated the sign at once. Calendio knelt on the breast of the Gaul, pulled out a short knife from his belt, drew aside the armor around the neck of his opponent, and ran the three-edged knife into his throat up to the hilt. "It is finished!" resounded from all sides of the amphitheatre. The Butcher quivered for a moment like a stabbed ox, dug the sand with his feet, stretched, and ceased to move. There was no need for Mercury to try with a heated iron if he were yet alive. He was disentangled from the net. Other couples appeared. After them, whole detachments fought in battles. The audience took part in them with soul, heart, and eyes. Howlings, roarings, whistlings, applause, and laughter urged on the combatants to madness. On the arena the gladiators, dividing into two companies, fought with the fury of wild beasts. Breast struck breast, bodies were intertwined in deadly embrace, strong limbs cracked in their sockets. Swords were driven into breasts and stomachs. Pale lips spat blood upon the sand. Many novices were seized with sudden fear, so that they fled away from the confusion, but the scourgers drove them back again with lead-tipped lashes. On the sand formed great dark spots. An increasing number of dead, naked, and armed bodies lay stretched out like sheaves of corn, whereon the living still kept up the fight. They stumbled against armor and shields, cut their feet with the broken blades of weapons, and fell. The crowd lost its self-possession in pure delight. Intoxicated with death, they sated their eyes with the sight of it, and drew into their lungs its exhalations with delight. Of the conquered, almost all lay dead. A mere handful of the wounded knelt in the middle of the arena, and tremblingly stretched out their hands to the audience, praying for mercy. The victors were rewarded with wreaths and olive branches. A moment of rest followed, which at the command of the all-powerful Caesar changed into a feast. Perfumes were burned in vases. Sprinklers sprayed upon the people saffron and violet water. Cooling refreshments were brought, roasted meat, sweet cakes, olives, and fruit. The people ate, talked, and shouted in honor of Caesar, to incline him to greater liberality. Then, when they had appeased their hunger and quenched their thirst, hundreds of slaves brought baskets full of gifts, from which boys, dressed as cupids, took various things in both hands and threw them among the people. With the appearance of lottery tickets in the distribution, a scuffle began. People pushed, upset, and trampled on one another. They cried for help, jumped over rows of seats, stifled one another in the terrible throng. for whoever captured a lucky number might win a house and garden, a slave, a fine habit, or a wild beast, which he could afterwards sell to the amphitheatre. This was the frequent cause of disorders so great that very often the pretorians were obliged to interfere and restore order. After each distribution, people were carried out with broken limbs, and some were trampled to death in the crowd. But the rich took no part in the scramble for lottery tickets. The Augustales now amused themselves with the sight of Chilo, making vain efforts to show that he could look on fighting and bloodshed as undisturbed as anybody. From the beginning, the unfortunate Greek had begun to wrinkle his brow, bite his lips, and squeeze his fists so that the nails entered his flesh. His Greek nature and his personal cowardice equally unfitted him to bear such a sight. His face paled, his brows were covered with drops of perspiration, his lips became blue, his eyes sunk, his teeth chattered, and his body trembled. At the end of the fight he recovered somewhat, but when they showered jests upon him, he was seized with sudden anger, and defended himself desperately. "Ha, Greek! The sight of the tearing of human skin was unbearable," said Vinitius, pulling him by the beard. Chilo exposed his last two yellow teeth, and snarled out: "As my father was not a shoemaker, I cannot mend it." "Well done! He had hit it!" answered several voices, but others continued the rallying. "It is not his fault that instead of a heart he has a piece of cheese in his breast," cried Senecio. "Neither is it thy fault that instead of a head thou hast a bladder," answered Chilo. "Perchance thou wilt become a gladiator. Thou wouldst look well with a net in the arena." "Should I happen to catch thee with it, I should catch stinking carrion." "And how would it fare with the Christians?" asked Festus of Liguria. "Wouldst thou not like to be a dog, so that thou mightest bite them?" "I would not wish to be thy brother." "Thou Maeotian copper nose!" "Thou Ligurian mule!" "Evidently thy skin is itching, but I do not advise thee to ask me to scratch it." "Scratch thyself. If thou scratch thy pimple, thou wilt destroy the best in thee." In such fashion they attacked him, and thus he defended himself viciously, amid general laughter. Caesar, clapping his hands, repeated "Good!" and urged them on. Then Petronius approached. Touching the Greek's side with his ivory cane, he said: "'Tis well, philosopher, but in one thing only thou errest. The gods made thee a pickpocket, but thou hast become a demon, and therefore thou canst not bear it." The old man gazed at him with his reddened eyes. This time he was not ready with an insulting reply. After a silence, he said, lamely enough: "I shall endure." Meanwhile, the trumpets announced the end of the intermission. The people began to leave the passage where they had assembled to stretch out their limbs and hold converse. A general movement began, with the wonted dispute about seats previously occupied. Senators and patricians hurried to their places. The noise ceased at last, and the amphitheatre returned to order. On the arena was a crowd of people engaged in digging out here and there lumps composed of sand and blood. The turn of the Christians arrived. This was quite a new spectacle to the people. No one could foresee how they would comport themselves. All awaited them with a certain curiosity, expectant of something unusual. So here were the incendiaries of Rome, the destroyers of its ancient treasures. They had drunk the blood of infants and poisoned the waters. They had cursed the whole human race, and committed the most heinous atrocities. The greatest punishments were not great enough for their crimes. What the people feared was that the tortures provided for the Christians might fall below the enormity of their guilt. Meanwhile the sun had risen high, and its rays, passing through the purple awning, filled the amphitheatre with a bloody light. The sand assumed a fiery color. There was something terrible in those gleams of light, in the inflamed faces of the people, and in the very arena, empty now, but soon to be crowded with people and savage beasts. Death and terror pervaded the air. The throng, usually joyous, grew sullen under the influence of their hate. Their faces wore angry expressions. The prefect gave a sign. Charon, he who had summoned the gladiators to death, reappeared, and, walking with steady steps around the arena, amid perfect silence, struck 3 times with a hammer on the door. Throughout the amphitheatre ran a deep murmur. "The Christians! The Christians!" The iron gratings creaked. From the dark openings came the usual cry of the scourgers: "To the sand!" The next moment the arena was peopled with satyr like groups, covered with skins. All ran quickly, feverishly, and when they reached the middle of the circus, fell on their knees together and raised their hands. The people, conceiving this to be a prayer for pity, began to stamp, whistle, and throw empty wine vessels and clean picked bones, vociferating "The beasts! The beasts!" Then an unexpected thing happened. From the midst of the shaggy group, voices were heard in song. For the first time in the Roman circus, the hymn arose: Christus regnat, Christ reigns. Astonishment fell upon the people. The victims sang with eyes raised to the awning. The spectators saw pale faces full of ecstasy. It was plain enough now that these people were not craving mercy. Apparently they saw neither the circus nor the people, neither the Senate nor Caesar. "Christ reigns!" sounded louder, and the spectators all the way to the topmost rows inquired of themselves: "What is going on, and who is that Christus who reigns, as is asserted by these people about to die?" Meanwhile, another grating opened. Into the arena rushed dogs, madly barking, great packs of dogs; huge yellow Molossians from the Peloponnesus, pied dogs from the Pyrenees, and wolf like dogs from Ireland, all purposely famished. Lean, with bloodshot eyes, their barks and howls filled the amphitheatre. The Christians, having finished their songs, remained on their knees, motionless as statues of stone, only repeating with doleful intonation: "For Christ! For Christ!" The dogs scented human beings beneath the animal skins. Surprised at their silence, however, they did not venture at first to throw themselves on the martyrs. Some leaned against the walls of the boxes, as though they intended to go among the spectators. Others ran around barking furiously, as if chasing some invisible enemy. The people were angry. A thousand voices shrieked, some roaring like beasts, others barking, others urging on the dogs in various languages. The maddened dogs would run against the kneeling Christians, only to draw back again, gnashing their teeth. Finally, one of the Molossians drove his fangs into the skin covered shoulder of a woman kneeling in front and dragged her under him. At this a number of dogs threw themselves upon the Christians. The mob ceased its tumult to observe the better. Amid the canine howling and snarling the plaintive voices of men and women crying, "For Christ! For Christ!" were still audible. The arena was now a quivering mass of dogs and people. Blood streamed from the torn bodies. Dogs snatched from one another bloody members of the human body. The odor of blood and torn entrails was stronger than the Arabian perfumes, and filled the whole circus. At last, only here and there were to be seen a few kneeling forms. But even these soon changed into squirming masses. Vinitius, at the first entry of the Christians, had arisen and turned his head, according to his agreement with the quarryman, to that side where Peter sat among Petronius's people. He now sat gazing with glassy eyes at the awful spectacle. At first he feared that the quarryman might have been mistaken, and that Lygia might be among the victims. This thought benumbed his heart. But when he heard the voices crying, "For Christ!" when he witnessed the torture of so many victims who, dying, acknowledged their faith and their God, he could not drive back other feelings which pierced him with the most poignant agony. If Christ himself had died in torture, if thousands were following him, if a sea of blood was to be poured out, what mattered one little drop more? Would it not be almost a sin to ask for mercy? That thought came to him from the arena, pervaded with the groans of the dying and the odor of their blood. None the less he prayed on and repeated through his parched lips: "O Christ! O Christ! Thy apostle hath prayed for her." Then he forgot himself, and lost consciousness of his surroundings. It seemed to him only that the blood on the arena was rising, and would soon overflow the whole city of Rome. He was deaf now to everything, to the howling of the dogs, the clamor of the people, and the voices of the Augustales, who suddenly called out: "Chilo has fainted!" "Chilo has fainted," repeated Petronius, turning towards the place where the Greek sat. He really had fainted. He sat there, as white as a sheet, his head thrown backwards, his mouth wide open, in corpse like immobility. At that very moment new victims sewed up in skins were being driven into the arena. They knelt immediately, in the same manner as their predecessors. but the worn out dogs were loath to rend them. Only a few threw themselves on those kneeling near by. Others lay down, and opening their bloody jaws, scratched their sides and yawned wearily. The audience, restless in soul, but drunk and maddened with blood, began shouting with shrill voices: "Lions! Lions! Let loose the lions!" The lions had been destined for the following day, but in the amphitheatre the people's will was paramount even over Caesar's. Caligula alone, arrogant and fickle minded, dared to oppose them. There were times when he gave orders to beat the crowd with sticks, but even he was often obliged to give way. Nero, however, to whom applause was dearer than anything else in the world, never opposed them. This time he was more lenient than ever, because he wished to appease the angry crowd, and lay upon the Christians the blame for the conflagration. Therefore he gave the signal for the opening of the lions' dens, an act which calmed the people immediately. The creaking of the gates was heard. The dogs, at sight of the lions, huddled together, whimpering, on the opposite side of the ring. The lions stalked into the arena, one after another. They were tawny monsters, with shaggy heads. Even Caesar turned towards them his weary face, and placed the emerald to his eye to see better. The Augustales greeted them with applause. The crowd counted them on their fingers, eager at the same time to note the impression which the lions would make on the Christians, who, kneeling in the centre, again repeated the words: "For Christ! For Christ!" But the lions, though hungry, did not hasten towards the victims. The red gleam on the arena had dazzled them, so that they half closed their eyes. Some stretched their yellow bodies lazily, others opened their jaws and yawned, as if to show the spectators their terrible teeth. But soon the odor of blood and the torn bodies, a number of which still lay on the arena, appealed to them. They became restless, their manes rose, their nostrils drew in the air with a snort. One of them made a sudden dash on the body of a woman with a torn face. Lying with his forepaws on the body, he licked the coagulated blood with his rough tongue. Another approached a Christian holding in his arms a child sewed up in a fawn's skin. The child shivered and wept, convulsively embracing his father's neck, who, wishing to prolong the infant's life, if only for a moment, endeavored to tear it away so that he might hand it over to those kneeling farther on. The noise and movement excited the lion. He emitted a short, sharp roar, killed the child with one blow of his paw, caught the father's head between his jaws, and crushed it in the twinkling of an eye. This was the signal for all the other lions to fall upon the Christians. Some women could not restrain cries of terror. The cries were drowned in the applause. This soon ceased. The desire to see overcame everything else. Then began terrible scenes. Heads disappeared entirely in the lions' jaws, breasts were opened by one blow of the paw. Hearts and lungs were dragged out. The crunching of bones was heard under the fangs of the lions, who, seizing the victims by the sides or back, ran around with mad leaps, as though in search of hiding places wherein to devour them undisturbed. Other lions fought together. Rearing on their hind legs, clasped one another with their paws like wrestlers, filling the amphitheatre with thunderous roars. Some of the audience stood up, others left their seats to reach the lower parts of the rows for a closer view. Many were crowded to death. It seemed as though the excited spectators would end by throwing themselves into the arena, to join the lions in tearing the Christians. At times unearthly noises were heard, at others applause. Then came roaring and rumbling, the gnashing of teeth, the howling of the Molossian dogs, and at intervals only the groaning of the martyrs could be heard. Caesar, holding the emerald to his eye, renewed his attention. Petronius assumed an expression of disgust and contempt. Chilo had already been borne out of the circus. Fresh victims were driven into the pit. From the upper tier of seats the Apostle Peter looked on. No one saw him, for all had their heads turned towards the arena. He rose to his feet, and as once before, in the vineyard of Cornelius, he had blessed for death and eternity the hunted fugitives, so now he blessed with the sign of the cross those who were in the clutches of the wild beasts, blessed their blood, their torture, their dead bodies changed into shapeless lumps, their souls flying upward from the blood-soaked sand. Some of the martyrs raised their eyes to him. Their faces brightened up with a smile as they caught sight of the sign of the cross high above them. But Peter's heart was torn as he cried out:
"O Lord, thy will be done! For thy glory, for the testimony of the truth, these my sheep are perishing. Thou hast commanded me to feed them. For this reason I give them to thee, yea, to thee. Count them, O Lord. Take them, heal their wounds, assuage their pain. Let their recompense be far greater than their torture."
And he blessed one after another, group after group, with loving compassion, as of a father surrendering his own children into the hands of Christ. Then Caesar, spurred by madness or the desire that the spectacle should surpass all others ever seen in Rome, whispered a few words to the prefect of the city, who thereupon left Caesar's box and went at once to the dens. Even the populace were astonished when next moment they heard again the sound of the opening of the gates, and now all kinds of wild beasts were let out: tigers from the banks of the Euphrates, panthers from Numidia, bears, wolves, hyenas and jackals. The whole arena seemed turned into moving billows of striped, yellow, fallow, black, brown and spotted skins. Then followed confusion, in which the eye could distinguish nothing save the horrible turning and twisting of the backs of the wild beasts. The spectacle lost the aspect of reality, and turned into an orgy of blood, a terrible dream, a prodigious panorama of bewildered fancy. All records were surpassed. Above the roars and howlings and yells rose, shrill and piercing, the hysteric laughter of women, whose nerves had given way under the strain. The people were horrified. Their faces grew dark, and voices were heard saying, "Enough! Enough!" But it was easier to let loose the beasts than to beat them back. Caesar, however, found a means of clearing the arena, and starting a new amusement for the people. In all sections, in the midst of the benches, appeared detachments of black Numidians, adorned with feathers and earrings, with bows in their hands. The people guessed what was coming, and greeted the archers with a shout of satisfaction. The Numidians approached the circle, adjusted their arrows to the strings, and shot them into the crowd of beasts. That was indeed a new spectacle. Their shapely black bodies bending backwards, stretched the elastic bows and dispatched shaft after shaft. The snapping of the strings and the whistling of the feathery darts mingled with the howling of the wild beasts, and the shouts of admiration from the spectators. Wolves, bears, panthers, and such of the martyrs as were still living, fell side by side. Here and there a lion, feeling a dart in his side, turned suddenly, with mouth wrinkled from rage, trying to snatch and break the shaft. Other lions groaned from pain. The smaller beasts, panic stricken, ran aimlessly around the arena, or thrust their heads between the gratings. Meanwhile the arrows whizzed on, till every living thing went down in the last agony of death. Then hundreds of slaves streamed into the arena, armed with spades, shovels, brooms, wheelbarrows, baskets for carrying out entrails, and sacks of sand, crowd after crowd of them, and over the whole circle there was a seething, fever like activity. The space was soon cleared of corpses, blood and refuse, was dug over, made even, and spread with thick layers of new sand. Cupids ran in, scattering rose leaves, lilies and various other flowers. The censers were lighted again, and the awning was removed, for the sun was now sinking. The crowd looked at one another with surprise, asking what new spectacle was still in store for them. And indeed it was a spectacle which none had expected. Caesar, who some time before had left his box, appeared suddenly on the flower strewn arena, arrayed in a golden mantle and crowned with a golden wreath. He was followed by 12 choristers, with lutes in their hands. In his own hand he held a silver lute. Advancing with solemn step to the center, he bowed his head several times, raised his eyes toward the sky, and remained in that posture for a while, as though waiting for inspiration. Then he struck the strings and began to sing. 1. O radiant son of Leto, ruler of Tenedos, Chios, and Chrysos, art thou he who guards over the sacred city of Ilion? Couldst thou yield to Achaean anger to bespatter the sacred altars, burning continually in thy worship with Trojan blood? The aged raise trembling hands to thee. 2. O thou silver-bowed, far-reaching archer! To thee mothers from the depths of their bosoms lift up tearful voices to have pity on their children. Complaints that would move a stone.
But thou wert less feeling than a stone, O Smintheus, to the people's woes."
The song passed gradually into a plaintive recital full of pain and doleful as an elegy. Silence reigned in the circus. After a while Caesar himself was touched and he resumed his song. 3.
"Thou art able with thy divine sounds to silence the lament of the heart, when the eye is yet today filled with tears as a rose with dew. At the doleful sounds of thy songs, who can rescue from dust and ashes the conflagration and calamity of that day? Smintheus, where wert thou then?"
His voice quivered and his eyes moistened. On the eyelids of the Vestals tears appeared. The people listened in silence, which was followed by prolonged applause. Meanwhile, from the outside, through the opening of the dens, were heard the creaking of the wheels upon which the bleeding parts of the Christians — men, women, and children — were to be taken to the dreadful places known as the Putrid Pits. The Apostle Peter seized his white, trembling head with both hands, and groaned in spirit.
"Lord, Lord," he cried, "to whom hast thou given dominion over the world? Why wilt thou establish thy capital in this place?"
End of Part 3, Chapter 13. Part 3, Chapter 14 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyan and Malevski. Part 3, Chapter 14. Meanwhile the sun descended towards its setting, appearing to melt in the red of the evening. The spectacle was at an end. The crowd began to quit the amphitheatre for the city, through the gates called Vomitoria. The Augustales were the only ones who tarried. They remained for the sea like crowd to pass. A large number of them left their seats and proceeded to the box where Caesar showed himself anew, eager for their praises. The public had not applauded him immediately after the termination of his song as much as he had expected. This was not enough for him. He had expected enthusiasm bordering on frenzy. Vainly now did hymns of praise sound in his ears. The Vestals kissed his divine hand in vain, while Rubria bowed so low that her red hair touched his breast. Nero was not satisfied, and could not hide his chagrin. He was both astonished and disquieted because Petronius kept silent. Praises or favorable criticism from his mouth would have afforded great comfort at that moment. Finally, unable to restrain himself, Caesar beckoned to him and said: "Tell me." Petronius answered calmly: "I am silent because I can find no words. Thou hast surpassed thyself." "So it seemed to me, but that crowd of people—" "Canst thou expect mongrels to be judges of poetry?" "But thou also hast noticed that they did not thank me as much as I deserved." "Because thou hast chosen a bad moment." "Why?" "When their brains were affected by the odor of blood and they were unable to listen attentively." Nero clenched his fists and answered: "Ah, those Christians, they burned Rome and hurt me now. What new punishment should I devise for them?" Petronius perceived that he had taken the wrong track, and that his words had produced an effect opposite to his intentions. In order to divert Caesar's mind into another channel, he bent to him and whispered: "Thy song is wonderful, but I will venture one remark. In the fourth line of the third strophe the meter left something to be desired." Nero, blushing with shame, as though he had been caught in an infamous act, looked alarmed, and answered, also in a whisper: "Thou observest everything. I know. I will write it again. But has any one else noticed it? No? I command thee to tell it to nobody, if life is dear to thee." Upon this Petronius furrowed his brow and answered as though he were vexed and disaffected: "Thou mayest, oh divinity, condemn me to death if I deceive thee, but do not terrify me. The gods know best if I fear thee." Saying this he looked straight into Caesar's eyes, who, after a while, returned: "Be not angry, thou knowest I love thee." "A bad sign," thought Petronius.
"I wish to invite thee today to a feast," continued Nero, "but I wish first to lock myself in and polish the cursed fourth line of the third strophe. Seneca, and perchance Secundus Carinus, may have noticed it as well as thou, but I shall quickly rid myself of both." He summoned Seneca and informed him that he would be sent with Acritus and Secundus Carinus to Italy, and to other provinces for money, which he was to draw from cities, villages, and famous sanctuaries. In a word, he was to get money wherever it could be obtained and by whatever means. Seneca, understanding that Caesar entrusted him with a work of plunder, sacrilege, and murder, refused flatly. "Lord," he said, "I must go to the country and there await death, for my years are many and my nerves are shattered." Seneca's Iberian nerves were stronger than those of Chilo, and were hardly shattered, perhaps, but in general his health was poor. He looked like a shadow, and his hair had lately grown entirely white. Nero, looking at him, thought that he would not have to wait long for his death, and said: "If thou art really ill I do not wish to expose thee to the perils of the journey, but because of my love for thee I wish to have thee within call. Therefore instead of going to the country, thou wilt stay in thine own house and not leave it." He laughed and added: "If I send Acritus and Carinus alone, 'twill be like sending wolves after sheep. Whom shall I place above them?" "Put me above them," said Domitius Afer. "No, I do not wish to bring upon Rome the wrath of Mercury, whom ye would shame with your thievery. I need a Stoic like Seneca, or like my new friend, the philosopher Chilo." Here Nero looked around and asked: "What has happened to Chilo?" Chilo, who had come to his senses in the open air and had returned to the amphitheatre to hear Caesar's song, approached and said: "Here I am, oh radiant offspring of the sun and moon. I was ill, but thy song cured me." "I will send thee to Achaea," said Nero. "Doubtless thou knowest to a copper the amount in each temple." "So be it, Zeus. The gods will grant thee tribute greater than they have ever given before." "I would, but I do not wish to deprive thee of the sight of the games." "Oh, Baal!" said Chilo. The Augustale, overjoyed at Caesar's return to good humor, laughed and exclaimed: "No, Lord, deprive not this brave Greek of the sight of the games." "But preserve me, oh Lord, from the sight of these strident geese of the Capitol whose brains all put together would not fill a nutshell," retorted Chilo. "Oh, firstborn of Apollo, I am composing a Greek hymn in thy honor, and I would fain spend a few days in the temples of the Muses to beg for inspiration." "Nay," exclaimed Nero, "thou desirest to escape the next games. That will not do." "I swear, Lord, that I am composing a hymn." "Thou canst write it at night. Beseech Diana for inspiration, she is Apollo's sister." Chilo bowed his head. He gazed angrily around, while all again burst into laughter. Caesar addressed himself to Senecio and Suilius Nerolinus. "Just think, that of the Christians allotted for to day we have hardly disposed of half." Hearing this, old Aquilus Regulus, who was a great critic of all things pertaining to the amphitheatre, bethought himself for a time and said: "Spectacles in which the performers appear unarmed and without skill endure almost as long as the others and are less interesting." "I shall command that the rest of the Christians be armed," replied Nero. But the superstitious Vestinius, suddenly rousing himself from a reverie, inquired in a mysterious voice: "Have ye taken notice that, dying, these people see something? They gaze upward, and one would say that they perish without suffering. Surely they see something." He raised his eyes towards the opening of the amphitheatre, over which night had spread its star strewn curtain. But others laughed and jested at the thought of what the Christians might see at the point of death. Then Caesar gave a signal to the torch bearers and left the circus. After him followed officials, vestals, senators, and Augustales. It was a bright, warm night. In front of the circus were crowds of people who had remained to witness Caesar's departure. All were morose and silent. Occasional applause was heard, but it ceased immediately. Creaking carts, laden with the bloody remains of Christians, issued from the gates. Petronius and Vinitius made their way homeward in silence.
Only when approaching his villa did Petronius inquire:
"Hast thou thought over what I said to thee?"
"Yes," replied Vinitius.
"Dost thou understand that for me also this is an affair of the greatest moment? I must free her in spite of Caesar and Tigellinus. 'Tis a battle wherein I must conquer, a game which I must win even at the price of my life. This day has only strengthened my resolve."
"May Christ reward thee."
"Thou wilt see."
They had now reached the door of the villa. As they left the litter a dark figure confronted them asking: "Is this the noble Vinitius?" "Yes," answered the Tribune. "What is thy wish?" "I am Nazarius, the son of Miriam, come from the prison to bring thee news of Lygia." Vinitius laid his hand on the young man's arm. He looked in his eyes by the gleam of the torch, powerless to speak a word. Nazarius guessed the question dying upon his lips, and made answer: "She is still alive. Ursus sent me to thee, master, to tell thee that she prays in her fever, and repeats thy name." "Praise be to Christ who may return her to me," exclaimed Vinitius. Then he led Nazarius to the library. Soon Petronius entered also to take part in the conversation. "Her illness saved her from dishonor because the executioners were afraid," said the boy. "Ursus and Glaucus watch over her day and night." "Are the guards the same?" "Yes, master, and she is in their room. All the prisoners in the lower dungeon died of fever, or were suffocated by the foul air."
"Who art thou?"
asked Petronius. "The noble Vinitius knows me. I am the son of the widow with whom Lygia lived."
"Art thou a Christian also?"
The boy cast an inquiring glance at Vinitius. Seeing that he was praying, he lifted his head and answered: "Yea, master."
"How is it that thou art allowed free access to the prison?"
"I was engaged, master, to carry out the bodies of the dead. I hired myself with a view of aiding my brethren and bringing them news from the city." Petronius carefully scrutinized the handsome face of the boy, his blue eyes and dark hair. Finally he asked:
"Where art thou from, my lad?"
"I am a Galilean, master."
"Wouldst thou like to see Lygia free?"
The boy raised his eyes. "Even if I died the next moment." Vinitius finished his prayer and said: "Tell the guards to place her in a coffin as if dead. Thou wilt seek some helpers to bear her out in the night with thee. Near the Putrid Pits thou wilt find men waiting with a litter. Give them the coffin. Tell the guards I promise them as much gold as each can carry in his mantle." As he spoke, his face lost its usual pallor, and the soldier awoke in him, to whom hope brought courage. Nazarius, overjoyed, raised his hands with the cry: "May Christ restore her health, for she will be free."
"Dost thou believe that the guards will consent?" asked Petronius.
"Yes, master, if they knew that they would not meet with punishment and torture." "True," said Vinitius, "the guards would even consent to her flight, all the more will they let us carry her out as a corpse." "There is a man," said Nazarius, "who discovers by means of a red hot iron whether the bodies that we remove are really lifeless. But he will take a few sesterces not to touch the face of the dead. For one gold piece he would touch the coffin and not the body."
"Tell him that he will get a bagful of gold pieces," said Petronius. "But canst thou find trustworthy helpers?"
"I can find men who, for money, would sell their own wives and children."
"Where wilt thou find them?"
"In the prison itself or outside of it. Once the guards are bribed, they will admit any one I wish." "Then take me in the guise of a servant," said Vinitius. But Petronius dissuaded him from this course. The pretorians might recognize him even in disguise, and this would bring failure upon the enterprise.
"Go neither to the prison nor to the Putrid Pits," he said. "It is necessary that all, including Caesar and Tigellinus, should be convinced that she had really died. Otherwise they would order immediate pursuit. We can allay suspicion only by staying in Rome, while she is being removed to the Alban Hills, or even farther, to Sicily. A week or two later thou wilt fall sick and summon Nero's physician, who will prescribe for thee the mountain air. There thou wilt join her, and afterwards." He mused a little, then, waving his hand, he continued: "Afterwards the times may change." "May Christ have mercy on her," said Vinitius. "Thou speakest of Sicily, while she is ill and may die." "We can keep her nearer at first. The air alone will cure her, if we could but get her out of prison. Is there no one in the mountains whom thou canst trust?" "Yes," replied Vinitius, "not far from Corioli is a trustworthy man who used to carry me in his arms when I was a mere child, and who loves me still." Petronius handed him some tablets. Write him to come here to morrow. I will send a messenger at once." Then he summoned the chief of the hall, and gave him the necessary orders. A few moments later a mounted slave left for Corioli. "I should like," said Vinitius, "that Ursus should accompany her on her journey. I should feel safer." "Master," said Nazarius, "he is a man of superhuman strength. He will break the grating and follow her. There is one window in a high, perpendicular wall, where no guard is stationed. I will bring a rope to Ursus and he will do the rest." "By Hercules!" exclaimed Petronius, "let him break from the prison as he pleases, but not at the same time with her, nor within 2 or 3 days after, for they would follow him and discover her hiding place. By Hercules, do ye wish us all to perish with her? I forbid you to name Corioli to him, or I will wash my hands of the whole affair." The others silently acknowledged the prudence of his remarks. Nazarius prepared to take leave of them, promising to come back the next morning at dawn. He hoped to strike a bargain with the guards that night, but he wished first to see his mother, who, on account of the terrible times, was very anxious about him. After some reflection he resolved not to seek an assistant in the city, but to bribe one of his comrades among the corpse bearers. Before leaving, he took Vinitius aside and whispered: "Master, I will mention our plan to no one, not even to my mother; but Peter the Apostle promised to come to our house from the amphitheatre, and to him I will tell everything." "In this house thou canst speak openly," said Vinitius. "The Apostle Peter was in the amphitheatre with the people of Petronius. But stay, I myself will go with thee." He ordered a slave to bring him a mantle, and they went out. Petronius drew a deep breath. "I hoped that she would die of the fever," he thought, "since that would be less terrible for Vinitius. But now I am ready to offer a golden tripod to Aesculapius for her restoration to health. Ah, Bronzebeard, thou wishest to make a show of the agony of a lover. Thou, Augusta, wert jealous of the beauty of this girl, and now thou wouldst destroy her because thy Rufius has perished. Thou, Tigellinus, wouldst ruin her to spite me. We shall see. I tell ye that your eyes shall not behold her in the arena, because either she will die a natural death, or I shall rescue her from you. And I shall rescue her in such a way that ye will not know it, and then, whenever I look at ye afterwards I shall think, these are the fools whom Petronius outwitted." And satisfied with himself he went into the dining room, where he sat down to supper with Eunice. A reader read to them meanwhile the bucolics of Theocritus. The wind drove cloud from the Soracte. A sudden storm broke the stillness of the peaceful summer night. Ever and anon, thunder reverberated on the seven hills, while they, lying side by side, listened to the pastoral poet, who in the melodious Doric dialect, celebrated the loves of shepherds. Soothed and lulled, they later prepared for sweet repose. But before this Vinitius returned. Petronius went out to meet him and asked: "Have ye determined on anything new? Has Nazarius gone to the prison?" "Yes," replied the Tribune, arranging his wet hair. "Nazarius has gone to bribe the guards, and I have seen Peter, who commanded me to pray and to have faith." "Good. If everything goes well we can carry her off to morrow night." "My steward from Corioli with his men must be here at dawn." "'Tis a short distance. Now go to rest." At sunrise Niger, the steward, arrived from Corioli. In accordance with the instructions of Vinitius, he brought with him mules, a litter, and 4 trusty men, selected from among British slaves. To avoid attracting attention he left them at the inn in the Suburra. Vinitius, who had not slept the whole night, stepped out to meet him. The steward was greatly moved at sight of his young master. Kissing his hands and eyes he exclaimed: "My dear master, art thou ill, or has sorrow sucked the blood from thy cheeks? At first sight I could scarce recognize thee." Vinitius led him to the interior colonnade, and there admitted him to the secret. Niger listened with close attention. On his healthy, swarthy face, a great emotion was evident, an emotion which he had made no attempt to suppress. "She is then a Christian?" he cried with an inquiring glance at the face of Vinitius. Evidently divining what that look meant, Vinitius replied: "I also am a Christian." Tears suffused the eyes of Niger. He was silent for a time. Then, lifting his hands, he said: "Thanks be to Christ for having removed the scales from the eyes that are dearest to me on earth." Then he embraced Vinitius, and weeping from sheer happiness, kissed his forehead.
A moment later Petronius appeared, accompanied by Nazarius.
"Good news!" he cried from afar.
It was good news indeed. First, Glaucus, the physician, vouched for Lygia's life, though she was down with the same prison fever of which, in the Tullianum and other dungeons, hundreds were dying every day. As to the jailers and the men who tested the corpses with red hot iron, there had not been the slightest difficulty. The assistant, Attis, had also been fixed. "We made holes in the coffin so that the sick woman could breathe," said Nazarius. "The only danger is that she may groan or utter some word as we pass the pretorians. She is very weak and lies the whole day with closed eyes. Glaucus will give her a sleeping potion prepared from herbs which I myself will bring to him. The lid will not be nailed to the coffin. You will lift it easily and transfer the maiden to the litter. We will substitute in the coffin a long bag of sand which you will have ready." Vinitius, as he listened, grew pale as a sheet, but withal, he listened so attentively that he seemed to anticipate all Nazarius had to say.
"Will there be other bodies removed from the prison?" asked Petronius.
"Nearly 20 people died last night. Before evening more will die," said the boy. "We will have to join the rest, but we will delay and drop to the rear. At the first turn my companion will begin to limp. In this way we shall fall considerably behind the others. Wait for us at the small temple of Libitina. May God give us a dark night."
"God will do so," said Niger. "Yesterday evening that sky was clear again, but a sullen dampness has set in since morning. Every night now there will be wind and a rain."
"Are ye going without any lights?" asked Vinitius. "The torches are carried only in front. In any case, wait in the vicinity of the temple of Libitina, as soon as the dusk comes, though usually we remove the dead bodies only about midnight." Silence fell upon all, and only the quick breathing of Vinitius was audible. Petronius turned to him.
"I said yesterday," he remarked, "that it would be the best plan if we both would stay at home, but I see now that I could not stay. Besides, if it were a question of flight, we should have to be more careful, but since she will be carried out as a corpse, it seems to me that not the slightest suspicion will be aroused."
"Yes, yes," said Vinitius, "I must be there. I myself will take her out of the coffin."
"Once she is under my roof at Corioli, I answer for her," said Niger.
This ended the conference. Niger wended his steps towards the inn to rejoin his men. Nazarius placed a heavy purse of gold under his tunic and went back to prison. For Vinitius began a day filled with uneasiness, excitement, fear and hope.
"The undertaking should succeed, for it is well planned," said Petronius. "The matter could not have been arranged better. Thou must pretend to be in suffering, and don a dark toga. But do not miss the performances at the circus. Let the people see thee. Everything is so arranged that failure is impossible. But a word, art thou entirely sure of thy steward?"
"He is a Christian," answered Vinitius. Petronius looked at him in astonishment, then shrugging his shoulders, said:
"By Pollux, how it spreads, and how it takes possession of human souls. Under its powerful influence, people would abjure all the gods, Roman, Greek, and Egyptian. It is wonderful. By Pollux, if I believed that any of our gods had power, I would vow 6 white bulls to every one of them, and to Jupiter Capitolinus 12. But forget not to make an offering to your Christ."
"I have given him my soul," answered Vinitius. Then they parted. Petronius returned to his bedroom. Vinitius, however, went to take a look at the prison from a distance. Thence he wended his way up the slope of the Vatican Hill to the cabin of the quarryman, where he had received baptism at the hands of the Apostle. It seemed to him that Christ would more readily listen to his petition in this hut than in any other place. Consequently, when he had found it, he threw himself upon the floor, and so gave up his suffering soul to prayer that he forgot himself entirely, and recalled not where he was or what he was doing. Not until the afternoon was he aroused by the sound of trumpets which came from the direction of Nero's circus. He then left the hut and looked about him as if freshly aroused from sleep. It was hot and perfectly still. The silence was only broken from time to time by the sound of trumpets and by the chirping of crickets. The air was sultry, the sky above the city was still clear, but near the Sabine hills, dark clouds were gathering about the horizon. Vinitius returned home. At the entrance Petronius was waiting for him.
"I have been on the Palatine," he said. "I showed myself there purposely and even sat down to a game of dice. Anicius gives a banquet to night. I promised to go, but not until after midnight, because I must sleep a little before that hour. And I shall go, and it would be well if thou couldst be present also."
"Hast thou any news from Niger, or Nazarius?" inquired Vinitius.
"No, we shall not see them before midnight. Hast thou noticed that a storm is approaching?"
"Yes, I have."
"To morrow there is to be an exhibition of crucified Christians, but rain might prevent the performance."
Then coming closer to Vinitius and taking his arm, he said:
"But thou shalt not see her on the cross, but only in Corioli. By Castor, I wouldn't exchange the moment in which we free her for all the gems in Rome. The evening is close at hand."
And indeed the evening was approaching rapidly. Darkness began to envelop the city earlier than usual, on account of the clouds that now covered the entire horizon. With night came on a heavy rain, which, falling on the heated stones, turned into a steam and filled the streets of the city with a mist. Then followed a lull, and after that intermittent showers. "Let us hurry," said Vinitius at last. "Because of the storm they may carry the bodies away from the prison earlier than usual."
"It is time," said Petronius.
Donning Gallic mantles, they passed through the garden gate out into the street. Petronius had armed himself with a short Roman knife called a sica, which he always carried when out at night. The streets of the city were deserted on account of the storm. From time to time, lightning rent the clouds, illuminating with lurid flashings the newly built walls of the houses lately erected, or in the process of erection, and the wet flagstones with which the streets were paved. By one of these lightning flashes they descried, at last, the mound whereon stood the little temple of Libitina. At the foot of the mound was a group of mules and horses.
"Niger!"
called Vinitius in a low voice.
"Here, master," a voice answered from the fog.
"Is everything ready?"
"Yes, master, we were here immediately after dark. But get yourself under cover or you will be completely soaked. What a storm! I think that it is going to hail."
Niger's apprehension was well founded. Soon hail began to fall. The hail was, at first, fine, but the stones became larger. The storm swept down heavily and the air grew chill. Having found shelter and protection from the wind and hail, they conversed in low tones.
"Even if some one should discover us," said Niger, "suspicion would not be aroused, for we look like people who are only waiting for the storm to pass over. But I fear lest the removal of the bodies should be postponed until to morrow." "This storm will not last long," said Petronius. "We must wait even until daybreak." They waited, eagerly straining their ears to catch the sound of the procession. It ceased hailing, but immediately afterwards rain poured down. At times the wind rose and wafted from the putrid pits a dreadful odor of decaying bodies, interred carelessly near the surface. All at once Niger exclaimed: "I see a faint light through the mist. One, two, three, those are torches."
And turning to his man, he said:
"See that the mules do not snort."
"They are coming," said Petronius. The lights were growing more and more distinct. Soon it was possible to discern the flames of the torches trembling in the wind. Niger crossed himself and began to pray. Meanwhile the dismal procession came nearer, and at last drew up before the temple of Libitina. Petronius, Vinitius, and Niger pressed up against the rampart, not knowing what was the meaning of this halt. But the men had stopped only for a moment to cover their faces and mouths with cloths in order to protect them from the stifling odor, which, at the edge of the putrid pits, was simply unbearable. Then they lifted the biers and went on. Only one coffin was halted just before the temple. Vinitius hurried towards it, followed by Petronius and Niger, and two Briton slaves with a litter. But ere they had reached it the voice of Nazarius was heard saying, in tones of anguish: "Master, they have taken her with Ursus to the Esquiline prison. We are carrying another body, for she was removed before midnight." After his return home, Petronius was plunged in gloom, and did not even attempt to console Vinitius. He knew that it would be impossible to rescue Lygia from the Esquiline prison. He divined that she had probably been transferred from the Tullianum lest she should die of fever and thus escape the destined amphitheatre. On this very account she would be guarded all the more carefully. Petronius was deeply grieved for her and for Vinitius. Moreover, he was vexed because, for the first time in his life, he had failed and had been beaten in a contest.
"Fortune appears to have deserted me," he said to himself, "but the gods are mistaken if they think I will consent to such a life as his, for example."
Here he looked at Vinitius, who in turn gazed at him with wide staring eyes.
"What ails thee? Hast thou a fever?"
said Petronius. The other replied with a peculiar broken and halting voice, like that of a sick child:
"I still believe that he will restore her to me."
Above the city, the last echoes of the storm had died away. Chapter 14. Part 3, Chapter 15 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Malevski. Part 3, Chapter 15. A rain lasting for 3 days, a rare phenomenon in Rome during the summer season, and hail falling, against the natural order of things, not only during the day and evening, but even at night, interrupted the spectacles. People were growing alarmed. The failure of the vintage was predicted. When, at noon on a certain day, a thunderbolt melted the bronze statue of Ceres on the Capitol, sacrifices were ordered in the temple of Jupiter Salvator. The priest of Ceres gave it out that the wrath of the gods had been brought upon the city because the Christians had not been sufficiently punished. People then began to demand that, irrespective of weather, the spectacles should take place. Joy arose in Rome that the games would begin again after an interval of 3 days. Meantime fair weather returned. The amphitheatre, from dawn till night, was filled with thousands of people. Caesar arrived early with the vestals and the court. The spectacle was to commence with a battle among the Christians, arrayed for the purpose as gladiators, and supplied with all the various weapons used by gladiators for offensive and defensive warfare. But here came disappointment. The Christians threw the nets, darts, javelins, and swords down upon the arena, and instead of fighting, they embraced and encouraged one another to persist in the face of torture and death. The hearts of the populace were stirred with anger and indignation. Some accused the Christians of cowardice and baseness of mind, others asserted that they refused to fight because of their hatred of the people, and in order to deprive them of the enjoyment of a display of courage. Finally, at Caesar's command, real gladiators were summoned, who made short work of the kneeling and defenseless Christians. When the bodies were removed, the spectacle was changed to a series of mythological representations, conceived by Caesar himself. Hercules appeared, blazing in fire on Mount Oeta. Vinitius had trembled at the thought that perhaps Ursus had been selected for the part of Hercules. But evidently the turn of the faithful servant of Lygia had not yet come, since there perished at the stake some other Christian quite unknown to Vinitius. In the next picture, however, Chilo, whom Caesar would not excuse from attendance, saw people whom he knew well. The death of Daedalus and that of Icarus were represented. The role of Daedalus was taken by Euritius, the old man who had first explained to Chilo the symbol of the fish. The role of Icarus was sustained by his son Quartus. Both were hoisted in the air by means of machinery, and then hurled from an immense height down upon the arena. Young Quartus fell so near the imperial box that his blood spattered not only the external ornaments, but even the purple covered seat. Chilo did not witness the fall because he had closed his eyes. He heard only the dull thud of the body. When, after a time, he caught sight of blood just near him, he came near to fainting for the second time. The pictures changed rapidly. The hearts of the rabble were delighted by the shameful torments of virgins, dishonored before death by gladiators in the guise of wild beasts. Priestesses of Cybele and Ceres were to be seen, and the Daonids and Dirce and Pasiphae. Finally little girls were torn asunder by wild horses. The people applauded every new device of Nero, who, proud of his inventions and immensely pleased by the applause, did not take the emerald from his eye for an instant, while gazing upon white bodies torn with iron, and the convulsive contortions of the victims. Pictures representing the history of the city were also given. After the maidens appeared Musius Scaevola, whose hand, fastened to a tripod over a fire, filled the amphitheatre with the odor of burning flesh. Like the real Scaevola, he stood there silent, without emitting a groan, his eyes raised upward and the murmurs of a prayer on his blackened lips. When death had ended his torments and his body had been removed, the usual noonday interlude took place. Caesar, with the Vestals and the Augustales, left the amphitheatre and betook himself to a scarlet tent, erected purposely for the occasion, in which a gorgeous banquet had been prepared for himself and his guests. The onlookers, for the greater part, followed his example, and pouring out of the building, scattered into picturesque groups, and disposed themselves about the tent to enjoy the food which through Caesar's favor was lavishly bestowed upon them. The more curious among the spectators stepped down into the arena itself. Touching with their fingers the sand clotted with blood, discussed as connoisseurs the performances that had taken place and those that were to follow. Soon even these left the arena, lest they should miss the banquet; only a few remained, and these not through curiosity, but out of compassion for the coming victims. These hid themselves in compartments, or beneath the lower seats. Meantime the arena was levelled and pits were dug in rows throughout the whole circuit, from one side to the other, so that the last row was but a few steps from the imperial box. From outside the circus came the voices of people, shouts and applause, while within everything was being prepared with feverish haste for new tortures. All at once the dungeons were opened, and through all the passages leading to the arena groups of Christians were driven, naked, with crosses on their shoulders. The great amphitheatre was filled with them. Old men, bent under the weight of wooden crosses, ran forward. Alongside of them were vigorous men in the prime of life, women with dishevelled hair, under cover of which they strove to conceal their nakedness; small boys and little children. Most of the crosses as well as the victims were decorated with flowers. The servants of the amphitheatre scourged the unfortunates with whips, and forced them to place their crosses beside the pits prepared for them, and to stand themselves in rows beside the crosses. In this way were to perish all those who had not on the first day of the games been driven out as food for dogs and wild beasts. Black slaves seized the victims, and laying them upon the wood, nailed their hands rapidly to the arms of the crosses, so that after the intermission, the people should find the crosses already erect. The noise of hammers reverberated through the whole amphitheatre, and, echoing among the higher tiers of seats, reached the place surrounding the amphitheatre, and even the tent where Caesar was entertaining his retinue and the Vestals. There he quaffed goblet after goblet of wine, bantered Chilo, and whispered strange words into the ears of the priestesses of Vesta. But in the arena the work was being pushed, nails were being hammered into the hands and feet of the Christians, and spades moved quickly, filling with earth the pits in which the crosses had been planted. Among the victims awaiting their turn was Crispus. The lions had not had time to tear him to pieces, therefore he had been sentenced to die on the cross. Always ready for death, he rejoiced that his hour was near. Today he seemed like another man, for his withered body had been entirely stripped. Only an ivy wreath encircled his hips. On his head was a garland of roses, but in his eyes there shone ever that same unsubdued energy, that same stern and fanatical face looked from beneath the garland of roses. Nor had his heart changed. As before, in the dungeon, he had threatened with the wrath of God his brethren sewed up in hides, so now, instead of consoling them, he thundered forth:
"Thank the Saviour that He allows you to die the same death as Himself. Perhaps some of your sins will be forgiven on this account. But tremble, for justice must be satisfied, and there cannot be one reward for the wicked and the good."
He spoke to the accompaniment of hammers which drove the nails into the feet and hands of the victims. The crosses multiplied in the arena. He, however, turning to those who stood by their crosses, spoke as follows:
"I see heaven open before me, but I see also the open abyss. I do not know how I shall stand myself before the Lord, though I have believed and hated evil. I fear not death, but the resurrection; not torture, but the judgment, for the day of wrath is approaching."
At that moment, from among the nearest tiers of seats, came a voice calm and solemn.
"Not the day of wrath, but of mercy, the day of salvation and joy; because I tell you that Christ will receive you, will comfort you, and will seat you on His right hand. Be of good faith, for heaven is opening before you."
At these words all eyes were turned towards the benches, even those already fastened to the crosses raised their pale, anguished faces and looked in the direction of the speaker. Then the man who had spoken came to the partition surrounding the arena and blessed the victims with the sign of the cross. Crispus stretched out his hand, as if to expostulate, but when he saw the speaker's face, he dropped his hand, his knees bent under him, and his lips whispered:
"Paul, the Apostle!"
To the amazement of the servants of the circus, all those who were not yet nailed to the crosses fell upon their knees. Paul of Tarsus turned towards Crispus and said: "Crispus, threaten them not, for this day they will be with thee in paradise. Thou deemest that they will be damned, but who will condemn them? Will God condemn them, he who gave his son for them? Will Christ, who died to save them, just as they die now for his sake? How could he who loves them condemn them? Who will accuse the elect of God? Who will say that this blood is accursed?" "Master, I have hated evil," cried out the old priest. "Christ laid more stress upon his command to love our fellow men than to hate evil, for he taught love, not hatred." "I have sinned in the hour of my death," cried Crispus, striking his breast. The manager in charge of the benches now came up to the Apostle and said to him:
"Who art thou that dares to speak to the condemned?"
"A Roman citizen," Paul replied calmly. Then turning to Crispus he said: "Have confidence, for today is a day of grace. Die in peace, oh servant of God." Two negroes approached Crispus at this moment to place him on the cross, but he looked around once more, and exclaimed: "My brethren, pray for me." His face had lost its usual severity. His features had assumed an aspect of sweetness and mildness. He stretched his arms himself upon the cross, so as to facilitate the work, and looking straight upwards to the sky, he began to pray fervently. He seemed insensible to pain, for when the nails entered his palms not the least tremor shook his body, nor did the slightest contortion of pain appear upon his face. He prayed while his legs were being fastened, and continued to pray when they raised the cross, and the earth was being beaten down about it. Only when the rabble began to fill the amphitheatre with shouts and laughter, did the brows of the old man contract, as if in anger that a pagan people were disturbing the peace of a sweet death. By this time all the crosses had been raised, so that the arena bore the appearance of a forest with people hanging on the trees. On the arms of the crosses and on the heads of the martyrs the sunshine fell, but on the arena was a thick shadow, like a black, tangled grating, through which gleamed the yellow sand. The whole pleasure of this spectacle consisted in the delight taken by the audience in watching a lingering death. Never before had there been such a large collection of crosses. The arena was so packed that the servants moved about among them with difficulty. On the crosses closest to the seats hung women, but Crispus, as a leader, was placed close to the imperial box, on an enormous cross, wreathed at the bottom with flowers. None of the victims had as yet expired, but a few who had been first crucified had fainted. No one groaned or cried for mercy. Some were hanging with their heads leaning upon the shoulder, or dropped upon the breast, as if overcome by sleep. Some seemed in meditation. Some, looking towards heaven, moved their lips silently. There was something ominous in that fearful array of crosses, in those crucified beings, and in the silence of the victims. The people, sated with the banquet and in a pleasant state of mind, had returned to the circus with joyful shouts, but now they grew silent, not knowing upon which body to fix their eyes, nor what to think of the performance. The nudeness of the women seemed to excite no interest. They even refrained from betting as to who should die first, a thing usually done when smaller numbers of convicted appeared in the arena. Even Caesar appeared to get little enjoyment from the spectacle, for he turned his head in indolent and drowsy fashion to arrange his necklace. Suddenly Crispus, who was hanging opposite and who for a time had closed his eyes, as a man fainting or dying, opened them and gazed at Caesar. His face assumed such a terrible expression, and his eyes blazed with such fire, that the Augustales began to whisper among themselves, pointing him out with their fingers, and at length Caesar himself directed his attention towards him and slowly placed the emerald to his eye. Perfect stillness reigned. The eyes of the spectators were fixed upon Crispus, who attempted to move his right arm, as if to tear it from the cross. After a while his breast rose, his ribs stood out, and he cried:
"Matricide, woe to thee!"
The Augustales, hearing this mortal insult flung publicly into the very face of the Lord of the world, scarce dared to breathe. Chilo came near fainting. Caesar shuddered and let his emerald fall. The people too held their breath. Then the voice of Crispus reverberated again with greater power through the entire amphitheatre.
"Woe to thee, murderer of wife and brother! Woe to thee, Antichrist! The abyss is opening under thee. Death is stretching its arms to embrace thee. The grave is yawning for thee. Woe to thee, living corpse! In terror thou shalt die, and thou shalt be damned forever."
Unable to wrench away his hand, nailed to the cross, he strained himself in a frightful fashion. He resembled a death's head, inexorable as destiny. He shook his white beard at Nero's box, and with every motion of his head the roses fell from the garland which decorated it.
"Woe to thee, murderer! Thy doom is sealed and thy hour has come."
Thus speaking, he made a supreme effort. For a moment it seemed he would wrench his hand from the cross and extend it in menace over Caesar. But suddenly, his emaciated arms extended still more, his body slipped downwards, his head drooped upon his breast, and he gave up the ghost. Among the forest of crosses weaker victims began also to drop into that sleep that knows no waking. End of Part 3, Chapter 15. Part 3, Chapter 16 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Malevski. Part 3, Chapter 16.
"Lord," said Chilo, "the sea is like oil, and the waves seem to sleep. Let us go to Achaea. There the glory of Apollo, there crowns and triumph await thee. There the people adore thee, and the gods will receive thee as one of their own, whereas here, oh Lord—"
And he stopped, for his lower lip trembled so that his words changed into meaningless sounds.
"When the games are over we shall go," replied Nero. "I know that already some style the Christians inoffensive. Should I depart all would say this same thing. What fearest thou, thou coward?"
He knitted his brows, but looked with a questioning glance at Chilo, as if awaiting an explanation, for he only feigned to be unmoved. During that last exhibition he himself had been frightened by the words of Crispus, and when he had returned home he could not sleep from anger and shame, and from fear also. Then Vestinius, who had listened in silence to the conversation, looked cautiously about, and said in a solemn voice:
"Hearken, O Lord, to the words of that old man. There is something strange about these Christians. Their God grants them an easy death, but he may have vengeance in store for their enemies."
Nero retorted quickly:
"I did not arrange the games. Tigellinus was the manager."
"Yes, I was the manager," said Tigellinus, who caught Caesar's words. "Yes, I am the man, and I defy all the Christian gods. Vestinius, my lord, is a bladder full of superstition, and this bold Greek is likely to die of terror at the sight of a hen defending her chickens."
"Very well," said Nero, "but from this day give orders that the tongues shall be torn from the Christians, that thus their mouths may be silenced."
"Fire will silence them, oh divinity!"
"Woe is me!" groaned Chilo.
But Caesar, whose courage was restored by the arrogant confidence of Tigellinus, burst out laughing, and exclaimed, pointing a scornful finger at the old Greek:
"Behold this offspring of Achilles!"
Chilo indeed looked dreadfully disturbed. What hair remained on his head had become white; on his face was an expression of great fear and distress. At times he appeared confused and as if only half conscious. Often he paid no heed to questions; sometimes again he became so angry and insolent that the Augustales preferred to let him alone. Such a moment came to him then.
"Do what you please, but I will not go any more to the games," he cried in desperation.
Nero regarded him attentively for a while, and turning to Tigellinus, said:
"See to it that this Stoic is near to me in the gardens. I want to see how the torches will impress him."
Chilo was frightened at the threat which trembled in Caesar's voice.
"Lord," he said, "I shall see nothing, for I cannot see in the night."
But Caesar, with a meaning smile, replied:
"The night will be as bright as day."
Then he turned towards the Augustales, to whom he talked about some races with which he intended to wind up the games. Petronius approached Chilo and touching his arm said: "Did I not tell thee that thou wouldst not hold out?" The other, however, answered:
"I am athirst."
He stretched his trembling hand for a goblet of wine, but could not raise it to his lips. Seeing this, Vestinius took the goblet from him and approaching him closely, inquired with a curious and frightened face: "Are the Furies pursuing thee? Tell me." The old man stared at him for a while, with his mouth wide open, as if he did not comprehend the question. Vestinius then repeated: "Are the Furies pursuing thee?"
"No," replied Chilo, "but the night is before me."
"How is that, the night? The gods have mercy on thee. What dost thou mean?"
"A night terrible and dark, in which something moves and comes towards me, something I know not what, and am very much afraid."
"I have always believed in witches. Dost thou dream?"
"No, because I cannot sleep. I did not think that they would be punished thus."
"Art thou sorry for them?"
"Why do you shed so much blood? Didst thou not hear what that man said from the cross? Woe to us!"
"I heard," answered Vestinius, "but they are incendiaries."
"That is a lie."
"And they are foes of mankind."
"That is a lie."
"And the poisoners of water."
"That is a lie."
"And the murderers of children."
"That is a lie."
"How?" inquired Vestinius with amazement. "Hast thou not said so thyself? And didst thou not deliver them into the hands of Tigellinus?"
"Therefore night has encompassed me and death is approaching me. Sometimes I think that I am dead already, and you also."
"No, it is they who die, and we are alive. But tell me, what do they see as they expire?"
"Christ."
"Their God? Is he a powerful God?" But Chilo answered with a question:
"What kind of torches are to be lighted in the gardens? Didst thou hear what Caesar said?"
"I heard and I know. They are called Sarmentitii and Semaxii. They are made by clothing men in the tunics of torture steeped in pitch. After that the victims are bound to pillars and set on fire. May their God not visit some dreadful calamity upon the city. Semaxii, that is a horrible punishment."
"I prefer it, because there will be no bloodshed," replied Chilo. "Hold the goblet to my lips. I am thirsty, but I spill the wine, my hand trembles so from age."
Meantime others were talking about the Christians. Old Domitius Afer ridiculed them. "There are such numbers of them," he said, "that they might raise a civil war, and remember it was feared that they would defend themselves, but they die like sheep." "Let them try any other way," said Tigellinus. Upon this Petronius exclaimed: "You are mistaken, they are arming themselves." "With what?" "With patience." "That is a new weapon." "Yes, but can you say that they die like common criminals?" "No, they die as if those were criminals who put them to death; that is, we and the whole Roman people." "What nonsense!" exclaimed Tigellinus. "What an Abderite!" replied Petronius. And others, struck with the appropriateness of his remark, looked at each other and repeated: "To be sure, there is something strange and peculiar in their manner of dying." "I tell you that they behold their deity," cried Vestinius. Thereupon several Augustales turned to Chilo. "Ho, old man! Thou knowest them well. Tell us what they see." The Greek spat wine upon his tunic and answered:
"The resurrection."
And he trembled so that the guests who sat nearest to him burst into loud laughter. Part 16. Part 3, Chapter 17 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyan and Malevski. Part 3, Chapter 17. For the last few nights Vinitius had been away from home. Petronius surmised that he had made some new plan for liberating Lygia from the Esquiline prison. But he did not like to question him lest he might bring misfortune upon his efforts. The skeptical exquisite had become, in a certain sense, superstitious. From the time that he had failed to free the girl from the Mamertine prison, he ceased to trust in his own star. Moreover, he did not look for good results from the efforts of Vinitius. The Esquiline prison, which had been arranged hurriedly from the cellars of houses torn down to check the conflagration, was not, it is true, so terrible as the old Tullianum near the Capitol, but it was much better guarded. Petronius understood very well that Lygia had been transferred there so that she might not die, and thus escape the amphitheatre. It was clear to him, therefore, that they were now guarding her all the more watchfully. "Evidently," he said to himself, "Caesar and Tigellinus are reserving her for some special spectacle more horrible than the others, and Vinitius is more likely himself to perish than to rescue his loved one." Vinitius also had lost hope that he would be able to rescue Lygia. Christ alone could save her. The young Tribune longed only to visit her in prison. It was in his mind that Nazarius had succeeded in entering the Mamertine prison, disguised as one of the servants, employed in removing the dead. He resolved to try this method also. The jailer of the Putrid Pits, whom he bribed with an immense sum of money, at length placed him on the list of those servants whom he sent every night to bear the corpses from the prison. The danger of discovery was slight. The night, the dress of a slave, and the meagre light in the prison were good allies. Who, besides, would surmise that a patrician, the grandson of one consul and the son of another, could be found among hirelings, exposed to the foul air of prisons and of the Putrid Pits, and that he would be engaged in work to which men were forced only by slavery or by the direst penury? When the longed for evening came, he girded his loins gladly, bound a cloth soaked in turpentine about his head, and with a throbbing heart, accompanied a crowd of others to the Esquiline. The pretorian guards made no trouble, because all possessed the proper credentials, which the centurion scrutinized by the light of a lantern. After a time, the great iron gates swung open, and they entered. Vinitius saw before him a vast vaulted cellar, through which they passed to a number of others. Dim lamps lighted the interiors, which were crowded with prisoners. Some of these were lying on the floor sunk in sleep, or perhaps dead. Others crowded around large vessels of water which stood in the middle of the vaults, and from which they drank as do people suffering from fever. Still others sat upon the floor, their elbows on their knees and their heads upon the palms of their hands. Here and there children nestled close to their mothers, fast asleep. All about were heard groans, the loud breathing of the sick, sobs, whispered prayers, hymns in an undertone, and the curses of the jailers. The air of the dungeon was heavy with the odor of men and corpses. In its gloomy deeps crouched dark figures. Nearer to the flickering lights might be discerned pale faces, terrified, emaciated, cadaverous, their eyes dimmed or shining with fever, their lips blue, drops of perspiration oozing from their foreheads and their clammy hair. In far corners the sick moaned aloud. Some cried for waters, others prayed for death. Yet this prison was not so horrible as the old Tullianum. At the ghastly sight the legs of Vinitius trembled beneath him and breath almost failed him. The thought that Lygia was in the midst of this horror and misery raised the hair on his head. He stifled a cry of despair. The amphitheatre, the tusks of wild beasts, the cross, anything was better than this horrible dungeon, full of foul air, from every corner of which rose plaintive human cries: "Lead us to death!" Vinitius dug his nails into his palms. He felt that he was growing weak, that his senses were leaving him. All that he had suffered heretofore, all his love and pain, changed into one intense yearning for death. Just then the guardian of the Putrid Pits asked: "How many corpses have ye to day?" "About a dozen," replied the jailer, "but by the morning there will be more, because some are in their last agonies beside the walls." He complained about the women, that they concealed their dead children, so as to keep them as long as possible and not to yield them to the pits. The corpses, he further complained, were only discovered by their odor, and this rendered the foul air still more baleful and poisonous.
"I should rather be a slave in some rural prison," he said, "than to watch these dogs rotting here alive."
The overseer of the pits consoled him, saying that his own work was no easier. By this time Vinitius had regained his faculties, and began to look around the prison. But he sought for Lygia in vain, and feared that he might never see her alive again. Several cellars were connected by newly made passages; the corpse bearers entered only those from which dead bodies were to be removed. Vinitius feared lest all his pains might prove useless. Fortunately his patron aided him. "The bodies must be removed immediately," said he, "for infection spreads mostly on account of the corpses. If ye are not careful ye will yourselves die with the prisoners."
"Only 10 men are allotted for all the cellars," said the watchman, "and we must sleep."
"I will leave 4 of my own men who will visit the cellars during the night and report all cases of death."
"We will drink to thy health to morrow if thou do that. Every corpse must be tested, because we have an order to pierce the neck of each corpse and then to take it at once to the pits."
"Very well then, but we must have our drink," said the overseer.
He selected 4 men and among them Vinitius; the rest he took to load the corpses upon the biers. Vinitius drew a long breath. He was now certain that he should be able to find Lygia. He started by examining the first dungeon and looked into all the dark nooks, and examined the figures who slept beside the walls covered with rags. He went among the most grievously ill, who were placed in a special corner, but he could not find Lygia. His search through the second and third dungeons was also without result. Meantime the night had advanced; all the bodies had been carried out. The jailers went to sleep in the corridors adjoining the dungeons; the children, weary of crying, were silent. In the vaults were heard only the breathing of troubled breasts, and ever and anon the whisper of prayers. Vinitius carried his torch into the fourth dungeon, which was much smaller, and lifting the light, he began to search through it. Suddenly he trembled, for he seemed to see the gigantic figure of Ursus close by a grating in the wall. Then, putting out his light, he approached and said: "Is it thee, Ursus?" The giant turned his head. "Who art thou?" "Dost thou not recognize me?" asked the young man. "Thou didst put out the light, how can I recognize thee?" Vinitius at that moment descried Lygia lying on a cloak near the wall, so without another word, he knelt beside her. Ursus then recognized him and said: "Glory be to Christ, but do not awaken her, master." Vinitius, kneeling, gazed at Lygia through his tears. Despite the darkness, he could distinguish her face, pale as alabaster, and her emaciated arms. He was seized by an agony of love which penetrated his soul to the deepest depths and which at the same time was so full of compassion, reverence, and homage, that falling upon his face, he pressed to his lips the hem of the cloak upon which rested the head so dear to him. Ursus regarded him for a long time in silence; finally he tugged at his tunic. "Master," he asked, "how didst thou enter here, and hast thou come to save her?" Vinitius rose, and for a time struggled with his emotions. "Show me a way," he said. "I thought thou wouldst find it, master. I know of one way only." Here he turned his eyes towards the grated opening in the wall, and then, as if in answer to himself, he said: "Yes, but there are soldiers outside." "100 pretorians," answered Vinitius. "We cannot get by then." "No." The Lygian rubbed his forehead and asked again: "How didst thou enter here?" "I have credentials from the overseer of the Putrid Pits." Suddenly he stopped as if a new thought had struck him. "By the passion of the Saviour," he said quickly, "I will remain here. Let her take my pass, let her cover her head with a cloth and her shoulders with the mantle and pass out. Among the slaves engaged about here, there are a few striplings. The pretorians will not recognize her, and if she goes to the house of Petronius, he will guard her." The Lygian dropped his head upon his breast and said: "She would not consent to this, for she loves thee. Besides, she is ill and cannot stand alone. If thou, oh, master, and the noble Petronius, cannot save her from prison, who can?" "Christ only." Then both were silent. In his simple mind the Lygian thought: "Christ undoubtedly could save all of us, but since he does not do it, the hour of agony and death has evidently come." For himself he bowed to the decree, but he grieved for the dear child who had grown up in his arms, and whom he loved above all things. Vinitius knelt again beside Lygia. The pale beams of the moon stole through the grating in the wall, and gave better light than the solitary lamp which flickered over the entrance. Lygia opened her eyes and laying her hot hand on that of Vinitius said: "I see thee. I knew that thou wouldst come." He took her hands, lifted them to his heart, then raising her somewhat, he pressed her to his breast. "I have come, my dear one," he said. "May Christ watch over and save thee, oh, my beloved!" He could speak no more because of the pain which his love caused him, but he did not wish to betray his anguish. "I am sick, Marcus," said Lygia, "and I must die, either here or in the arena. I have prayed to see thee before I die, and thou hast come. Christ has heard my prayer." Unable to utter a word, Vinitius pressed her to his breast, and she continued: "I saw thee from the window in the Tullianum, and I knew that thou didst desire to come. And now the Saviour has granted me a moment of consciousness so that we may say farewell. I am going to Him very soon, but I love thee, Marcus, and I shall love thee forever." By an effort Vinitius controlled himself. Stifling his pain, he spoke in a voice which he strove to make calm: "No, dear one, thou shalt not die. The Apostle commanded me to have faith, and promised to pray for thee. He knew Christ, Christ loved him and will not refuse his request. If it was ordained that thou shouldst die now, Peter would not have bid me to be confident, but he said, 'Have confidence.' No, Lygia, Christ will have mercy. He does not desire thy death. He will not permit it. I swear by the name of the Saviour that Peter prays for you." Silence followed. The solitary lamp over the doorway went out, but the moonlight streamed through the opening. In a corner of the cellar a child cried, and was silent again. From the outside came the voices of pretorians, who, after their watches, played at scriptae duodecim under the wall. "Oh, Marcus," replied Lygia, "Christ himself cried to the Father, 'Let this bitter chalice pass from me,' but still he drank it. Christ himself died on the cross and now thousands perish for his sake. Why should he spare me alone? Who am I, Marcus? I heard Peter say that he would also die on the cross, and what am I compared to him? When the pretorians came for us I was afraid of death and torture, but I fear no more. Look how terrible is this prison, but I am going to heaven. Think of it! Here is Caesar, but there is the Saviour, good and merciful. With him there is no death. Thou lovest me, think then how happy I shall be. Oh, Marcus, my loved one, think that thou wilt follow me." Here she paused for breath and then raised his hand to her lips. "Marcus?"
"What, dear one?"
"Do not weep for me. And remember thou wilt follow me. I have lived only a short while, but God gave me thy soul. I desire to tell Christ that though I died, and that though thou didst look upon my death, and thou wert left in sorrow, yet thou didst not blaspheme against his will and didst love him always. Wilt thou love him and suffer my death patiently? For then he will unite us. I love thee and I wish to be with thee forever." Here again she paused for breath, and in a scarcely audible voice she continued: "Promise me this, Marcus." Vinitius embraced her with trembling arms and replied: "By that sacred head, I promise." Her face grew radiant in the pale light of the moon, and raising once more his hand to her lips, she murmured: "I am thy wife." Beyond the wall the pretorians, in the midst of their game, roused a loud dispute. But these two forgot the prison, the guards, the world, and feeling within themselves the souls of angels, they lifted up their hearts in prayer. End of Part 3, Chapter 17. Part 3, Chapter 18 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Milevski. Part 3, Chapter 18. For 3 days, or rather 3 nights, nothing disturbed the peace of the lovers. After the usual prison work, which consisted of separating the dead from the living, and those who were very ill from those who were moderately so, had been completed, and after the tired jailers had gone to sleep in the corridors, Vinitius would enter the dungeon in which Lygia was, and remain there until the dawn. She put her head on his breast, and in low voices they conversed of love and death. By degrees their thoughts and conversation, even their desires and hopes, turned more and more from life, and they lost a realizing sense of it. Both were like people who, having left the land behind them in a ship, see the shore no more, and go out gradually into the infinite. Both were transformed by degrees into sad spirits enamored of each other and of Christ, and ready to fly away. Only at times, did pain, like a storm, enter the breast of Vinitius. At times, like lightning, there flashed through him a hope, born of love and faith in the mercy of the crucified God, but more and more he abstracted his mind from the world and turned his thoughts to death. In the morning, when he emerged from the prison, he regarded the world, the city, his friends, and all the affairs of life, as though in a dream. Everything seemed to him strange, distant, empty and vain. Even torture ceased to terrify him, since it might be passed through with thoughts and eyes fixed on other things. Both he and Lygia felt as if already they were entering eternity. They talked about how they would love each other and live together beyond the grave. If their thoughts turned sometimes toward worldly things, it was as the thoughts of people who, setting out for a long journey, discuss the preparations for the road. Moreover, they were surrounded by a silence such as might surround two columns standing forgotten in the solitude of a desert. They desired only that Christ should not separate them, and as every moment strengthened the faith of both, they loved him as a link which was to unite them in infinite bliss and repose. Though still on earth, the dust of earth fell from them, their souls became pure as tears. With death staring them in the face, environed by misery and suffering, yea, in that very prison, heaven had begun, for she had taken him by the hand and had led him, as one already saved and sainted, towards the source of eternal life. Petronius was astonished to see on the face of Vinitius an expression of calmness and marvelous serenity which he had never noticed before. At times, he imagined that Vinitius must have evolved some plan of rescue, and was piqued that he had not confided in him. Finally, he could stand it no longer and said: "Thou hast the look of another man. Keep no secrets from me, for I desire and am able to help thee. What is thy plan?" "I have a plan," answered Vinitius, "but thou canst not help me. After her death I will confess I am a Christian, and then I shall follow her." "Hast thou then no hope?" "Oh, yes, Christ will give her back to me, and afterwards we shall never be parted." Petronius paced up and down the room with an air of disapproval and impatience. "Thou dost not need Christ for this," he said at last, "for our own Thanatos can render the same service." Vinitius smiled sadly and said: "No, my friend, thou dost not understand." "I do not want to, and I cannot. This is not a time for argument, but dost thou remember thine own words after we failed to rescue her from the Tullianum? I lost all hope, but after we returned home, thou didst say, 'Still I believe that Christ will restore her to me.' Let him restore her now. Should I cast a costly goblet into the sea, no one of our gods could restore it to me. If thy God is also powerless, why should I honor him above the ancient ones?" "But he will restore her to me," said Vinitius. Petronius made a gesture of impatience. "Dost thou know," he asked, "that to morrow Caesar's garden will be illuminated with Christians?" "To morrow," repeated Vinitius, and in a face of a near and dread reality his heart was shaken with agony and apprehension. He thought that this night might be the last which he could pass with Lygia. So, taking leave of Petronius, he hastened to get his credentials from the overseer of the pits. But a disappointment was in store for him, for the overseer refused to give it to him. "Pardon me, master," he said. "I have done what I could for thee, but I cannot risk my life. To night they will take the Christians to the gardens of Caesar. The prison will be filled with soldiers and officials. Should they recognize thee, I and my family would perish." Vinitius saw that it would be vain to insist. He hoped, however, that the soldiers, who had seen him before, would admit him without the credentials; so, when night approached, he disguised himself in the tunic that he had formerly worn, and with covered head wended his way toward the prison, only to find that on this day the credentials were scrutinized with particular care. What was more, the centurion Scevinus, a strict disciplinarian, devoted entirely to Caesar, recognized Vinitius. But evidently in his heart, beneath his steel armor, there yet beat some compassion for misfortune. Instead of striking his spear against his shield as an alarm, he pulled Vinitius aside and said: "Master, go home. I recognize thee, but not wishing thy death I shall keep silent. I cannot admit thee. Go thou hence, and may the gods console thee." "Thou canst not admit me," said Vinitius, "but suffer me to remain here and watch those who are led forth." "I have no orders against that," said Scevinus. Vinitius stood before the gate and waited till the prisoners should appear. At last, about midnight, the gates were thrown open and there appeared long lines of prisoners, men, women, and children, surrounded by armed detachments of pretorians. The night was very bright, for the moon was full, and it was easy to identify not only the forms, but the faces of the unfortunates. They marched in pairs, in a long, gloomy procession, amidst silence broken only by the din of weapons. So many were led forth that it seemed as if all the dungeons must be emptied. Towards the end of the procession Vinitius caught a glimpse of Glaucus, the physician, but he did not see either Lygia or Ursus among the condemned. End of Part 3, Chapter 18. Part 3, Chapter 19 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Malevski. Part 3, Chapter 19. Evening had not yet come when crowds of people began to gather in the gardens of Caesar. They were decked in holiday attire and crowned with wreaths, and joyously broke out into songs. Some were intoxicated. All had come to see the new and magnificent spectacle. Cries of "Symaxiae! Samintitiae!" echoed in the Via Tecta, on the bridge of Emilius, and from the other side of the Tiber, on the Triumphal Way, around the Circus of Nero, and afar off on the Vatican Hill. People had been burned at the stake before in Rome, but never had there been such a number of victims. Caesar and Tigellinus, in order to have done with the Christians and to suppress the plague which was spreading from the prisons all over the city, had ordered all the dungeons to be emptied, so that there remained in them only a handful of people, destined for the close of the spectacle. Consequently, when the crowds had passed the gates of the gardens, they were greatly astonished. All the main and lesser walks which led through dense groves and along lawns, thickets, ponds, and dales strewn with flowers, were studded with stakes smeared with pitch, to which the Christians were fastened. In higher places, where the view was not obstructed by trees, whole rows of stakes were to be seen, and bodies decked with flowers and ivy leaves. These rows extended over the hills and dales so far that, whereas the nearest looked like the masts of vessels, the farthest off seemed like colored darts or staffs thrust in the earth. The number of them surpassed all expectations. It seemed as if an entire nation had been fastened to the stakes to make a Roman and imperial holiday. Groups of spectators stopped before individual stakes when the form, the sex, or the age of the victims attracted them. They looked at the faces, the wreaths, the garlands of ivy, and then went on and on to other stakes, asking themselves in amazement how there could be so many guilty, or how could children scarcely able to walk unaided have set fire to Rome. The astonishment changed gradually into fear. Meantime darkness fell and the first stars appeared in the sky. By the side of every victim appeared a slave with a lighted torch in his hand. When from various parts of the gardens came the sounds of trumpets, as a signal for the commencement of the performance, each slave put his torch under the stake. The pitch covered straw, concealed under flowers, at once caught fire. The flames increased rapidly, withered the garlands and leaping upward, licked the feet of the victims. A hush fell upon the spectators. The gardens echoed with one vast groan and with cries of pain. Many of the victims, however, lifted their faces towards the starry heavens and sang hymns in praise of Christ. The people listened, but the stoniest hearts among them were touched with pity, when from the smaller stakes arose the heartrending cries of children: "Mama! Mama!" A tremor shook even the spectators who were intoxicated, when they saw the little heads and innocent faces distorted with pain, or choking in the smoke which was stifling them. But the flames leaped up still higher and swept away new wreaths of roses and ivy. The flames leaped up, and in their light could be seen groups of trees, and meadows, and flowery dales. The water in pools and lakes reflected the light. The trembling leaves of the trees reddened in the glow. Everywhere it was as light as day. The odor of burning bodies filled the gardens, but immediately slaves sprinkled aloes into incense burners placed among the stakes. From the crowds arose cries, whether of compassion or delight, who could tell? The cries rose with the flames, which embraced the stakes, climbed to the breasts of victims, shriveled with its burning breath the hair on their heads, licked their faces until they were black and charred, and then shot up higher as if to display the victory and triumph of the power at whose command they had burst forth. At the beginning of the spectacle Caesar had appeared in a splendid chariot drawn by 4 white steeds and dressed as a charioteer in the color of the Greens, the party to which he and the court belonged. After him followed other chariots with courtiers in brilliant costumes, senators, priests, bacchantes, with wreaths on their heads and pitchers of wine in their hands, partly drunk and uttering wild cries. By the side of these were musicians, disguised as fauns or satyrs, who played on lutes, harps, flutes and horns. In other chariots were Roman matrons and maidens, also drunk and half naked. About the chariots ran men who shook staffs decorated with ribbons, others beat drums, others scattered flowers. The brilliant pageant moved onward, shouting "Evoe!" along the widest road of the garden, amidst the smoke and the living torches. Caesar, keeping near him Tigellinus and Chilo, whose terror he enjoyed, drove the steeds himself and proceeding slowly looked at the burning bodies and listened to the cries of the populace. Standing on the high, golden chariot, surrounded by a sea of people, who bowed to his feet, in the glare of the fire, crowned with a wreath of a circus victor, he rose above the courtiers and the crowd. He appeared gigantic. His immense arms, stretched out to hold the reins, seemed to bless the people, a smile played over his face and in his blinking eyes. As a sun or a god, he shone above the throng, terrible, but splendid and mighty. At times he stopped to look closer at some maiden whose bosom had begun to blacken in the fire, or at the face of a child distorted with agony, and then he went on leading a wild and frenzied retinue. At times he bowed to the people, and then again, bending backward, he drew in the golden reins, and conversed with Tigellinus. Finally, when he had reached a large fountain at the crossing of 2 roads, he alighted from the chariot, and beckoning to his followers, mixed with the crowd. He was greeted with shouts and applause. The bacchantes, the nymphs, the senators and Augustales, the priest, the fauns, the satyrs and soldiers, surrounded him in an excited circle, but he, with Tigellinus on one side and Chilo on the other, walked around the fountain, about which were burning torches. Stopping before each one, he made remarks about the victims, or ridiculed the old Greek, whose face betrayed horror and affright. At last he stopped before a tall mast decked with myrtle and ivy. The red tongues of fire had reached to the knees of the victim, but it was impossible to see his face, for fresh burning twigs veiled it with smoke. In a little while, however, a breeze turned aside the smoke, and unveiled the head of an old man with a white beard falling over his breast. At sight of him Chilo wriggled like a wounded snake, and gave a cry resembling a raven's caw rather than a human voice: "Glaucus! Glaucus!" It was indeed the face of Glaucus that gazed at him from the burning stake. The physician was still alive. His face indicated pain and was inclined forward as if he wished to look closely for the last time upon his persecutor, upon the man who had betrayed him, who had robbed him of wife and children, who had hired an assassin to kill him, and who, after all this, had been forgiven in the name of Christ, had delivered him into the hands of the executioners. Never had any man outraged another in a more bloody and frightful manner. And now the victim was dying at the burning stake, and the persecutor was standing at his feet. The eyes of Glaucus looked directly into those of the Greek. At times smoke hid him, but when the breeze blew this away Chilo saw again those eyes gazing at him. He tried to flee, but could not. His legs seemed to have turned into lead. He thought that some unseen hand held him before that stake. He was petrified, he felt that something had given way within him, that he had had enough of tortures and blood, that his end was approaching and that everything was vanishing — Caesar, the court, the crowds. A black and frightful solitude encircled him, in which nothing was visible save the fiery eyes of the martyr, which summoned him to judgment. Glaucus, bending his head still lower, stared fixedly at him. All present divined that something was passing between those two men. Laughter died on their lips, for in Chilo's face there was something terrible. Such fear and pain distorted it, as if the tongues of fire were burning his own flesh. Suddenly he reeled, and, stretching imploring arms upward, he cried in a terrible and heartrending voice:
"Glaucus, in the name of Christ, forgive me!"
A deep silence fell all about, a shiver ran through the spectators, and all eyes were raised involuntarily. The head of the martyr moved slightly, and then from the top of the mast there came a voice like a groan:
"I forgive thee."
Chilo fell down upon his face and howled like a wild beast. Taking up sand with his hands he strewed it upon his head. Meantime the flames shot up and licked the breast and face of Glaucus. The myrtle crown upon his head began to burn, and also the ribbon on top of the pole, the whole of which blazed with flames. Chilo rose after a time, with a face so changed, that to the Augustales he seemed like another man. His eyes shone with an extraordinary light, joy spread over his wrinkled forehead. The Greek, who a minute ago seemed so helpless, looked now like a priest inspired by divinity, and panting to reveal new truths. "What is the matter? Has he gone crazy?" asked a number of voices. But he turned towards the multitude, and raising his right hand, cried, or rather shouted, in a voice so loud that not only the Augustales, but the multitudes heard it:
"O Roman people, I swear to ye that the innocent are perishing. Behold the incendiary!"
and he pointed his finger at Nero. A hush of silence followed. The courtiers were petrified. Chilo continued to stand with arm outstretched and with finger pointing at Nero. All at once a tumult broke out. The people, like a wave urged by a whirlwind, rushed towards the old man to get a better view of him. Here and there were heard cries: "Seize him!" In other places: "Woe to us!" Among the crowds arose hisses and shouts: "Bronzebeard! Matricide! Incendiary!" The uproars grew louder at every moment. The Bacchantes, shouting wildly, sought the shelter of the chariots. Then some of the stakes, having burnt through, fell down, and scattering sparks about them, increased the confusion. A blind, mad wave of people caught Chilo and swept him into the interior of the garden. The stakes began to burn through in every direction and to fall across the roads, filling the alleyways with smoke, sparks, and the smell of burnt wood and human flesh. The nearer lights went out. It grew dark. The terrified crowds pressed towards the gates. News of what had occurred spread rapidly, and was changed and augmented as it passed from mouth to mouth. Some said that Caesar had swooned, others that he had confessed that he had ordered Rome to be set on fire, still others that he had been taken seriously ill, and that he had been borne out in a chariot in a dying condition. Here and there were heard voices of sympathy for the Christians. If they had not burned Rome, why, then, all this blood, torture, and injustice? Would not the gods avenge the innocent, and what sacrifices would placate them? The words "innocent people" were repeated oftener and oftener. Women expressed aloud their pity for the children, so many of whom had been thrown to wild beasts, or had been crucified or burned in those cursed gardens. Finally compassion changed into maledictions against Caesar and Tigellinus. There were some also who asked themselves or others, "What kind of a God is this who gives such strength to meet torture and death?" And they went towards their homes in meditation. Chilo, however, roamed about the gardens, not knowing where to go or what to do. Again he felt himself a sick and helpless old man. Now he stumbled over half burned corpses, now he trod on embers which sent after him a shower of sparks, now he sat down and gazed about him with a vacant stare. Already the gardens were becoming dark. The trees no longer stood out in a red glare. Only the pale moon lighted the alleys, the dark pillars fallen across them, and the partly consumed victims changed into formless lumps. But the old Greek thought that still in the moonlight he could see the face of Glaucus, with eyes fixed upon him. Shunning the light he hid himself amid the shadows. Finally, however, he emerged again, and, as if led by some hidden force, directed his steps towards the fountain beside which Glaucus had expired. A hand touched his shoulder. The old man turned and seeing an unknown person before him, cried out with terror: "Who art thou?" "Paul of Tarsus, the Apostle."
"I am accursed. What dost thou desire?"
"I wish to save thee." Chilo leaned against a tree. His legs trembled beneath him, and his arms hung down by his sides.
"There is no salvation for me," he said despairingly.
"Hast thou not heard that Christ forgave the thief upon the cross?" asked Paul.
"Dost thou know what I have done?"
"I beheld thy distress and heard thee bear witness to the truth."
"Oh, master!"
"The servant of Christ forgave thee in the hour of agony and death. Why then should not Christ forgive thee?" Chilo bowed his head on his hands as if bewildered.
"Forgiveness, forgiveness for me?"
"Our God is a God of mercy," said the Apostle.
"For me?"
repeated Chilo, and he began to groan like a man who is too feeble to restrain his pain and suffering. "Take my arm and come with me." And taking him upon his arm, Paul went towards the crossing of the roads, guided by the murmur of the fountain, which seemed to mourn in the stillness of the night over the bodies of the martyrs. "Our God is a God of mercy," said the Apostle again. "Wert thou to stand on the shore and cast pebbles into the sea, couldst thou fill up its depths? I tell thee that the mercy of Christ is like the sea, and that the sins and transgressions of men disappear in it like the pebbles. I tell thee that it is like the sky which covers lands and mountains and seas, for it is everywhere and is without limit and without end. Thou hast suffered at the stake of Glaucus. Christ beheld thy anguish. Regardless of what might happen on the morrow, thou didst say, 'Behold the incendiary.' Christ will remember thy words. Thy depravity and falsehood are gone. In thy heart there remains only contrition. Follow me and hearken to my words. I am he who hated Christ and persecuted the elect. I did not desire him and did not believe in him, until he appeared before me and called me. Since that time he is my love, and now he has visited thee with compunction, and fear, and agony, in order to call thee to himself. Thou didst hate him, but he loved thee. Thou didst deliver his followers to torture, but he will forgive thee and save thee." Great sobs shook the breast of the wretched man and rent his soul to its depths. But Paul embraced him, comforted him, and led him away as a soldier leads a captive. After a time the Apostle spoke again. "Come with me, I will lead thee to him, for why else would I come to thee? He commanded me to gather souls in the name of love, and I obey his command. Thou believest thyself to be damned, but I say to thee, believe in him, and salvation awaits thee. Thou considerest that thou art hated, but I tell thee once more that he loves thee. Look at me. When I possessed him not, I possessed nothing save the malice which dwelt in my heart, but now his love takes the place of father and mother, of riches and power. In him alone is refuge. He will consider thy penitence, will have mercy on thy misery, will free thee from fear and raise thee to himself." So speaking, he led him to the fountain, whose silvery spray gleamed in the light of the moon. Silence reigned all about and the gardens were deserted, for slaves had already removed the charred stakes and the bodies of the martyrs. Chilo fell upon his knees with a groan, and, hiding his face in his hands, remained motionless. But Paul raised his face towards the stars and prayed: "O Lord, behold this wretched man, his sorrow, his tears and his agony. O Lord of mercy, who didst shed thy blood for our sins, forgive him through thy passion, thy death, and thy resurrection." Then he was silent, but for a long time he looked upward at the stars and prayed. Meantime at his feet arose a cry like a groan: "O Christ, forgive me." Then Paul approached the fountain and, dipping water in his hand, he returned to the kneeling wretch. "Chilo, I baptize thee in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost. Amen." Chilo raised his head, and, crossing his arms, remained motionless. The moon shone full upon his white hairs, and upon the equally white face, still as if dead, or chiseled out of stone. The moments passed. From the great aviaries in the gardens of Domitian came the crowing of cocks, but Chilo remained in his kneeling posture, like a monument. Finally he arose and said to the Apostle: "What shall I do before death?" Paul, roused from his meditation on the boundless power that moved even such minds as that of the Greek, answered: "Have faith and testify to the truth." They went out together. At the gates of the garden the Apostle blessed the old man once more, and then they parted. Chilo insisted upon this, because he foresaw that after what had happened both Caesar and Tigellinus would give orders that he should be pursued. His presentiment was fulfilled. When he returned home he found the house surrounded by pretorians, who seized him, and, under the direction of Scevinus, took him to the palace. Caesar had retired, but Tigellinus was waiting. As soon as he saw the wretched Greek, he greeted him with a calm, though ominous face. "Thou art guilty of treason," said he, "and punishment will not be spared thee. But shouldst thou confess to morrow in the antechamber that thou wert drunk and mad, and that the instigators of the conflagration were the Christians, thy punishment will be reduced to flogging and expulsion." "I cannot do that," said Chilo. Tigellinus approached him with a slow step and said in a low but terrible voice: "How is that, dog? Wert thou not drunk and dost thou not understand what is awaiting thee? Look there!" And he pointed to a corner of the chamber, where, beside the long wooden bench stood 4 Thracian slaves, with cords and pincers in their hands. But Chilo replied: "I cannot." Rage seized Tigellinus, but he restrained himself. "Hast thou seen," he asked, "how Christians die? Dost thou wish to die in the same way?" The old man raised his pale face. His lips moved silently for a time, then he said: "I also believe in Christ." Tigellinus looked at him in surprise. "Dog, art thou mad?" Suddenly the rage which had accumulated in his breast burst forth. Springing at Chilo he caught his beard with both hands, threw him upon the floor, and trampled on him, repeating with foam upon his lips: "Thou shalt retract! Thou shalt!" "I cannot," said the prostrate Chilo. "Take him to the rack." At this order the Thracians seized the old man and laid him on the bench; then fastening him to it with cords, they began to squeeze his lean legs with pincers. But he kissed their hands with humility as they bound him to the bench, and then he closed his eyes and seemed dead. He was alive, however, for when Tigellinus bent over him and asked him once more: "Wilt thou retract?" his pale lips moved slightly and he whispered: "I cannot." Tigellinus ordered the torture to be stopped. Helpless, his face distorted by anger, he strode up and down the room. At last a new thought came to his head. He turned to the Thracians and said, "Tear out his tongue." End of Part 3, Chapter 19. Part 3, Chapter 20 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Milewski. Part 3, Chapter 20. The drama entitled Aureolus was usually performed in theatres or amphitheatres so arranged that they could open and present, as it were, two separate stages. But after the spectacle in Caesar's gardens this device was discarded, for in this case it was essential that the greatest number of spectators could enjoy the death of a crucified slave who is devoured by a bear. In the theatre the role of the bear was played by an actor sewed up in a bearskin, but this time a real bear was to appear upon the scene. This was a new device of Tigellinus. At first Caesar announced that he would not come, but at the urgent request of his favorite he changed his mind. Tigellinus convinced him that after what had happened in the gardens he ought to show himself to the people, and at the same time assured him that the crucified slave would not abuse him as had Crispus. The people were becoming sated and tired of bloodshed; consequently a new distribution of lottery tickets and gifts was announced, as well as a banquet, for the performance was to be given at night in a brilliantly illuminated amphitheatre. By dusk the whole building was packed. The Augustales, with Tigellinus at their head, came in a body, not so much for the sake of the performers, as to show their devotion to Caesar and their opinion of Chilo, about whom all Rome was talking. It was rumored that Caesar, after his return from the gardens, had fallen into a frenzy and could not sleep, that fears and strange apparitions tormented him, in consequence of which he announced the next morning that he would soon depart for Achaea. But others denied this and expressed an opinion that Caesar would now be all the more relentless against the Christians. Cowards also were not lacking, who predicted that the accusation which Chilo had flung into Caesar's face might have the worst possible consequences. Finally there were others who, through humanity, petitioned Tigellinus to stop further persecution. "Behold what is happening," said Barcus Soranus. "Thou wished to satisfy the anger of the people and to convince them that the guilty were being punished, but the result is just the opposite." "That is true," added Antiscius Verus. "All now whisper to one another that the Christians are innocent. If that be cleverness, then Chilo was right in saying that thy brains would not fill an acorn's cup." Tigellinus turned to them and said: "Barcus Soranus, people also whisper that thy daughter Servilia screened her Christian slaves from the justice of Caesar. The same thing they say also of thy wife Antistius."
"That is false,"
exclaimed Barcus in alarm.
"Thy divorced women," said Antiscius Verus, with equal alarm, "wish to ruin my wife because they are envious of her virtue."
But others talked of Chilo.
"What is the matter with him?" said Eprius Marcellus. "He himself delivered the Christians into the hands of Tigellinus; from a beggar he became wealthy. It was possible for him to live out his days in peace, to have a grand funeral and a fine tomb, but now what has happened? All at once he chooses to lose everything and ruin himself; without doubt he must be mad."
"He is not mad, but he has become a Christian," said Tigellinus.
"Impossible," said Vitelius.
"Have I not said," remarked Vestinius, "that ye may butcher Christians but ye cannot war against their deity? It is no joking matter. See what is taking place. I did not set Rome on fire, but should Caesar permit me I should immediately sacrifice a hecatomb to the Christian God. And all should do the same thing, because, I repeat, it is no joking matter. Remember what I have said." "And I said something else," said Petronius. "Tigellinus laughed at me when I asserted that the Christians were arming, but now I say more, they are conquering."
"How is that? What do you mean?"
asked a number of voices.
"By Pollux! If such a man as Chilo could not resist them, who can? If you think that after every spectacle the numbers of Christians do not increase, then you had better become potters or barbers, for you will then find out what people think, and what is going on in the city."
"He speaks the truth, by the holy garment of Diana," cried Vestinius.
But Barcus turned to Petronius and said:
"What is thy conclusion?" "I conclude where thou didst begin. There has been enough of bloodshed." Tigellinus looked at him scornfully and said: "Nay, a little more." "If thy head does not suffice thee, thou hast another on thy cane," retorted Petronius. The arrival of Caesar interrupted the conversation. Caesar took his place, with Pythagoras next to him. The performance of Aureolus began immediately, but nobody paid much attention to it, for the minds of the audience were fixed on Chilo. The people, tired of torture and blood, began to hiss and to shout out uncomplimentary remarks, and to call for the bear scene, which was the only thing they cared to see. Had it not been for the promised gifts and the hope of seeing Chilo, the show would not have held the crowd. At length the looked for moment came. The circus servants first brought in a wooden cross, low enough to allow the bear, standing on his hind legs, to reach the breast of the victim, then two men dragged in Chilo, for, as the bones in his legs were broken, he could not walk. He was nailed to the cross so quickly that the curious Augustales had not a good look at him, and only after the cross had been fixed in the place prepared for it, did all eyes gain a view of the victim. But few could recognize Chilo in this naked old man. After the tortures which Tigellinus had inflicted, not a drop of blood remained in his face, and only on his beard was to be seen a red spot caused by the blood after his tongue had been torn out. It was almost impossible to see his bones through the transparent skin. He seemed to have grown much older also. His eyes formerly had cast glances filled with malice and ill will, his face had before reflected alarm and uncertainty, but now, though it had an expression of pain, it was calm and serene as the faces of the sleeping or the dead. Perhaps he was comforted by the memory of the crucified thief, whom Christ forgave, or perhaps he said in his soul to the merciful God: "Oh, Lord, I bit like a venomous worm, but all my life I was unfortunate. I was hungry, but people trampled upon me, beat me and jeered at me. I was poor and very unhappy, and now they put me to torture and I am hanging on a cross. But thou, oh merciful one, will not reject me in the hour of my death." Evidently peace came to his penitent heart. No one laughed, for in this crucified man there was something pathetic, he seemed so old, so defenseless, so feeble, and his humility invited compassion, so that each one asked himself why men should be crucified and nailed to crosses who would soon die in any case. The crowd was silent. Among the pretorians Vestinius, looking to right and left, whispered in a frightened voice: "See how they die." Others were looking for the bear and wishing a speedy end to the spectacle. The bear appeared at last in the arena, and swaying his drooping head from side to side, he looked about as if seeking for something. When he saw the cross, with the naked body upon it, he approached and stood on his hind legs. After a moment he dropped down and, sitting beneath the cross, began to growl as if in his heart there were pity for this poor remnant of a man. The servants of the circus urged on the bear with cries, but the people were silent. Meanwhile Chilo raised his head slowly, and looked at the audience for some time. At last his eyes rested somewhere among the highest tiers of the amphitheatre, his breast began to heave, and then appeared something which caused wonder and astonishment. His face lighted with a smile, a ray of light seemed to encircle his forehead, his eyes were raised, and two great tears rolled down his cheeks. Suddenly he expired. And at the same moment a man's voice rang out from under the awning: "Peace to the martyrs!" In the amphitheatre deep silence reigned. End of Part 3, Chapter 20. Part 3, Chapter 21 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Milevski. Part 3, Chapter 21. After the performance in Caesar's gardens, the prisons were almost empty. New victims indeed, suspected of the Oriental superstition, were still seized and imprisoned, but fewer and fewer people were captured, so that it was difficult to fill out the programme of the spectacles which were approaching. The people had become sated with blood; they evinced great weariness and increasing alarm on account of the unparalleled conduct of the victims.
Fears like those of the superstitious Vestinius spread among thousands of people. More and more the people talked of the vengefulness of the Christian God. The prison fever, which had spread all over the city, increased the general dread. Funerals were frequent. It was reported that fresh victims were needed to placate the unknown God. In the temples sacrifices were offered to Jove and Libitina. At last, in spite of all the efforts of Tigellinus and his followers, the belief spread rapidly that the city had been set on fire at the command of Caesar, and that the Christians were suffering innocently. But for this very reason, Nero and Tigellinus continued the persecution. To placate the people fresh orders were issued to distribute corn, wine, and oil. New rules were proclaimed to facilitate the rebuilding of houses, and these rules granted special privileges to the owners. New ordinances were given out also as to the width of the streets and the materials to be used for building, so as to avoid fires in the future. Caesar himself participated in the sessions of the Senate, and counseled with the Fathers as to the welfare of the people and the city. But no favor was granted to the doomed. The ruler of the world desired to impress upon the people the idea that such cruel punishment could be inflicted only upon the guilty. In the Senate no voice was raised in behalf of the Christians, for no one cared to risk Caesar's wrath. Besides, those who looked into the future asserted that the very foundations of the Roman Empire were threatened by the new creed. The dead and the dying were given to their families, as the Roman law took no vengeance on the dead. Vinitius consoled himself to some extent with the thought that should Lygia die, he would bury her in his family vault, and himself rest alongside of her. He lost all hope of saving her from death. Half separated from life and absorbed in Christ, he did not now dream of any union save an eternal one. His faith had become so strong that eternity seemed to him something incomparably more real and true than the fleeting existence which he had lived up to that time. His heart overflowed with happiness. While yet alive, he had become transformed into an almost immaterial being, which, longing after a complete deliverance for itself, desired it also for another. He imagined that, when freed from earthly bondage, he and Lygia would go hand in hand to heaven, where Christ would bless them, and allow them to live forever in a light like that of the dawn. He only implored Christ to save Lygia from the torments of the circus, and let her fall asleep in the prison, feeling that he himself would die simultaneously. In view of the enormous amount of blood which had been shed, he could not hope that she alone would be saved. He had heard from Peter and Paul that they, too, must die as martyrs. The sight of Chilo on the cross had convinced him that the death of a martyr could be sweet. Hence he desired it for both himself and Lygia, as a change from a sad and wretched condition to something better. At times he experienced a foretaste of the after life. The sadness which hung over the souls of both was gradually losing its former burning bitterness, and changing into a peaceful and heavenly submission to the will of God. Vinitius, who formerly had striven against the current, and had struggled and tortured himself, now let himself drift, believing that the stream would bear him into eternal rest. He divined also that Lygia, as well as himself, was preparing for death, that despite the walls of the prison which separated them, they were going onward together, and this thought brought him much happiness. In fact, they were going onward together, just as if they had exchanged thoughts every day. Lygia had no desire or hope save the hope of an after life. She looked upon death, not only as a deliverance from the terrible walls of the prison, from the hands of Caesar and Tigellinus, but as the wedding day with Vinitius. Besides this certainty, all else lost importance. After death there would begin for her even earthly happiness, so that she awaited it as a bride waits for the wedding day. The great current of faith which swept thousands of believers away from life and bore them beyond the grave, seized Ursus also. He also, for a long time, could not resign himself to the thought of Lygia's death. But when every day, through the prison walls, came into the prison news of what was going on in the amphitheatre and in the gardens, when death seemed the inevitable lot of all Christians, and also their good, higher than any earthly idea of happiness, Ursus did not dare to ask Christ to deprive Lygia of such bliss, or delay it for long years to come. In his simple barbarian soul he thought, also, that the daughter of the Lygian chief would possess more of those heavenly delights than the common crowd to which he himself belonged, and that she would sit nearer to the Lamb than others. Though he had heard that before God all are equal, still a conviction lingered at the bottom of his soul that the daughter of a chief, the chief of all the Lygians, was much better than a slave. He hoped also that Christ would allow him to continue to serve her. His dearest wish was to die on the cross like the Lamb, but this he considered bliss so great that he did not dare to pray for it. Although he knew that in Rome even the lowest criminals were crucified, he thought that he would certainly have to perish torn by the teeth and claws of wild beasts. This was a source of sorrow to him. From his childhood he had roamed through forests in pursuit of wild animals. While still a youth, thanks to his superhuman strength, he had become famous as a hunter among the Lygians. Hunting was his chief delight, so much so that later, when in Rome, he visited the menagerie and the amphitheatres, just to look at beasts, known and unknown to him. The sight of these incited within him a great desire for struggle and killing. So now he feared that when he should meet the beasts in the arena, he would be possessed by thoughts unbecoming a Christian, whose duty was to die piously and patiently. But he committed himself to Christ, and found other thoughts to console him. Hearing that the Lamb had declared war against the powers of hell and evil spirits, which, according to the Christian creed, included the pagan gods, he thought that in this conflict he might be of considerable service to the Lamb, and serve him all the better, because he believed that his soul must be stronger than that of others. He prayed through entire days, rendered service to the prisoners, helped the jailers, and consoled his princess, who regretted at times that in her short life she had not been able to perform as many good deeds as the famous Tabitha, of whom the Apostle Peter had told her. Even the prison guards, who feared the great strength of the giant, since neither chains nor bars could restrain it, took a liking to him for his gentleness. Amazed at his serenity, they asked him the cause. He spoke with such certitude of the life that awaited him after death, that they listened with astonishment, seeing for the first time that happiness might come into a dungeon whither the sun's rays could not penetrate. And when he exhorted them to believe in the Lamb, it struck more than one of them that his own service was the service of a slave, and his life the life of a wretched being, and more than one fell to thinking over his lot, the end of which was death. But death brought new fear and promised nothing, whereas the giant and the maiden, who resembled a flower cast upon the floor of the prison, these two looked upon death with delight, as the gate of happiness. End of Part 3, Chapter 21. Part 3, Chapter 22 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyan and Malevski. Part 3, Chapter 22. On a certain evening Scevinus, a senator, called upon Petronius and conversed with him at length about the grievous times in which they lived, and also about Caesar. He spoke so openly that Petronius, though friendly, thought it best to be on his guard. Scevinus complained that the world was becoming mad, and that all must end in some calamity more terrible even than the burning of Rome. He said that even the Augustales were discontented, that Fenius Rufus, second prefect of the Pretorians, endured only with the greatest effort the vile rule of Tigellinus, and that Seneca's entire family had been driven to the utmost despair by the conduct of Caesar towards his old master and towards Lucan. Finally he began to speak of the dissatisfaction of the people, and even of the Pretorians, a considerable part of whom had been won over by Fenius Rufus. "Why dost thou talk in this manner?" asked Petronius. "Out of solicitude for Caesar," replied Scevinus. "I have a distant relative among the Pretorians, whose name is also Scevinus. From him I learn what is going on in the camp. Discontent is growing there also. Caligula was mad, and see what happened. Cassius Chaerea appeared. It was a terrible deed, and no one of us applauded it, but still Chaerea freed the world from a monster. "Or in other words," remarked Petronius, "this is thy meaning: I do not praise Chaerea, but he was an excellent man, and would that the gods gave us more like him." Scevinus changed the subject and began of a sudden to praise Piso, glorifying his family, his generosity, his attachment to his wife, and finally his intellect, his calmness, and his peculiar gift of winning people. "Caesar is childless," said he, "and all see his successor in Piso. Doubtless everyone would help Piso to ascend the throne. Fenius Rufus loves him, the family of Aeneas is entirely devoted to him. Plautius Lateranus and Tullius Senecio would go through fire for him. Equally devoted to him are Natalius, and Subrius Flavius, and Sulpicius Asper, and Atranius Quinetianus, and even Vestinius." "The last will not be of much avail to Piso," said Petronius. "Vestinius is afraid of his own shadow." "Vestinius believes in dreams and apparitions," said Scevinus, "but he is a valiant man, who, rumor says, will be nominated for consul. If in his heart he is opposed to persecuting the Christians, thou shouldst not blame him for it concerns thee also that this madness should cease." "Not for me, but Vinitius," said Petronius. "On his account I should like to save a certain girl, but I cannot, because I have lost favor with Caesar." "How is that? Dost thou not see that Caesar wishes to be friendly with thee again? And I will tell thee why. He intends returning to Achaea, where he will sing Greek songs of his own composition. He is crazy about the trip, but trembles at the thought of the critical disposition of the Greeks. He imagines that a great triumph awaits him or a great failure. He needs good advice, and he knows that no one can counsel him as well as thou. That is the reason why thou art returning to favor." "Lucan might take my place."
"Bronzebeard hates Lucan and destines him for death. He is awaiting a pretext, for he always seeks pretexts. Lucan understands that it is necessary to make haste."
"By Castor," said Petronius, "this may be, but I have still another way to regain favor."
"What is it?"
"To repeat to Bronzebeard what thou hast said to me just now."
"I have said nothing," said Scevinus, aghast.
Petronius laid his hand upon the other's shoulder. "Thou hast called Caesar a madman, thou hast predicted the succession of Piso, and thou hast said Lucan understands that it is necessary to make haste. What wouldst thou hasten, my dear friend?" Scevinus grew pale, and for a moment the two looked at each other.
"Thou wilt not repeat?"
"By the hips of Cypris, I will not. Thou knowest me well. No, I will not repeat. I have not heard anything, and I do not wish to hear anything. Dost thou understand? Life is too short to take any trouble. I pray thee only to visit Tigellinus to day, and talk with him as long as thou hast with me, about anything that may please thee."
"What for?"
"So that should Tigellinus some day say to me, Scevinus was with thee, I might retort, that same day he was also with thee." Scevinus, hearing this, broke the ivory cane which he held in his hand and said: "I will see Tigellinus to day, and afterwards I will go to Nerva's banquet. Wilt not thou be there? But anyway we shall see each other the day after to morrow in the amphitheatre, where the remainder of the Christians will appear. Farewell." "The day after to morrow," repeated Petronius, when alone. "There is no time to lose. Bronzebeard will need me in Achaea, hence he may perhaps show some regard for my wishes." And he determined to try the last means. At Nerva's banquet Caesar himself asked that Petronius should occupy the seat opposite to him, because he wished to ask his advice about Achaea, and about what cities he might appear in with the greatest chances of success. He feared most the Athenians. Other Augustales listened to the conversation with attention, so as to retain in their memory the opinions of Petronius, and repeat them afterwards as their own.
"It seems to me as if I had not lived until this time," said Nero, "and that I shall be born only in Greece."
"Thou wilt be born to new fame and immortality," said Petronius.
"I trust that it will be so, and that Apollo will not be jealous. Should I meet with success I will offer to him a hecatomb such as no god has ever had before."
Scevinus quoted the lines of Horace: "Sic te diva potens, Cypri, sic fratis Helenae, lucida sidera.
ventorumque regat pater."
"The vessel is waiting at Naples," said Caesar. "I should like to set out even to morrow."
Petronius arose and looking straight at Nero said: "Permit me, oh divine one, first to celebrate a wedding feast, to which I shall invite thee before others."
"A wedding feast? What wedding feast?" asked Nero.
"The wedding feast of Vinitius with the daughter of the king of the Lygians, who is thy hostage. Though she is now in prison, as a hostage she is not subject to imprisonment. Thou thyself didst permit Vinitius to marry her, and as thy decrees, like those of Zeus, are unchangeable, thou wilt order her to be set free, and I will give her to the bridegroom." The cool and calm self possession with which Petronius spoke impressed Nero, who was always impressed by this method of addressing him.
"I know," he said, with his eyes cast down. "I have thought of her, and of the giant who choked Croto."
"Then both are saved?" asked Petronius quietly. But Tigellinus came to the rescue of his master. "She is in prison at the command of Caesar, and thou thyself hast said, Petronius, that his decrees are unchangeable." All present, knowing the history of Vinitius and Lygia, understood the situation, and they preserved silence, curious to see how the affair would end. "She is in prison against the will of Caesar, through thy mistake and through thy ignorance of the law of nations," replied Petronius, laying stress upon his words. "Thou art a dull man, Tigellinus, but even thou darest not assert that she set Rome on fire, for Caesar would not believe thee." But Nero had recovered himself. Through his half closed eyes shone indescribable malice.
"Petronius is right," he
said after a while. Tigellinus looked at him with surprise.
"Petronius is right," repeated Nero. "To morrow the gates of the prison will be opened for her. As to the wedding feast, we will talk it over the day after to morrow in the amphitheatre."
"I have lost again," thought Petronius. When he had returned home he was so sure that Lygia's fate had been decided that he sent a trustworthy servant to the amphitheatre to make arrangements for the delivery of her body, which he wished to give to Vinitius. Part 3 chapter 23 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Malevski. Part 3, chapter 23. During Nero's reign, evening exhibitions in the circus and amphitheatre had been common. Before that time exhibitions at night were rare. They were popular among the Augustales, because they were often followed by feasts and revels which lasted until the morning. Though the people had had enough of bloodshed, still when the news was spread that the end of the games was approaching, and that the last of the Christians were to expire during the night performance, great crowds filled the amphitheatre. The Augustales appeared in a body, for they understood that this would be an unusual performance, and they knew that Caesar had determined to make a tragic show of the agony of Vinitius. Tigellinus had not betrayed what kind of torture was intended for the bride of the young Tribune, but this only increased the general curiosity. Those who had seen Lygia at the house of Plautius extolled her beauty to the skies. Others were mainly concerned with the question as to whether they would really see her in the arena that night, because many of those who had heard the reply of Caesar to Petronius gave it a double meaning. Some believed that Nero would deliver, or perhaps had already delivered, the maiden to Vinitius. They remembered that she was a hostage, and hence could worship any god she pleased, and that the law of nations did not allow her to be punished. Uncertainty, expectation, and curiosity possessed all the spectators. Caesar arrived earlier than usual. Immediately on his coming conjectures were whispered about that something unusual would happen, for beside Tigellinus and Vinitius, Caesar had with him Cassius, a centurion of enormous size and strength, whom Caesar took with him only when he needed a defender, for instance, on his night escapades to the Suburra. Here he enjoyed an amusement called sagatio, which consisted in tossing on a soldier's cloak every maiden he met on his way. It was noted also that precautions had been taken in the amphitheatre itself. The pretorian guards were increased, and they were commanded, not by a centurion, but by the Tribune Subrius Flavius, known for his blind attachment to Nero. It was generally understood that Caesar wished in any case to secure himself against an outburst of despair from Vinitius, and this added to the interest. All eyes were turned upon the seat occupied by the unfortunate lover. He was very pale, and his forehead was covered with perspiration. He was uncertain as to Lygia's fate, as were the other spectators, but also he was alarmed to the very depths of his soul. Petronius, ignorant himself of what would happen, said nothing to him, except that when he had returned from Nerva's banquet, he had asked Vinitius whether he was prepared for everything, and then whether he would be present at the performance. To both questions Vinitius answered yes, but a shudder passed through him because he surmised that Petronius did not ask these questions without reason. For some time he had been only half alive; he had been sunk in death, and had consented to Lygia's death, since for both it was to be a deliverance and a marriage. But now he realized that it is one thing to meditate over the last moment as if it were to be a calm falling into sleep, and another to behold the agonies of a person dearer than life to him. All his former anguish came back again. The despair which he had repressed began again to cry in his soul. He felt again the old desire to save Lygia at any price. In the morning he had tried to get into the prison to be sure that she was there. But the pretorian guards watched all the entrances, and the orders were so strict that even the soldiers whom Vinitius knew personally could not be moved by entreaties or bribes. It seemed to Vinitius that uncertainty would kill him before the spectacle came off. In his heart there still lingered a faint hope that Lygia was not in the amphitheatre, and that his fears were groundless. At times he clung to this hope with all his strength. He thought to himself that Christ might have taken her to himself from the prison. He only knew that he could not bear to witness her agony in the circus. Formerly he had submitted in everything to the divine will, but now, when repulsed from the doors of the prison, he returned to his seat in the amphitheatre. From the curious eyes directed towards him he inferred that the most terrible conjectures might prove true, and in his soul he implored help with a passion that resembled a menace. "Thou canst," he repeated, clenching his fist convulsively. "Thou canst." He had not realized heretofore that this moment would be so terrible. Now his mind was clouded, and he felt that if he should see Lygia tortured, his love for God would change into hatred and his faith into despair. He was terror stricken at the same time, for he feared to offend Christ, whom he was imploring for mercy and miracles. He asked no longer for her life, but only that she might die before being led into the arena. With unspeakable anguish he repeated in his heart: "Refuse me not this one request, and I will love thee more than I have hitherto loved thee." Then his thoughts raged like waves tossed about by a hurricane. A desire for blood and vengeance arose in him. He was seized with a mad desire to swoop down upon Caesar and choke him in the presence of all the spectators. But he felt this desire was an offense against Christ and his command. At times flashes of hope whirled through his brain that an almighty and merciful hand would turn away all that his soul feared. But these hopes vanished before his overwhelming despair, as he thought that he who could destroy this circus with a word and save Lygia, had abandoned her, though she trusted in him and loved him with all her pure heart. And he thought, moreover, that she was lying in the dark dungeon, weak, defenseless, deserted, dependent upon the mercy of the brutal guards, drawing perhaps her last breath, while he had to wait in that horrible amphitheatre, not knowing what torture was destined for her, or what the next moment might bring forth. Finally, like a man who, falling down a precipice, grasps at everything that grows on the edge of it, so did he grasp frantically at the thought that faith alone could save her. This means alone was left. Peter had said that faith could move the earth to its very foundations. Therefore he concentrated his thoughts, hushed his misgivings, and compressed his whole being into the sentence, "I believe," and awaited a miracle. As a cord stretched too tightly may break, so he was broken by the strain. A deathly pallor covered his face, his body relaxed. Then he thought that his prayer had been heard and that he was dying. He thought that Lygia must have died, and that Christ was taking them both to himself. The arena, the white robes of the countless spectators, the lights of innumerable lamps and torches, all vanished from his sight. His weakness did not last long. In a moment he awoke, or rather, was awakened by a stamping of the expectant multitude.
"Thou art ill," said Petronius. "Give orders that thou be taken home."
Regardless of what Caesar would say, he rose to support Vinitius and leave with him. His heart was full of compassion. Moreover, he was vexed beyond endurance by the fact that Caesar was gazing through the emerald at Vinitius, and studying his agony with satisfaction, perhaps in order to describe it afterwards in pathetic verses and gain the applause of an audience. But Vinitius shook his head. He might die in the amphitheatre, but he could not leave it. Moreover, the spectacle might begin at any moment. Indeed, at that instant the prefect of the city waved a red handkerchief. Upon this signal the hinges of the doors opposite Caesar's box creaked, and out of the dark chasm came Ursus, into the brightly illuminated arena. The giant blinked, evidently dazzled by the brightness of the arena, then he moved towards the center, looking about as if to see what he had to encounter. All the Augustales and most of the spectators knew that this was the man who had strangled Croto, hence at his appearance murmurs arose from all the benches. There was no lack of gladiators in Rome larger in stature than ordinary men, but Roman eyes had never seen the like of Ursus. Cassius, who stood by Caesar, appeared puny in comparison. Senators, Vestals, Caesar, the Augustales, and the people gazed with the delight of experts at his powerful limbs, like the trunks of trees, at his breast, which seemed like two joined shields, at his Herculean arms. The murmurs grew louder at every moment. For the multitudes there could not be any greater pleasure than to see those muscles play in the exertion of struggle. The murmurs changed to shouts and to eager questionings. "Where live the tribes who produce such giants?" Ursus stood there in the middle of the amphitheatre naked, resembling a stone colossus rather than a man. Calm, collected, yet at the same time with the melancholy of a barbarian. Looking about the empty arena, he fixed his blue eyes in wonderment, now on the spectators, now on Caesar, now on the grating of the dungeons, whence he expected his executioners. At the moment when he stepped into the arena his simple heart was throbbing with the hope that death on the cross was awaiting him. But when he saw neither a cross nor a pit, he thought that he did not deserve such favor, and that he would have to perish in some other way, most probably from wild beasts. He was unarmed, and had resolved to die as became a follower of the Lamb, peacefully and patiently. Meanwhile he wished to pray to the Saviour. So kneeling in the arena, he joined his hands and raised his eyes to the stars, which twinkled above the lofty opening on the arena. This attitude displeased the crowds. They had had enough of those Christians who died like sheep. They understood that should the giant refuse to defend himself, the spectacle would be a failure. Here and there hisses arose. Some cried for the scourgers, whose office it was to chastise combatants who refused to fight. But silence soon followed, for no one knew what awaited the giant, nor whether he would not be ready to fight when he looked death in the face. Indeed, they had not long to wait. Suddenly a deafening noise of trumpets arose, and at this signal a grating opened opposite the imperial box, and into the arena rushed, amid the shouts of the people, an enormous German bull, bearing on his horns the naked body of a woman.
"Lygia! Lygia!"
cried Vinitius. Then he seized his hair near the temples, writhed like a man wounded by a spear, and in a hoarse voice cried out: "I believe! I believe! Grant a miracle, O Christ!" He was not aware that Petronius, at that moment, covered his head with a toga. He thought that death or agony had covered his eyes. He did not look. He did not see. A feeling of awful emptiness seized him. No thought remained in his head, only his lips repeated, as if in delirium: "I believe! I believe!" Suddenly the amphitheatre was hushed. The Augustales rose in their seats as one man, for something uncommon had happened in the arena. The Lygian, humble and ready to die, seeing his princess on the horns of the wild beast, sprang up as if burned by fire, and bending forward, rushed towards the frenzied animal. Cries of astonishment were heard on all sides. The Lygian overtook in a twinkling the raging bull, and seized him by the horns. "Look!" cried Petronius, unveiling the head of Vinitius. Vinitius raised his face, pale as a sheet, and he looked at the arena with a glassy, vacant stare. Every one held his breath. In the amphitheatre a fly might have been heard. People could not believe their own eyes. Never before was seen anything like this. The Lygian held the wild beast by the horns. His feet were buried in the sand to his ankles. His back was bent like a bow. His head was hidden between his shoulders. The muscles swelled on his arms, so that the skin seemed to crack from the pressure, but he stopped the bull on the spot. The man and the brute remained so motionless that the spectators seemed to look at a picture representing a deed of Hercules or Theseus, or a group cut in stone; but in that apparent repose was evident the terrible exertion of two struggling forces. The bull as well as the man sank his feet deep into the sand, and his dark shaggy body was so curved that it resembled a huge ball. Which would first be exhausted? Which first would yield? This was the question which at the moment was of greater importance to the spectators than their own fate, than that of Rome and its rule over the world. The Lygian in their eyes was a demigod, worthy of admiration and statues. Caesar himself arose. He and Tigellinus, hearing of the strength of this man, had purposely prepared the spectacle, and laughing to each other had said: "Let the slayer of Croto vanquish the bull chosen by us." But now they looked with amazement at the picture before them, hardly believing that it could be real. There were some of the spectators who had raised their arms and remained in this attitude. Sweat poured down the faces of others, as if they themselves were struggling with the animal. In the circus nothing was heard save the hiss of the flames in the lamps and the crackle of the torches. Words died in the throats of the spectators, but their hearts beat against their breasts as if to split them. It seemed to all that the struggle was lasting for ages. But the man and the brute continued motionless in their terrible struggle. They seemed rooted in the earth. Suddenly there reverberated through the arena a muffled roar, and then a shout arose from the spectators and then again silence fell. The people saw as in a dream that the monstrous head of the bull was twisting around in the iron grasp of the barbarian. The Lygian's face, neck, and arms grew purple, his back curved still more. He was evidently rallying the rest of his superhuman strength, but he could not stand the strain much longer. Gradually the groans of the bull grew hoarser and duller and more painful as they mingled with the whistling breath of the giant. The head of the brute was twisted more and more. A long foaming tongue protruded from its muzzle. Next instant the crack of breaking bones reached the ears of the nearest spectators, then the beast sunk to the earth with a broken neck. In a twinkling the giant slipped the cords from the horns of the bull, and panting, raised the maiden in his arms. His face had paled, his hair was matted with sweat, his arms and shoulders were wet as though with water. For a moment he stood as if he were scarce conscious, then he lifted his eyes and gazed around the amphitheatre. The immense audience had gone wild. The walls of the building trembled from the shouts of tens of thousands of spectators. Since the beginning of the games no such enthusiasm had ever been known. Those who occupied the higher tiers left them and crowded down the aisles between the seats, in order to get a better view of the athlete. From all sides came cries for mercy, passionate and insistent, which soon turned into one fierce roar. The giant was now the darling of the people, who, above all things, worshipped physical strength. For the time he was the greatest personage in Rome. The Lygian understood that the mob were demanding his pardon and freedom, but his thoughts were not upon himself alone. For a time he looked about him, then he approached the imperial seat, and holding the maiden on his outstretched arms, he raised his eyes in supplication as if to say: "Take pity on her! Save her! For her sake this has been done!" The spectators understood his desire. The sight of the fainting girl, a mere child in comparison with the gigantic Lygian, had its effect upon the crowd and the soldiers and senators. That slender figure, white as if cut from alabaster, her swooning condition, the awful peril from which the giant had rescued her, and, finally, her beauty, moved every heart. Some thought that the Lygian was a father begging mercy for his child. Pity burst forth like a flame. Enough of blood and death and tortures. On every side arose entreaties for mercy from voices broken by sobs. Ursus, still carrying the girl in his arms, moved around the arena, and, by eye and gesture, begged mercy for the girl. Then Vinitius started up from his seat, leaped over the barrier which separated the front seats from the arena, and running to Lygia, threw his toga over her naked body. Then he rent the tunic on his breast and exposed the scars of wounds received in the Armenian war, and stretching his arms out towards the people. The enthusiasm of the crowd now passed all bounds. The mob stamped and howled. Voices demanding mercy grew terrible in their insistence. People not only took the part of the athlete, but rose in defense of the maiden and the soldier. With flashing eyes and clenched fists thousands of spectators turned towards Caesar. He, however, demurred and hesitated. He cherished no hatred for Vinitius nor did he particularly desire the death of Lygia, yet it would have given him pleasure to see the body of the girl torn by the horns of the bull, or the tusks of beasts. His cruelty and his degenerate disposition found a strange delight in such sights. And now the people wished to deprive him of one. This thought angered him. Wrath burned red on his bloated face. His self love made it hard for him to yield to the will of the people. On the other hand his cowardice prevented him from opposing it. He looked around among the Augustales to see if he could discover thumbs pointing downwards to give the verdict of death. But Petronius held up his hand and looked almost defiantly into Caesar's face. Vestinius, superstitious yet enthusiastic, who feared ghosts but not the living, also gave the sign for mercy. So did Scevinus, the senator, and Nerva, and Tullius Senecio, and the famous warrior Ostorius Scapula, and Antistius, and Piso Vetus, and Crispinus, and Minucius Thermus, and Pontius Telesinus, and most important of all, Thrasea, who was adored by the people. In view of this opposition, Caesar dropped the emerald from his eye with an expression of scornful indignation. Tigellinus, who wished to spite Petronius, bent over him and said: "Yield not, O divine one! We have the pretorians at our command." Nero turned to the place where Subrius Flavius stood, in command over the pretorians. He saw something which he little expected. The face of the old Tribune, hitherto always devoted to him, was now set and stern, although bathed with tears, and his hand was raised in sign of mercy. Meantime the masses had become enraged. Clouds of dust rose from beneath the stamping feet, and filled the amphitheatre. Mingled with the shouts were heard cries: "Ahenobarbus! Matricide! Incendiary!" Nero became frightened. In the circus the people were masters of the situation. Former Caesars, and especially Caligula, had ventured sometimes to withstand the popular will, and the consequent disturbances sometimes ended in bloodshed. Nero's position was different. Not only as a comedian and a singer did he need the favor of the people, but also as a bulwark against the Senate and the patricians. Since the burning of Rome he had striven to win it by all means, and so had turned the anger of the people against the Christians. He understood that further opposition would be perilous. A riot begun in the circus might spread over the city, and produce incalculable results. Once more he looked at Subrius Flavius, at Scevinus, the centurion, a kinsman of the senator, and the soldiers. And seeing everywhere knitted brows, and stern eyes fixed upon him, he gave the sign for mercy. Then thunders of applause burst out and echoed from the highest to the lowest seats. The people were now assured of the safety of the condemned ones. From this moment they passed under their protection. Caesar himself would not dare to molest them further. End of Part 3, Chapter 23. Part 3, Chapter 24 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Milewski. Part 3, Chapter 24. Bithynian slaves bore Lygia to the house of Petronius. Vinitius and Ursus accompanied her. They made haste in order to place her as soon as possible under the care of the Greek physician. They spoke no word, for, after the experiences of the day, speech seemed to have forsaken them. Vinitius was scarcely conscious. Again and again he repeated to himself that Lygia was saved, that neither imprisonment nor death in the circus menaced her longer, that their misfortunes were ended once and forever, and that now he was carrying her home, and would never part from her again. From time to time he bent over the open litter to look at the face of his beloved, which in the moonlight appeared still as if in sleep, and he repeated to himself, "This is she! Christ saved her!" He remembered also that, while he and Ursus were carrying her from the Spolarium, an unknown physician had looked at her, and assured him that the girl was living and would surely recover. This thought filled him with such delight that he grew weak, and was obliged to lean upon the arm of Ursus. Ursus looked up at the star-studded sky and offered up a silent prayer. Quickly they moved along the streets in which newly built houses gleamed white in the moonlight. The streets were deserted save where here and there they came upon groups of ivy-covered people, who sang and danced before porticos to the accompaniment of flutes, taking advantage of the marvelous night and the holiday season, unbroken since the beginning of the games. Only when they were near the house did Ursus cease praying, and, in a low voice, as if he feared to waken Lygia, said: "Oh, master, the Saviour preserved her from death. When I saw her on the horns of the bull I heard a voice in my soul crying, 'Defend her!' and this I knew was the voice of the Lamb. The prison had robbed me of my strength, but in that moment He restored it to me, and He inspired the cruel multitude to speak in her behalf. Praise be to Him!" And Vinitius answered, "Glorified be His name!" He could speak no further, for tears choked him. He felt an uncontrollable desire to fall down upon the earth and thank the Saviour for the miracle and mercy He had vouchsafed. They had now reached the house. The servants, warned by a slave who had been sent ahead, swarmed out to meet them. Paul of Tarsus had converted the greater part of these people. They knew of the misfortunes of Vinitius. Great was their joy at sight of the victims rescued from the power of Nero. It increased still more when Theocles, the physician, after examining Lygia, pronounced that she had suffered no serious injury, and that when the exhaustion produced by the prison fever had passed, she would surely recover. During the night she became conscious. Awakening in the gorgeous chamber lighted with Corinthian lamps, and fragrant with the scent of flowers, she knew not where she was nor how she had come hither. She recalled the moment when she had been tied to the horns of the chained bull, and beholding above her the face of Vinitius, lighted by the pale glow of the lamp, she imagined that she was no more upon earth. Her thoughts were confused. She thought that she had been halted somewhere on the way to heaven on account of exhaustion and weakness. Not feeling any pain, she smiled at Vinitius, and attempted to ask him where they were, but could speak only in a low whisper, so that Vinitius could scarcely catch his name. He knelt beside her, and laying his hand softly upon her forehead, said: "Christ saved thee and returned thee to me." Her lips murmured some unintelligible words, her bosom heaved, and she fell into a deep sleep, which the physician was expecting, and from which he said she would awaken to life and health. Vinitius remained on his knees by her, sunk in prayer. His soul was transported with so mighty a love, that he forgot himself entirely. Theocles now returned to the chamber, and from behind the lace curtain the golden head of Eunice appeared frequently. At last the cranes outside in the garden announced the dawn of day, but Vinitius still knelt, embracing in imagination the feet of Christ, and not knowing or hearing what was going on about him. His heart, full of thanksgiving, burned like a sacrificial flame, and he was carried away by his ecstasy to the very portals of heaven. End of Part 3, Chapter 24. Part 3, Chapter 25 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Benyon and Milevsky. Part 3, Chapter 25. After Lygia was liberated, Petronius, lest he should offend Caesar, went to the Palatine with other Augustales. He wished to hear what they were saying, and especially to find out whether Tigellinus was plotting anew to destroy Lygia. Both she and Ursus were now under the protection of the people. No one could molest them without creating a tumult. But Petronius, knowing how the powerful prefect of the pretorians hated him, thought it likely that Tigellinus, powerless to injure him directly, would try to revenge himself upon his nephew. Nero was in high dudgeon because the show had ended in a way quite different from his wishes. At first he would not look at Petronius, but the latter, preserving a calm temper, approached him with all the freedom of the arbiter of elegance and said: "Do you know, oh divine one, what has struck me? Compose a song about the virgin who, at the command of the ruler of the world, was rescued from the horns of a wild bull, and returned to her lover. The Greeks are impressionable, and I am certain that such a song will delight them." Despite his vexation, Nero was pleased with the suggestion, and for two reasons. In the first place, it was a good subject for a song, and secondly, he could glorify himself as the magnanimous ruler of the world. He regarded Petronius kindly and said: "Yes, mayhap thou art right, but would it become me to chant my own praises? Thou needest not mention thyself by name. In Rome everybody will know who is the hero of the song, and from Rome the news will spread all over the world." "Art thou sure this would meet with approbation in Achaea?" "By Pollux it will," cried Petronius. And he took his departure, feeling certain that Nero, who loved to weave reality into his literary inventions, would not spoil the theme. Thus the hands of Tigellinus would be tied. But this did not alter his plans of sending Vinitius away from Rome, as soon as Lygia's health would allow it. When he saw him the next day, he said: "Take her to Sicily. As things have turned out, you need fear Caesar no longer, but Tigellinus is perfectly capable of poisoning you both, if not for his hatred for you, out of hatred to me." Vinitius smiled and replied: "She was on the horns of a wild bull, and yet Christ saved her." "Sacrifice then a hecatomb to him," said Petronius, impatiently. "But do not expect him to save her a second time. Dost thou remember how Aeolus received Ulysses, when he asked him a second time for favoring winds? Gods do not like to repeat themselves." "As soon as she is restored to health," said Vinitius, "I will take her to Pomponia Graecina." "And thou wilt do well, since Pomponia is lying ill. I heard it from Antistius, a cousin of Aulus. In the meantime, occurrences will take place here to make people forget you, and in our day, those who are forgotten are the happiest. May fortune be thy sun in winter, thy shade in summer." He left Vinitius to his happiness while he went himself to inquire of Theocles concerning the life and health of Lygia. She was out of danger. Exhausted as she was after the prison fever, foul air and discomfort would have ended her life. Now she was surrounded by the tenderest care, and not merely by plenty, but by luxury. By order of Theocles she was borne daily into the gardens of the villa. She would spend hours in those gardens. Vinitius would adorn her litter with anemones and irises to remind her of the hall of the Auli. Hand clasped in hand, they frequently spoke of the past, as they sat under the spreading trees. Lygia told Vinitius that Christ had allowed him trials and terrors for the express purpose of changing his soul and raising it to himself, and Vinitius acknowledged that this was true. He felt, indeed, that there was little in him of the former patrician who had known no law save his own will. There was no bitterness in these memories, however. It seemed to both of them that whole years had rolled over their heads and that the terrible past lay very far behind. A feeling of calmness possessed them which they had never experienced before. A new and blissful life lay before them. In Rome Caesar might rage and fill the world with terror, but they felt that they were under the protection of a far mightier power. They need have no further fear of Caesar's rage or malice, as if he had ceased to be master of their lives. Once, about sunset, they heard the roar of the lions and other wild beasts. Formerly these sounds would have frightened Vinitius as a bad omen, but now the lovers regarded each other with a smile and raised their eyes toward the glow of the sunset. At times Lygia, still very weak and unable to walk unaided, fell asleep in the quiet of the garden. Vinitius watched over her and, regarding her sleeping face, the thought would come to him that this was not the same Lygia whom he had met at the home of Aulus. Indeed, the prison and the sickness it had brought had impaired somewhat her beauty. When he saw her at the house of Aulus, and when he came to take her from Miriam's house, she was as beautiful as a statue, but now her face was almost transparent, her arms were thin, her body emaciated by illness, her lips pale, and even her eyes seemed less blue than formerly. The golden haired Eunice, who brought flowers for her and costly rugs to cover her feet, seemed like a Cyprian deity in comparison. Petronius, seeing that she had lost so many of her charms, shrugged his shoulders and thought that this shadow from Elysian fields was not worth the trouble and pain and torture which was sapping the life of Vinitius. But Vinitius, now in love with her spirit, loved her all the more, and when he watched her as she slept, he felt as if he were watching over the whole world. End of Part 3, Chapter 25. Part 3, Chapter 26 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyan and Malevski. Part 3, Chapter 26. The news of Lygia's miraculous rescue spread rapidly among those Christians who had escaped destruction. Believers came to look upon her to whom the grace of Christ had been so manifestly shown. First came Nazarius and Miriam, at whose house Peter the Apostle was concealed, and after them came others. All of them, together with Vinitius, Lygia, and the Christian slaves of Petronius, listened with rapt attention to the narrative of Ursus, as he related how a voice had spoken to his soul and commanded him to struggle with the wild bull. All departed much consoled, and believing that Christ would not allow his followers to be exterminated in this vale of tears before his coming to the day of judgment, and this hope supported them, for the persecution was not yet over. Whomever public opinion denounced as a Christian, him the officers of the city seized and dragged to prison. The number of victims, indeed, were growing fewer, because the majority of the faithful had been seized and tortured to death. The Christians who were left had either deserted Rome to wait in distant provinces until the storm was over, or were concealing themselves in hiding places, not daring to assemble for common prayers except in sand pits in the outskirts of the city. But the persecution was still going on, however, for though the games were over, the newly arrested were preserved for future series of games or were convicted without delay. Though the Roman people did not believe that the Christians had caused the conflagration, still they were denounced as the foes of mankind and the state, and the edict against them remained in full force. For a long time the Apostle Peter did not venture into the house of Petronius, but at last one evening Nazarius announced his arrival. Lygia, who was now able to walk unaided, and Vinitius hurried to meet him and embraced his feet. He greeted them with all the greater emotion because so few sheep remained in the fold over which Christ had placed him, and the fate of whom filled his great heart with anguish. Consequently, when Vinitius said to him, "O Lord, through your intercession the Saviour gave her back to me," he replied, "He gave her back to you because of your faith, and that not all the lips which praised him might be silent." Evidently he was thinking then of the thousands of his children who had been torn to pieces by wild beasts, of those crosses which had filled the arena, and those fiery pillars in the gardens of the Beast, for he spoke with great emotion. Vinitius and Lygia noticed also that his hair had grown quite white, that his body was bent, and that his face gave as much evidence of sadness and suffering as if he had passed through all the pains and tortures which had been endured by the victims of Nero's rage and malice. But they both understood as Christ had delivered himself to torture and death, Nobody could avoid such suffering. Nevertheless the sight of the Apostle, bent by age and pain, pierced them to the heart. So Vinitius, who intended in a few days to take Lygia to Naples, to meet Pomponia there and go on to Sicily, entreated him to leave Rome with them. But the Apostle laid his hand on the head of Vinitius, and replied: "I hear in my soul the words of the Lord which He spoke to me on Lake Tiberias. When thou wert young, thou didst gird thyself and go whither thou wouldst. But when thou shalt be old, thou shalt stretch forth thy hand and another shall gird thee, and carry thee whither thou wouldst not. It becomes me therefore to follow my flock." And when they were silenced by the words, although they did not understand them, he added: "My toil is nearly over. I shall find refuge and rest only in the house of the Lord." And then he turned towards them and said: "Remember me, because I have loved you as the father loves his children. And whatever ye do in life, do it for the glory of God." With these words he raised his aged hands and blessed them. They nestled up to him, feeling that this perhaps would be the last blessing they should receive from him. But it was destined that they should see him once again. A few days later Petronius brought dreadful news from the Palatine. It had been discovered that one of Caesar's freedmen was a Christian, and on him were found letters of the Apostles Peter and Paul, and also letters of James, John, and Judas. Peter's presence in Rome had been known to Tigellinus, but he thought that the Apostle had perished with the thousands of other believers. Now it was evident that the two leaders of the new faith were still alive and that they were in Rome. It was determined that they must be found and captured at any price, because it was believed that only with their deaths could the hated sect be eradicated. Petronius was told by Vestinius that Caesar himself had issued an order to cast Peter and Paul in the Mamertine prison within 3 days, and that whole detachments of the pretorians had been sent to search all the houses in the Trans Tiber. As soon as he heard this Vinitius resolved to warn the Apostle. In the evening, he and Ursus donned Gallic mantles, whose hoods covered their faces, and made their way to the house of Miriam, situated in the outskirts of the city at the foot of the Janiculum Hill. On the way they saw houses surrounded by soldiers, led by unknown persons. This division of the city was alarmed. Here and there groups of curious people had assembled. Centurions went about examining the prisoners and endeavoring to gain information about Simon Peter and Paul of Tarsus. Ursus and Vinitius, however, outstripped the soldiers and arrived safely at the house of Miriam, where they found Peter surrounded by a handful of the faithful. Timothy, Paul's assistant, and Linus were at the side of the Apostle. On hearing of the approaching danger, Nazarius led all by a hidden passage to the garden gate, and then on to some deserted quarries a few hundred yards from the Janiculum gate. Ursus was obliged to carry Linus, whose bones, broken by tortures, had not yet knit together. But when they had entered a quarry they felt safe, and by the light of a torch which Nazarius lit, they held a consultation, carried on in low voices, as to the best means of saving the life of the Apostle who was so dear to them. "Master," said Vinitius to Peter, "let Nazarius at the break of day guide thee to the Alban Hills. We will find thee there and take thee to Antium, where a vessel waits to transport us both to Naples and Sicily. It will be a blessed day and hour when thou shalt enter my house and bless my home." All the others approved this plan and urged the Apostle to accept, saying: "Take refuge, O shepherd! Stay not in Rome. Preserve the living truth, so that it may not perish with us and with thee. Hear us, who implore thee as our father." "Do this in the name of Christ," cried others, clinging to the Apostle's garments. But Peter answered: "My children, who knows when the Lord will mark the end of his life?" But he did not say that he would not leave Rome, and he was in doubt as to what course to pursue, because, for some time, uncertainty and fear had stolen into his soul. His flock was dispersed. His work had come to naught. The church which, before the burning of the city, had flourished like a great tree, had been annihilated by the power of the Beast. There was nothing left but tears and the remembrances of agonies and death. The sowing had yielded an abundant crop, but Satan had trampled it down. Legions of angels had not come to rescue the perishing, and Nero sat upon the throne of the world, terrible and more powerful than ever, Lord of the sea and of the land. Many a time had the fisherman blessed the Lord, stretched his hands towards heaven in his loneliness, and asked: "Oh, Lord, what shall I do? How can I, a powerless old man, wage war against the invincible power of evil, which thou hast allowed to rule and to whom thou hast granted victory?" And from the depths of his anguish he cried out in his soul: "The sheep which thou didst command me to feed are no more. Thy church is no more. In thy capital are only sounds of mourning. What are now thy commands? Am I to stay here, or shall I lead forth what remains of thy flock to glorify thy name in concealment somewhere beyond the sea?" He hesitated. He believed that the living truth could not perish, that it must prevail. But at times he thought that the hour had not yet come, that it would come only when the Lord should descend upon earth on the day of judgment, in glory and power greater a hundredfold than those of Nero. Often it seemed to him that if he left Rome the faithful would follow him, and then he would lead them far away to the shady groves of Galilee, to the quiet waters of the Lake of Tiberias, to throw in their lot with shepherds as peaceful as doves, or as the sheep that grazed there in the valleys. And the heart of the fisherman was filled with a yearning for peace and rest, and for the lake, and for Galilee. His eyes frequently moistened with tears. But the moment he made up his mind a sudden fear and anxiety seized him. How was he to leave that city whose sacred soil had drunk the blood of martyrs, and where so many dying lips had given witness to the truth? Should he alone shrink from his fate? And what answer could he make to the words of the Lord: "These have suffered death for the faith, but thou didst flee?" He passed nights and days in anxiety and distress. Others whom lions had torn to pieces, who had expired on crosses, who had been burned in the gardens of Caesar, now slept in peace after their moments of torture. But he could not sleep and suffered greater tortures than any of those invented by persecutors for victims. Often the dawn whitened the roofs of houses while he was still crying from the depths of his suffering heart: "Oh, Lord, why didst thou order me to come here, and found thy capital in the den of the beast?" During all the 34 years since the death of his master, he had known no rest. With staff in hand he had travelled over the wide world to spread the good tidings. His strength had been exhausted by his travels and toils, and at last, when in this city, the capital of all the world, he had established the work of his master, the fiery breath of malice had blighted it and he saw that the struggle must be undertaken anew. And what a struggle! On one side Caesar, the Senate, the people, the legions, encircling the world with chains of iron; lands innumerable; such power as was never seen before. And on the other side he, so weakened with age and toil, that his trembling hand could scarcely carry his staff. Often he told himself that he was no match for the great Caesar, and that Christ alone had the power to uphold him. These thoughts passed through his careworn head as he listened to the prayers of the last handful of his faithful followers who, surrounding him in an ever narrowing circle, besought him with imploring voices: "Hide thyself, O Rabbi, and deliver us from the power of the beast." Linus himself, at last bowed before him his tortured head. "Master," he said, "the Saviour commanded thee to feed his sheep, but they are here no longer, or they will disappear on the morrow. Go, therefore, where thou mayst still find them. The word of God still lives in Jerusalem, in Antioch, in Ephesus, and in other cities. What wilt thou gain by staying in Rome? If thou shouldst fall, thou wilt only magnify the triumph of the beast. The Lord has not foretold the limit of John's life. Paul is a Roman citizen and cannot be condemned without a trial. But if the powers of hell prevail against thee, O teacher, those who have lost heart already will ask, who is greater than Nero? Thou art the rock upon which the church of the Lord is founded. Let us die, but suffer not Antichrist to prevail over the vicegerent of God, and return not here, till the Lord has crushed him who shed the blood of innocents."
"Regard our tears," repeated all who were present. Tears coursed down the cheeks of Peter also. After a time he rose, and stretching his hands over the kneeling people, said: "May the name of the Lord be glorified, and may his will be done."
End of Part 3, Chapter 26. Part 3, Chapter 27 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Malevski. Part 3, Chapter 27. At dawn of the following day two dark figures were stealing along the Appian Way towards the valley of the Campania. One of them was Nazarius, the other the Apostle Peter, who was leaving Rome and his distracted brethren. In the east the sky was already assuming a slight tinge of green, which changed gradually into a saffron color. From out the shadows appeared trees with silvery foliage, white marble villas and the arches of aqueducts stretching along the plain toward the city. The green tinge of the sky was becoming shot with gold. Soon the rays began to redden and illuminate the Alban hills, which appeared as if wrapped in a violet frame. The dawn was mirrored in drops of dew trembling on the leaves of trees. The haze grew thinner, and unveiled a wider view of the plain, the houses that dotted it, the cemeteries, towns and groups of trees, among which gleamed the white columns of temples. The road was deserted. The peasants who brought vegetables to the city had evidently not yet harnessed their horses. The blocks of stone with which the road was paved as far as the mountains echoed from the wooden soled shoes of the wayfarers. The sun rose over the hills, and then a wonderful vision burst upon the Apostle. It seemed to him that the golden disk, instead of rising higher and higher in the sky, came gliding down from the heights and moved along the road. Then Peter stopped and said: "Dost thou see the brightness approaching us?" "I see nothing," replied Nazarius. Peter, shading his eyes with his hands, continued: "Some figure is approaching us in the gleam of the sun." But no sound of footsteps reached their ears. Nazarius saw only that the trees in the distance were trembling as if shaken, and that the light was spreading more widely over the valley. With amazement in his eyes he looked at the Apostle. "Rabbi, what troubles thee?" he cried in alarm. Peter dropped his staff, his eyes looked straight ahead, his mouth was open, his face expressed wonder, delight, ecstasy. Suddenly he fell upon his knees, with his hands stretched out, and cried: "Oh Christ! Oh Christ!" And he pressed his face towards the earth, as though kissing some one's feet. There was a long silence. Then the voice of the old man was heard, choked with tears: "Quo vadis, Domine?" "Whither goest thou, O Lord?" Nazarius did not catch the answer, but to Peter's ears came a sad, sweet voice which said: "As thou art deserting my people, I go to Rome to be crucified for the second time." The Apostle lay on the ground, his face in the dust, motionless and silent. It seemed to Nazarius that he had fainted, or perhaps even that he was dead. But suddenly he arose and, without a word, turned his back towards the city of the seven hills. The lad, seeing this, repeated like an echo: "Quo vadis, Domine?" "To Rome," replied the Apostle. And he returned. Paul, John, Linus, and all the faithful greeted him with consternation in their eyes. Their alarm was all the greater because, at daybreak, just after Peter's departure, the pretorians had surrounded the house of Miriam and had searched it for the Apostle. But to all questions he simply answered in a calm voice: "I have seen the Lord." And in the evening he went to the Ostian cemetery to teach and baptize those who wished to bathe in the water of life, and afterwards he went there daily, followed by increasing crowds. It seemed that from every tear of the martyrs there were born new believers, and that every groan in the arena reverberated in thousands of breasts. Caesar wallowed in blood, Rome and the whole pagan world went mad; but those who were weary of crimes and bloodshed, those who were downtrodden, those whose lives were a succession of misery and oppression, all the weary and the sorrowful, and the heavy laden, came to listen to the wonderful tidings of that God who, moved by pity for men, had given himself to be crucified in order to atone for their transgressions. When they found a God they could love, they found that which the world at that time could not give, the happiness born of love. Peter understood that Caesar, with all his legions, could not crush the living truth, that it could not be quenched in tears or blood, and that now was the commencement of its victory. He understood now why the Lord had turned him back from the threshold of his journey. The city of pride, of crime, of debauchery, and of power, was now becoming his city, and the double capital, whence would issue the rule of the flesh and of the spirit. End of Part 3, Chapter 27. Part 3, Chapter 28 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Malevski. Part 3, Chapter 28. At last the hour of both the apostles had come. But, as if to complete his work, it was given to the fishermen of the Lord to rescue two souls in his very prison. Two soldiers, Processus and Martinianus, his guards in the Mamertine prison, were baptized by him. But the hour of torture was at hand. Nero was not in Rome at the time. Sentence was passed by Helius and Polythetes, two freedmen, to whom Caesar had entrusted the government of Rome in his absence. Peter was first flogged, according to law, and the next day was taken outside of the city walls, toward the Vatican Hill, where he was to suffer death on the cross. The soldiers were surprised at the numbers that gathered before the prison. They could not understand how the death of a common man and an alien could excite such interest. They knew not that this retinue was composed not of the merely curious, but of believers, who wished to accompany the great apostle to the place of his execution. At last, in the afternoon, the gates of the prison were thrown open and Peter appeared in the midst of a detachment of pretorians. The sun was already slanting towards Ostia. The day was clear and calm. Peter was not required to carry his cross; it was supposed that on account of his years he would not be able to support its weight. He walked slowly. The faithful could catch an unobstructed view of him. When his white head showed itself amid the iron helmets of the soldiers, a wail arose in the throng, but ceased almost immediately, because the face of the old man was so serene, and shone with such joy that it seemed to all that this was not a victim going to his execution, but a conqueror celebrating his triumph. And such was really the case. The fisherman, usually humble and bent, now walked erect, towering above the soldiers and full of majesty. Never before had there been such dignity in his bearing. He looked like a monarch attended by the people and soldiers. From all sides came voices: "Behold Peter going to the Lord!" All seemed to forget that he was going to torture and to death. The crowd marched in a solemn concourse, feeling that since the death on Golgotha, nothing so great had taken place, and that as the first sacrifice had redeemed the world, this was to redeem the city. People stopped on the road and gazed with wonder at the old man, but the faithful, placing hands upon one another's shoulders, said: "Behold how a just man dies, one who knew the Lord and proclaimed love to the world." And those who had halted to gaze upon the apostle, walked away saying: "Verily this is not a criminal." Along the way the noises and the cries of the streets were hushed. The procession wound along by newly built houses and the white columns of temples, above which hung the deep blue sky, calm and serene. They moved in silence, save when, at times, the arms of the soldiers clashed, or the murmur of prayers arose. Peter caught the low breathed prayers, and his face shone with an increasing delight, for his glance could hardly compass those thousands of believers. He felt that his work was crowned with triumph, and now he knew that the truth which he proclaimed all his life, would overwhelm everything like a sea, and that nothing could restrain the waves. Thinking thus, he lifted up his eyes and said: "O Lord, thou didst command me to conquer this city, which rules over the world, and I have subdued it. Thou didst command me to found thy capital in it, and I have done so. Now, O Lord, it is thy citadel, and I am going to thee, because my work is done." As he passed by the temples he cried: "Ye will become the temples of Christ." Gazing at the crowds of people that swarmed before his eyes, he said: "Your children will be the servants of Christ." And he went on with the consciousness of victory achieved, aware of his services, aware of his power, calm and great. The soldiers took him across the Pons Triumphalis, or bridge of triumph, as if unwittingly testifying to his triumph, and led him on toward the Naumachia and the circus. The faithful from the Trans Tiber joined the procession, and swelled it to such an extent that the centurion who commanded the pretorians, appreciating knew that he was escorting a high priest, surrounded by his congregation, grew alarmed because of the smallness of his force. But no cry of indignation or anger arose from the crowd. All felt the solemnity of the moment, and the faces of the believers were grave and expectant. Some of the faithful, recalling that at the death of the Saviour the earth opened in terror, and the dead rose from their graves, thought that now some portents would appear, so that the death of the Apostle would not be forgotten in the ages to come. Others said to themselves: "Perhaps the Lord will choose the hour of Peter's death to descend upon the earth, as he promised, and judge the world." With this idea they commended themselves to the mercy of the Saviour. All about there was a great calm. The hills appeared as if resting and basking in the sun. At length the procession stopped between the circus and the Vatican Hill. Some of the soldiers began now to dig a hole, others placed the cross and the hammers and nails upon the earth, waiting till all the preparations should be finished. The crowd, hushed and solemn, fell upon their knees. The Apostle, his head glorified by the sun, turned for the last time toward the city. Far away below them the gleaming Tiber could be seen, beyond was the Campus Martius. Higher up was the mausoleum of Augustus, below were the great baths which Nero had just begun to build, still lower was Pompey's theatre, and beyond them, partly visible and partly screened by other buildings, were the Septa Julia, a multitude of porticos, temples, columns, towering edifices. Finally, far away in the distance, were the hills studded with houses whose summits faded away in the blue haze, the abodes of crime but of power, of madness but of order, all these forming the city which had become the throne of the world, its oppressor and yet its law and its peace, omnipotent, invincible, eternal. Peter, surrounded by the soldiers, gazed over this scene as a ruler and king looks upon his inheritance, and thus he addressed it: "Thou art redeemed and mine." And no one there present, not merely among the soldiers digging the pit in which the cross was to be planted, but even among the faithful, could divine that the real ruler of that city stood amongst them, that Caesars would pass away, that waves of barbarians would come and go, that ages would vanish, but that this old man would hold there uninterrupted sway. The sun slanted still more towards Ostia, and had become large and red. The whole western sky was bathed with the glow of the dying day. Then the soldiers approached Peter to strip him of his garments. But he, who had been bowed in prayer, now suddenly stood erect and stretched forth his right hand. The executioners paused as if in awe at his attitude. The faithful scarce dared to breathe, thinking that he desired to speak. Unbroken silence prevailed. But he, standing on the height, with his right hand extended, made the sign of the cross, blessing in the hour of his death: "Urbi et Orbi," the city and the world. On that same beautiful evening another detachment of soldiers led along the Ostian way Paul of Tarsus, towards a place called Aquae Salviae. He also was followed by a band of the faithful whom he had converted. Whenever he recognized a friend, he stopped and talked with him, for the guard treated him with greater consideration because he was a Roman citizen. Beyond the gate known as Tergemina, he met Plautilla, the daughter of the prefect Flavius Sabinus, and noticing that her youthful face was wet with tears, he said: "Plautilla, daughter of eternal salvation, depart in peace. Only lend me your veil to cover my eyes as I go to the Lord." Taking the veil, he went on with a face as full of joy as that of a laborer returning home after a day's toil. His thoughts, like those of Peter, were calm and serene as that evening sky. He gazed in thoughtful contemplation over the plain which extended before him, and upon the Alban hills, bathed in light. He recalled his journey, his pains and labors, the trials he had overcome, the churches he had founded, in all lands and beyond all seas, and he felt that he had earned his rest, that his work was completed. He knew that the seed he had sown would not be scattered by the breath of malice. He was departing from this life with the certainty that the conflict against the world which the spreading of the truth had occasioned would result in victory. A peace beyond understanding filled his soul. The road to the place of execution was long, and the shades of evening were falling. The mountains became purple and their bases were gradually veiled in shadows. Flocks were wending their homeward way. Here and there groups of slaves walked along with their implements upon their shoulders. Children at play before the houses on the road looked with wonder at the soldiers. On that evening the transparent, balmy air seemed filled with peace and harmony, which, as it were, rose from the earth and floated heavenward. And Paul felt this, and his heart was filled with joy at the thought that to this harmony of the earth he had added a note which did not exist before, but without which the whole earth was like sounding brass and tinkling cymbals. And he recalled how he had taught the people charity, how he had admonished them that though they should give all they possessed to the poor, and though they learned all languages, all mysteries, and all sciences, they would be nothing without love, which is kind, patient, which does not return evil, does not crave honor, suffers all things, believes all things, hopes all things, and endures to the end. His whole life had been spent in teaching people this truth, and now he said within himself: "What power can equal it? What power can conquer it? Can Caesar overcome it, though he had twice as many legions, twice as many cities, the seas and the lands and nations?" And like a conqueror he went to his reward. The escort finally left the main road and turned eastward along the narrow path leading to the Aquae Salviae. The red sun was lying low on the heather. The centurion halted the soldiers at the fountain, for the time had come. Paul threw Plautilla's veil over his arm, intending to cover his eyes with it, and for the last time he raised those eyes, filled with indescribable peace, towards the eternal light of the evening, and prayed. Yes, the hour had come, but now he saw before him a long road of light leading to heaven. And to himself he repeated the same words which formerly he had written in the consciousness of duty done and the end at hand: "I have fought the good fight. I have finished my course. I have kept the faith. Henceforth there is laid up for me a crown of righteousness." End of Part 3, Chapter 28. Part 3, Chapter 29 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Malevski. Part 3, Chapter 29. In Rome madness still reigned, so that the erstwhile conqueror of the world began, through lack of a ruler, to crumble to pieces. Even before the last of the apostles had died there came the conspiracy of Piso, and after that such a merciless decapitation of the most prominent heads in Rome that even those who looked upon Nero as a god began to see in him a god of destruction. The city was in mourning. Terror reigned in its houses and in all hearts. Yet the porticos were decorated with ivy and flowers, because it was not permitted to bewail the dead. When the people awoke in the morning they asked themselves whose turn it would be to day. The retinue of ghosts following Caesar increased every day. Piso paid with his head for his conspiracy, and a like fate befell Seneca and Lucan, and Fenius Rufus, and Plautius Lepranus, and Flavius Scevinus, and Afranius Quinetianus, and the dissolute companions of Caesar's followers, Tullius Senecio, and Proculus, and Araricus, and Cugurinus, and Gratus and Silanus, and Proximus and Sabrius Flavius, once entirely devoted to Nero, and Sulpicius Asper. Some perished on account of their villainy, some by fear, some on account of their opulence, some because of their courage. Caesar, dismayed by the number of the conspirators, placed soldiers upon the walls, and held the city as if in a state of siege, sending out every day centurions bearing decrees of death to suspected houses. The condemned humbly bowed to the decrees of Caesar, sending him letters full of flattery and of thanks for his sentences, and willing to him a part of their fortunes, in order to save the rest for their children. It seemed at last that Caesar were overstepping all bounds, in order to discover to what depths the people had degenerated and how long they would suffer the bloody rule. After the conspirators were put to death, their relatives, friends, and even their acquaintances suffered the same fate. Dwellers in the magnificent palaces erected after the conflagration, when they went out on the street, were sure to see a whole succession of funerals. Pompeius, Cornelius, Martialis, Flavius Nepos, and Statius Domitius perished because accused of being wanting in love for Caesar. Novius Priscus, because he was a friend of Seneca. Rufius Crispus was deprived of the right of fire and water, because he had formerly been the husband of Poppaea. The great Thrasea fell a victim to his virtues. Many were put to death on account of their noble origin. Even Poppaea fell a victim to the momentary rage of Caesar. The Senate cringed before the terrible potentate, erected temples in his honor, placed wreaths upon his statues, and established priests for him as if he were a god. Senators, in fear and trembling, ascended the Palatine to magnify the song of the Periodonices, and to go mad with him amid orgies of naked bodies, wine, and flowers. But meantime, from beneath, in the soil wet with the blood and tears of martyrs, grew silently, but ever stronger and stronger, the seed that Peter had sown. End of Part 3, Chapter 29. Part 3, Chapter 30 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benjamin Malevski. Part 3, Chapter 30. Vinicius to Petronius. We are kept well informed, dear friend, of what is going on in Rome, and what we do not know we learn from your letters. When a stone is cast in the water, the waves go farther and farther in a widening circle, and so a wave of madness has reached us from the Palatine. Carinus, sent by Caesar into Greece, stopped here on his way. On his march he despoiled cities and temples to replete the treasury. From the sweat and tears of the people will be built the golden house in Rome. It is possible that the world heretofore has not beheld such a house, but it has not beheld such injustice either. You know Carinus. Chilo was of his ilk until he redeemed his life with death, but his men have not yet come to towns lying in our immediate neighborhood, for the reason, perhaps, that they have neither temples nor treasures. You ask us whether we are safe. I will say only that we are forgotten, and let that suffice for an answer. At the moment that I am writing these words, I see our peaceful bay, and Ursus in a boat upon it, letting a net down into the quiet waters. My wife sits beside me, spinning wool. Our servants sing in the shadow of the almond trees. What peace and quiet, oh my dear friend! What a contrast to our old time alarm and suffering! 'Tis not the Fates, as thou assertest, but Christ, our Lord and our God, who blesses us. We are not strangers to tears and to sorrow, for our religion teaches us to grieve over the affliction of others. But these tears hold within them a comfort unknown to thee; for, when our lives are ended, we shall find again the beloved ones who are perishing and have perished for the truth of God. Peter and Paul are not dead to us. They have been reborn into glory. We see them with the eyes of our souls, and though our bodily eyes may weep, yet our hearts rejoice with their joy. Yea, dear friend, we are happy with a happiness that can know no end, because death, which for thee is the end of everything, is for us only the beginning of a higher happiness. So the days and the months pass in perfect peace. Our servants and slaves believe as we do in Christ, and in Christ's gospel of love, so we all love one another. Often when the sun has set, or when the moon shines on the water, Lygia and I hold converse about the past, which now seems all a dream. When I remember how near was that beloved head to torture and death, I glorify God with my whole soul, for He alone could have rescued her from the arena and returned her into my hands. Petronius, thou hast known what comfort and fortitude that religion can give in the midst of afflictions, what courage in the face of death. Now come and witness the joy it can give in everyday life. The world has not hitherto known a God whom it could love, so men did not love one another. Hence arose all manner of afflictions. For just as light proceeds from the sun, so does happiness proceed from love. The lawgivers and the philosophers have not known this truth, it had no existence in Greece or in Rome, and by Rome I mean the whole world. The dry, cold philosophy of the Stoics, which appeals to so many who would fain be virtuous, does indeed temper the heart as steel is tempered, but it hardens rather than improves it. But why do I write this to thee, who art more learned and more clever than I? Thou hast known Paul of Tarsus, and hast held converse with him more than once. Hence thou knowest better than I how empty and how vain, what a glittering show of meaningless words are the teachings of rhetoricians and philosophers compared to the religion which he preached. Thou canst recall the question he asked thee: "If Caesar were a Christian, would ye not all feel safer, more secure in your possessions, freer from alarm, and more certain of the morrow?" Thou hast told me that our creed was an enemy of life. I tell thee now, that if from the beginning to the end of this letter I simply repeated these three words, "I am happy," I could not sufficiently emphasize that happiness. Thou mayest make answer that my happiness is Lygia. There is truth in that, oh my friend. But that is because I love her immortal soul, and each loves the other in Christ. Such love can know neither separation, nor disloyalty, nor alteration, nor age, nor death. Even after youth and beauty have passed away, and our bodies are withered, and death touches us, love will remain, for the spirit remains. Ere my eyes were opened to the light I would have burned down my own home for the sake of Lygia, but now I say that I did not know what love was until Christ showed me the way. He is the source of love and of joy. Contrast thy luxuries, filled full as they are with alarm; thy joys, uncertain of the morrow; thy orgies, with the lives led by Christians, and an answer must at once be forthcoming. But for a better comparison, come to our hills, fragrant with thyme; come to our olive groves and ivy covered shores. Such calm awaits thee as thou hast never before experienced, and the sincere love of loyal hearts. With thy noble soul thou wilt find joy here. Thy nimble wit will see the truth, and seeing it will learn to love it. Men like Caesar and Tigellinus may hate it, but none can be indifferent to it. Oh, Petronius, Lygia and I find solace in the thought that thou wilt soon be with us. Be well, be happy. Come and visit us. Petronius received Vinitius's letter in Cumae, whither he had departed, together with other Augustales, in the company of Caesar. His long struggle against Tigellinus was nearing its end. Petronius knew that he must be beaten in the end, and he understood the reasons. as Caesar fell gradually lower to the role of the comedian, mountebank, charioteer, as he sank deeper in a slough of coarse dissipation, the arbiter of elegance became a nuisance to him. Even in the silence of Petronius Nero read disapproval. His very praises Nero interpreted as sarcasm. The illustrious patrician offended his self love and provoked his envy. His riches and his magnificent works of art had become objects of desire both to the sovereign and to his powerful minister. Petronius had been spared with a view to this journey to Achaea, in which his taste and his knowledge of Greek art might prove useful. But Tigellinus attempted to prove to Caesar that Carinus excelled the arbiter in taste and erudition, and that he would be better able to arrange the games, receptions, and triumphs in Achaea. From that moment the doom of Petronius was sealed. But Caesar had not the courage to send him his sentence in Rome. Both Caesar and Tigellinus called to mind that this indolent aesthete, who turned day into night, and was interested only in art and banquets and luxury, had shown great power of work and energy at the time when he was proconsul in Bithynia, and afterwards when consul in the Capitol. He commanded great respect in Rome, where he possessed not only the love of the people, but also of the pretorians. None of Caesar's advisers could foresee exactly how Petronius would act, so it seemed safer to get him out of the city, and to strike at him in a province. Consequently Petronius received an invitation to go with other Augustales to Cumae. Though he suspected treachery, he went along, in order, perhaps, not to make a display of open resistance, and to show once more to Caesar and to the Augustales a face joyful and free from care, and so gain a final victory before death over Tigellinus. Meanwhile, the latter accused him of friendship with Senator Scevinus, who was the head and front of Piso's conspiracy. Servants of Petronius remaining in Rome were imprisoned, his home was surrounded by pretorian guards. When he received this news he showed no alarm or concern, but, with a smile, said to such Augustales as he was entertaining in his own beautiful villa in Cumae: "Bronzebeard likes not direct questions, so you will see how confused he will be when I ask him whether it was he who ordered my people to be imprisoned." Then he bade them to a feast before the longer journey. He was preparing for the banquet when the letter from Vinitius arrived. On its receipt Petronius grew somewhat thoughtful, but in a little while his face resumed its wonted calm expression. During the evening he answered as follows: "I rejoice at your happiness and wonder at your good heart, for I had not thought that two lovers could remember a third person at a distance. You not only have not forgotten me, but invite me to Sicily to share with me your bread and your Christ, who, as thou writest, has showered happiness upon you. If this be true, honor him. I think, however, oh friend, that Lygia was restored to thee partly by the aid of Ursus, and partly also by the Roman people. If Caesar were another man, I should think that further persecutions would be stopped through consideration of thy kinship to him through the granddaughter of Tiberius. But if thou believest that Christ was the sole cause of Lygia's rescue, I will not dispute with thee. So spare no sacrifices to him. Prometheus also sacrificed himself for mankind, but alas! Prometheus is probably an invention of the poets, while truthful men have told me that they have seen Christ with their own eyes. I have come to think with thee that he is the most worthy of the gods. I remember the question of Paul of Tarsus, and think that if Bronzebeard lived according to the precepts of Christ, I might find time to visit you in Sicily. Then in the shade of tree and by fountains we could discuss all the gods and all the truths that have been debated among the Greek philosophers of all time. Today I must give thee a brief answer. Two philosophers only do I respect. The name of one is Pyrrho, and Anacreon is the other. The rest I will sell thee cheap, together with the whole school of Greek Stoics, and our own. Truth abides somewhere so high that the gods themselves cannot see it from the heights of Olympus. To thee, dearest friend, thy Olympus seems still higher, and standing upon it, thou callest down to me, "Ascend and thou wilt see such sights as thou hadst not dreamed of heretofore." Perhaps.
But I answer, friend, I have not the legs. And when thou reachest the end of this letter thou wilt acknowledge that I am right. No, happy spouse of the Princess Aurora, thy creed is not for me. Should I love the Bithynians who carry my litter, the Egyptians who prepare my bath? Am I to love Bronzebeard and Tigellinus? By the white knees of the Graces I swear to thee that even if I desired to love them, I could not. There are in Rome at least 100,000 persons who have either crooked shoulders, or big knees, or thin legs, cross eyes, or heads too large for them. Dost thou command me to love them also? Where can I find that love if I do not feel it in my heart? And if thy God wishes that I love them all, why in his omnipotence did he not endow them with, for example, the forms of Niobe's children, which thou hast seen on the Palatine? Whoever loves beauty cannot for that very reason love ugliness. One may disbelieve in our gods, but it is possible to love them as did Phidias, Praxiteles, Myron, Scopius and Lysias. Even should I desire to go whither thou wouldst lead me, I could not. Thou believest like Paul of Tarsus that some time beyond the Styx, in some Elysian fields, thou wilt see thy Christ. Well, let him say then himself whether he would accept me with my gems, my Myrrhine vase, my editions of Sosius, and my golden haired Eunice. I smile at the thought of this, my friend, for Paul of Tarsus declared to me that, for Christ's sake, it was necessary to renounce rose garlands, banquets and luxuries. True, he promised me other happiness, but I replied that I was too old for new joys, and that roses will always delight my eyes, and that the odor of violets will always be sweeter to me than the smell of some dirty neighbor from the Suburra. These are reasons why thy happiness cannot be mine, but there is also another reason, which I reserve for the last. It is that death calls me. For thee life is beginning to dawn, but for me the sun is already set, and twilight is descending upon my head. In other words, I must die, oh dear one. It is not worth while to speak at length about this. It had to end thus. Thou who knowest Bronzebeard, wilt readily understand. Tigellinus has conquered, or rather my victories reached their end. I have lived as I pleased, and will die as it pleases me. Do not grieve. No god has promised me immortality, hence I am not taken by surprise. But thou art mistaken, Vinitius, in affirming that only thy God teaches men to die calmly. No, our world knew before you that when the last cup is drained, it is time to depart, to rest, and it knows yet how to do this serenely. Plato says that virtue is music, and that the life of a philosopher is harmony. If this be true, I shall die as I have lived, virtuously. I should like to say farewell to thy divine wife, with the words I once spoke to her in the house of Aulus: I have seen many persons, but thy equal, never. So if the soul is something more than what Pyrrho thinks, mine will fly to thee on the way to the limits of the ocean, and will alight at thy house in the form of a butterfly, or, as the Egyptians believe, of a hawk. Otherwise I cannot come. Meantime let Sicily take the place of the gardens of Hesperides. May the divinities of the field and the forest and the fountains scatter flowers on your path, and may white doves build their nests on every acanthus of the columns of your house. End of Part 3, Chapter 30. Part 3, Chapter 31 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Milevsky. Part 3, Chapter 31. Petronius did not deceive himself. 2 days later young Nerva, always devoted to him, sent his freedman to Cumae with the news of all that had happened at Caesar's court. The death of Petronius had already been decreed. On the following day a centurion was to be sent to him with orders to stop at Cumae and wait there for further instructions. Another messenger was to bring the death sentence a few days later.
Petronius received the news brought by the freedman with unruffled demeanor and said: "Thou wilt take to thy master one of my vases that will be handed to thee before departing. Say to him in my name that I thank him with all my heart, for now I shall be able to anticipate the sentence." And suddenly he broke into a laugh like a man who has just thought of a splendid project and enjoys beforehand its fulfillment. And that same evening his slaves ran about bidding all the Augustales, with their ladies, to come to a banquet at the beautiful villa of the Arbiter of Elegance. Petronius spent the afternoon hours writing in his library. Afterwards he took a bath, and then commanded the robe folders to dress him. Splendid and adorned like a god, he went to the dining hall to cast a connoisseur's eye upon the preparations, and then to the gardens, where youths and Grecian maidens from the islands were weaving garlands of roses for the banquet. Not the slightest anxiety was portrayed on his face. The servants only knew that the banquet would be something out of the common, for he had ordered unusual rewards to be given those with whom he was satisfied, and light floggings to those whose work should not please him, or to those who had previously deserved blame or punishment. He directed that the lute players and the singers should be generously rewarded. Finally, seating himself in the garden beneath a beech, through whose foliage the sun made bright spots upon the ground, he called Eunice to his side. Gently touching her temple, he gazed at her with the admiration with which a connoisseur looks upon a statue fresh from the chisel of a master. "Eunice," asked he, "dost thou know that for a long time thou hast not been a slave?" She lifted up to him her calm, heavenly blue eyes, and shook her head in denial. "Master," she said, "I will always be thy slave." "But mayhap thou dost not know," continued Petronius, "that this villa and these slaves, weaving garlands over yonder, and all that is here, the fields and the herds, belong from henceforth to thee." At these words, Eunice suddenly fell back a few steps, and in a voice choked by emotion inquired: "Why dost thou say this, master?" She approached him again, and stared at him with eyes full of fear. Her face grew as pale as a sheet. He still smiled, and smiling, said only one word: "Yes." There was a moment of silence, broken only by the rustling of the wind in the leaves of the boxwood trees. Petronius might almost have imagined that he had in front of him a statue cut in white marble. "Eunice," he said, "I desire to die in peace." The girl, gazing at him with a heartbroken smile, whispered: "Master, I obey thee." In the evening the guests arrived in large numbers. They had been at many a banquet of Petronius, and knowing that in comparison, even Caesar's feasts seemed dull and barbarous. Many knew well that the clouds of Caesar's displeasure hung over the Arbiter of Elegance. But this had happened so many times, and so many times had Petronius known how to disperse them with a clever word or a bold act, that no one actually believed any grave danger impended over him. His gay face and customary careless smile confirmed the common impression. The beautiful Eunice, to whom he had expressed his wish to die in peace, and to whom his every word was as the word of an oracle, preserved perfect calmness of expression. There were marvelous gleams in her eyes, as of inner joy. Youths with hair in golden nets stood at the threshold of the banquet hall. On their heads were wreaths of roses. In conformity with ancient custom, they warned the guest to step over the threshold with the right foot foremost. A slight fragrance of violets pervaded the hall. Lights burned in many colored Alexandrian glasses. Beside the couches stood little Grecian girls, whose office it was to anoint with balsams the feet of the guests. The walls were lined by lute players and Athenian singers, awaiting a signal from their leader. The table service was resplendent with luxury, but that luxury did not offend the most critical taste. It seemed to be a natural development. Cheerfulness and freedom from restraint pervaded the hall with the fragrance of the violets. The guests as they entered felt that neither compulsion nor menace was hanging over them, as they used to feel they did in Caesar's palace, where insufficient praise for a song or poem might be paid for by the forfeit of one's life. The sight of the lamps, of the ivy covered goblets of iced wines embedded in snow, and of the exquisite dishes, cheered the hearts of the banqueters. The conversation became as lively as the buzzing of a swarm of bees over an apple tree in blossom. Now and then it was interrupted by a burst of gay laughter, a murmur of praise, or too loud a kiss, imprinted upon a bare white shoulder. As they drank their wine, the guests spilled from their goblets a few drops to the immortal gods as a petition for protection and for favors to the host. It mattered not that many of them disbelieved in the gods. Custom and convention commanded this. Petronius, reclining beside Eunice, chatted of the current Roman gossip, of the latest divorces, loves, romances, and races; of Spiculus, who had recently earned fame in the arena, and of the newest books which had appeared at the shops of Atractus and Sosii. Pouring out some wine, he explained that he poured it out only in honor of the Cyprian goddess, the oldest and greatest among all the gods, the only immortal one, enduring from the beginning, and dominating everyone. His conversation was like a sunbeam, which lights up every new object, or like a summer breeze which rustles the flowers in the garden. At length he nodded as a signal to the leader of the choir. Then the lutes emitted a gentle sound, and fresh young voices responded to them. Then girl dancers from Cos, Eunice's countrywomen, moved nimbly, their rosy bodies shining through translucent robes. At the end an Egyptian soothsayer forecast the future of the guests from the motions of gold fish enclosed in a crystal vessel. When they had had enough of these amusements, Petronius lifted himself slightly from his Syrian cushion, and said carelessly: "Friends, pardon me if I ask a favor from you at this banquet. It is this: let every guest accept from me as a gift the goblet from which he spilt wine in honor of the gods and for my well-being." The goblets of Petronius glittered with gold and precious stones and masterly carvings. Although the distribution of gifts was customary in Rome, joy filled the hearts of the revellers. Some of them thanked him and praised him loudly, others said that Jupiter himself had never honored the gods in Olympus with such precious gifts. There were even some who hesitated about accepting them, since these gifts were of such unprecedented value. Petronius, lifting up a Myrrhine vase resembling a rainbow in brilliancy, said: "This is the goblet from which I spilt wine in honor of the Lady of Cyprus. Henceforth let no lips touch it, and let no other hand pour out wine from it in honor of any other deity." He cast the precious vessel down upon the floor, strewn with lilac colored crocuses, and when it broke into small fragments, he said, in answer to the general amazement: "Dear friends, be merry and marvel not. Old age and debility are sad comrades for the last years of life. So I will give you a good example and good advice. As you see, you need not wait for them, but before they come you can depart of your own free will, as I depart." "What is thy intention?" cried a number of voices at once. "I intend to be merry, to drink wine, to hear music, to gaze at these divine shapes which you see by my side, and then to fall asleep with my head crowned with flowers. I have already taken leave of Caesar. Will you hearken to what I have written to him as a farewell?" He took a letter from under the purple cushion and read as follows: "O Caesar, I know that thou anxiously awaitest my coming and that thy loyal and friendly heart yearns for me day and night. I know that thou wouldst rain gifts upon me, make me the prefect of thy pretorian guards, and command Tigellinus to become that for which the gods created him, an overseer of mules in those, thy lands, which thou didst inherit by the poisoning of Domitius. Pray pardon me if I now swear to thee by Hades, and by the shades of thy mother, thy wife, thy brother, and Seneca, who are all there, that I cannot go to thee. Life is a great treasure, my beloved, and from this treasure I have known how to select the most precious gems. But in life there are many things which I cannot longer endure. Pray do not think that my feelings were hurt, because thou didst kill thy mother, thy wife, and thy brother, because thou didst burn Rome, and send to Erebus all the honest men in thy empire. No, grandson of Chronos, death is the common doom of humanity, and one could expect nothing else from thee. but to lacerate my ears for long years to come with thy singing, to see thy mountebank legs contorted in the Pierian dance, to listen to thy playing, thy declamation, thy poems, oh, wretched suburban versifier, would be too much for my strength, and has aroused in me a wish to die. Rome stops her ears to avoid hearing thee, the world laughs at thee, and I wish no longer to blush for thee, nor can I do it. The howls of Cerberus, my beloved, though they resemble thy singing, will less offend me, for I have never been his friend, and I do not need to be ashamed of him. Farewell, but sing no more. Kill, but write no poems. Poison, but dance not. Turn incendiary, but do not play on the harp. Such are the wishes and such the last friendly advice sent to thee by the arbiter of elegance." The banqueters were struck dumb with terror. They knew that the loss of the Empire would have been a less cruel blow to Nero. They knew also that the man who wrote that letter must die. At the same time pallid fear seized them for their own sakes, because they had been present at its reading. Petronius burst into a laugh so genuine and so gay, that it seemed as if the whole matter were merely an innocent joke. Then he glanced around him and said: "Be merry and drive away fear. Nobody need boast that he heard this letter read. I myself will boast of it only to Charon, when he ferries me over the river." He nodded to the Greek physician and stretched his arm out to him. The skillful Greek, in the twinkling of an eye, bound it with a golden ribbon, and opened the vein at the bend of the elbow. The blood spouted out upon the cushion and covered Eunice, who supported the head of Petronius. Bending over him she said: "Master, didst thou think that I would leave thee? If the gods would grant thee immortality and Caesar were to give thee the rule of the whole world, I would yet go with thee." Petronius smiled. Raising himself slightly, he touched his lips to hers and replied: "Come with me." Then he added: "Thou hast truly loved me, my divine one." And she stretched her rosy arm out to the physician, and soon her blood flowed out and mingled with his. He gave a sign to the leader of the choir. Again harps and voices resounded. First they sang Harmodius, then the song of Anacreon, in which the poet complained of having found under the tree the frozen and weeping child of Aphrodite, of having brought him in, warmed him back to life, and dried his wings and then of how the ingrate had in return pierced his heart with an arrow, since which time he had lost all peace of mind. Petronius and Eunice, reclining against each other, beautiful as two gods, listened smiling and growing paler. When the song was ended, Petronius ordered more wine and fresh dishes to be served, and commenced a discussion with the guests seated near him about all those graceful trifles which usually occupied the minds of the banqueters. Finally he summoned the Greek to bind up his veins for a moment, explaining that drowsiness overpowered him, and he wished to yield himself to slumber before death put him in eternal sleep. And thus he fell asleep. When he awoke, the head of the maiden lying beside him had already assumed the color of a white lily on his breast. He placed it on the cushion to get a final look at it. Then his veins were opened again. At his nod the singers began a new song of Anacreon, and the harps accompanied it so gently as not to drown the words. Petronius grew paler and paler. When the last sounds died away, he turned once more to the banqueters and said: "Friends, acknowledge that with us perishes." But he could not finish. With a last movement his arm embraced Eunice. His head fell on the cushion, and he breathed his last. But the banqueters, gazing at these two white bodies resembling two marvelous statues, well knew that with them had perished all that remained to them in their world, its poetry and beauty. End of Part 3, Chapter 31. Epilogue to Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Malevski. Epilogue. The revolt of the Gallic legions under the leadership of Vindex did not at first threaten to be very serious. Caesar was barely 31 years of age. No one dared to hope that the world would so soon be free from the nightmare that oppressed it. It was remembered that many revolts had already occurred during previous reigns without resulting in any change of rule. Thus, in the time of Tiberius, Drusus had crushed the revolt of the Pannonian legions, and Germanicus that of the legions upon the Rhine. And who, said the people, could possibly succeed Nero, now that all the descendants of the divine Augustus have been put to death? Others, looking at the Colossus, conceived him to be a Hercules, and thought that nothing could break his power. There were even those who, after his departure for Achaea, longed for his return, since Helius and Polythetes, to whom he had relegated the government of Italy, ruled even more cruelly than himself. Nobody was certain either of life or property. The law ceased to be a protection. Human dignity and virtue had disappeared. Family ties had been dissolved. Debased hearts dared not even to admit of hope. From Greece came rumors of the unparalleled triumphs of Caesar, of the thousands of crowns he had won, and of the thousands of rivals he had defeated. The world seemed to be one vast orgy, bloody and farcical. The opinion prevailed that virtue and heroic deeds had come to an end, that the time had arrived for dancing and music, for debauchery, for blood, and that the whole future trend of life would be in this direction. Caesar himself, to whom rebellion opened the way for renewed plundering, cared little for the mutinous legions, or for Vindex, and did not even restrain his joy over the revolt. He would not leave Achaea. Only when notified by Helius that further delay might result in the loss of his dominions, did he set out for Naples. There he again played and sang, disregarding the news of still more serious events. Vainly did Tigellinus warn him that former rebellions of the legions had no leader, whereas now there stood at their head a descendant of the ancient kings of Aquitania, a tried warrior of great renown. Nero's answer was: "Here the Greeks listen to me, they who alone know how to listen, and who alone are worthy of my singing." He said that his first duty was owed to art and fame, but when at last he learned that Vindex had declared him to be a bad artist, he rose and set out for Rome. The wounds which Petronius had inflicted upon his self love opened anew. He was anxious to seek justice from the Senate for such an unparalleled injury. On the road he came across a bronze group, representing a Gallic warrior vanquished by a Roman knight. He took this as a favorable augury. Thenceforth he mentioned the mutinous legions and Vindex only as a jest. His entrance into the city cast into the shade all former events of this sort. He drove the very chariot which Augustus had used in his triumph. One arch of the circus was destroyed to open a passage for the procession. The Senate, the knights, and an immense multitude came out to greet him. The walls trembled with the shouts of "Hail Augustus! Hail Hercules! Hail the divine one, the unconquerable one, the Olympian, the Pythian, the immortal!" Behind him were borne the crowns that he had worn, and tablets inscribed with the names of the cities where he had triumphed, and of the champions he had defeated. Nero himself was intoxicated. With emotion he asked the Augustales, who surrounded him, what was the triumph of Julius Caesar compared to this. The thought that any mortal could dare to raise a hand against such a demigod could not cross his mind. He felt himself to be truly an Olympian and therefore safe. Enthusiasm and the madness of the multitude stirred up answering madness within him. In fact, on that day of triumph, it seemed that not only Caesar and the city, but the whole world had gone mad. The flowers and the piles of crowns hid the abyss that yawned beneath. Yet that very evening the columns and walls of the temples were covered with inscriptions denouncing the crimes of Nero, threatening the near approach of vengeance, and satirizing him as an artist. From lip to lip passed the words: "He sang until he awakened the Gauls." Alarming news circulated throughout the city and swelled to monstrous proportions. The Augustales were seized with terror. People, uncertain what the future might bring forth, dared not express wishes or hopes, dared not even feel or think. Nero, however, lived only in the theatre and in music. Nothing interested him save newly invented instruments and a new water organ, experiments with which were made on the Palatine. Childishly incapable of thought or action he deemed that he could avert all danger by promises of spectacles and exhibitions in the future. The people nearest to him, seeing that in lieu of providing means and an army he was exerting himself only to find apt expression for depicting the panic around him, began to lose their heads. Others, however, thought that he was deafening himself and others with quotations only to hide the alarm and disquietude of his soul. His acts became confused. Every day thousands of fresh plans passed through his head. At times he leaped up to combat the danger, commanding that his lutes and harps be packed upon wagons, and that his young slave women be armed as Amazons while he sent out orders to recall the legions from the East. At times he thought that he would conquer the rebellious legions, not by war, but by song; and he laughed within himself as he conjured up in his imagination the spectacle of the soldiers yielding to song. They would surround him with streaming eyes; he would sing to them a hymn of victory, after which a golden epoch would begin for him and for Rome. At times he called for blood. At others he proclaimed that Egypt alone would satisfy him. He recalled the soothsayers, who had promised him rule over Jerusalem. Then he would move himself to tears at the thought that as a wandering minstrel, he would earn his own livelihood and be honored in far off cities and countries. He would be honored, not as Caesar, the sovereign of the world, but as a poet, whose like had never yet been seen in the world. Thus he struggled, fumed, played, sang, changed his plans, changed his quotations, changed his life, and transformed the whole world about him into a foolish dream, fantastic and horrible, a mad rout of bombastic expressions, wretched verses, groans, tears and blood. And all this while the cloud in the west was growing larger and darker every day. The measure was overfilled; the farce was nearing its end. When news came that Galba and all Spain had joined the rebellion he fell into maddened fury. He crushed goblets, overturned the tables at the banquets, and gave orders which neither Helius nor Tigellinus dared to carry out. To murder all the Gauls residing in Rome; to let loose the beasts from the menageries; to transfer the capital to Alexandria seemed to him sublime and astonishing deeds that could easily be accomplished. But the great days of his power had passed. Even the accomplices of his former crimes began to look upon him as on a madman. The death of Vindex and the consequent discord that arose in the mutinous legions seemed for a moment to turn the scales in his favor. New feasts and new triumphs were ordered, new sentences were issued in Rome, when one night a courier, mounted on a foaming horse, came dashing in from the camp of the pretorians, with the news that within the city itself the soldiers had raised the banner of revolt, and had proclaimed Galba, Caesar. Nero was asleep when the courier arrived. On waking, he called vainly for the guards who at night watched the doors of his chambers. The palace was deserted save for the slaves who were plundering in the remoter quarters whatever could be carried away in a hurry. But the sight of Nero frightened them away. He wandered through the solitary hall, filling them with cries of terror and despair. At last his freedmen, Phaon, Sporus and Epaphroditus answered his calls. They urged him to flee, saying there was not a moment to lose, but he continued to delude himself. Suppose he should array himself in his mourning robes and appeal to the Senate, could the Senate resist his tears and his eloquence? Suppose he should use all his oratory, his rhetoric and his talent of an actor, could any one in the world resist him? Would they not at least give him the governorship of Egypt? Habituated to flatter him, his freedmen dared not even now to contradict him. All they could do was to warn him that ere he could reach the Forum the mob would tear him to pieces. They threatened that if he did not mount his horse at once they also would desert him. Phaon offered him a hiding place in his own villa beyond the Nomentan gate. At last they all leaped upon their horses and, covering their heads with mantles, galloped off toward the walls. The night was waning. The streets were already in motion and gave expression to the serious character of the situation. Soldiers, sometimes singly, and sometimes in attachments, were scattered throughout the city. When they had reached the camp, Nero's horse shied suddenly at sight of a corpse, the mantle slipped from his head, a soldier who happened to be passing recognized the emperor. Confused by the suddenness of the apparition, he could only give a military salute. On passing the pretorian camp they overheard thunderous cheers for Galba. At last Caesar understood that the hour of death was at hand. He was smitten by alarm and by the reproaches of his conscience. He cried out that he saw a black cloud before him from which protruded faces, in which he recognized his mother, his wife, and his brother. His teeth chattered from fright, but even yet his comedian soul found a certain pleasure in the very terror of the moment. That the one time omnipotent ruler of the universe had now lost everything, seemed to him to be the highest watermark of tragedy. True to himself, he continued to play the leading role in it. The fever of quotation seized upon him, a passionate hope that those around him would remember them for posterity. There were moments when he cried out for death, and would have summoned Spiculus, the most dexterous of all the gladiators. There were other moments when he declaimed: "Mother, wife, brother, call me to death." Vain and childish hopes still flashed up in him ever and anon. He knew that death was approaching. Nevertheless, he could not bring himself to believe it. They found the Nomentan gate open. They galloped through, and passed by Ostranium, where Peter had taught and baptized. At dawn they arrived at Phaon's villa. There the freedman no longer concealed from him that the time for death had arrived. Then he commanded them to dig him a grave. He lay down on the ground, so that they might take his exact measurement. But at sight of the earth cast up by the spades a mortal terror seized him. His fat face paled. Clammy drops of sweat, like morning dew, stood out upon his forehead. He strove for delay. With a faltering, yet still theatrical voice, he cried that the hour had not yet come. Then he began to quote again. Finally he asked them to burn him. "What an artist is now perishing!" he repeated, as if in wonder. Meanwhile a messenger arrived from Phaon, announcing that the Senate had already pronounced sentence that the parricide should be punished according to ancient custom. "What is that custom?" inquired Nero, with ashy lips. "They will place thy neck in a fork, flog thee to death, and throw thy corpse into the Tiber," replied Epaphroditus quietly. Nero bared his breast. "It is true then," he said, looking upward at the sky, and once more he repeated: "What an artist is perishing!" The clatter of horses' hoofs was now heard. It was the centurion, coming with his soldiers for the head of Bronzebeard. "Make haste!" cried the freedman. Nero placed the knife to his neck, but he only pricked himself with a timid hand. It was evident that he never would have courage to drive the blade in. Then unexpectedly Epaphroditus pushed his hand. The knife entered to the hilt. Nero's eyes protruded from his head, horrible, immense, terrified. "I bring thee life!" exclaimed the centurion as he entered. "Too late!" answered Nero in a hoarse voice. A moment later he added: "This is loyalty!" Death had now seized his head. The blood from his huge neck spurted in a thick stream upon the flowers of the garden. His feet kicked the ground, and he died. On the morrow, the faithful Actea wrapped his body in costly stuffs and burned it on a funeral pyre, drenched with perfumes. So passed Nero, as passes the whirlwind, storm, fire, war, or plague. But even to this day the Basilica of Peter rules over the city and the world from the heights of the Vatican. Near the ancient Capena gate rises today a little chapel with an almost obliterated inscription. Quo Vadis, Domine? End of Epilogue. End of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero, by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by S. A. Benyon and S. Malevski. Read by David Leeson.